Chapter 1832. I'm a county magistrate of Lantian County. Today, the Yinhuang Chamber of Commerce is holding a donation event in Lantian County. I represent the county magistrate of Lantian County and the people of Lantian County to welcome everyone and thank everyone for your generosity. County magistrate, he did not act like the other merchants who wanted to donate and directly walk to the donation box with the donation board. Instead, he walked to the side of Lin Wenyuan. The latter understood and passed the loudspeaker in his hand to County Magistrate He. County Magistrate, he took it and then used the loudspeaker's amplification function to speak loudly to the people present. At the beginning of this year, Marquis established the Department of Commerce in Lantian County. The purpose of the Department of Commerce is to create a good business environment for merchants. Although the business tax rate has been raised, the status of merchants has also been raised. In Lantian County, merchants, farmers, and craftsmen are all classified as commoners, and the government treats them equally. Furthermore, the children of merchants can also enter the school. In this way, merchants can do business in Lantian County with peace of mind and will not be disturbed. In less than a year, Lantian County's business has flourished, and the county magistrate's treasury still has a lot of surplus. Previously, Marquis had told me that the county magistrate's office usually collects taxes from merchants and commoners, but the taxes collected must all be taken from the people and used by the people. Today, the Northern Turks are eyeing Tang. Although my Lantian County magistrate is not as wealthy as everyone here, we are still willing to contribute to the imperial court. Therefore, I will donate 10,000 strings of cash from the county magistrate's treasury to the imperial court in hopes that the imperial court can defeat the Turks and completely pacify the Northern Turks. This is also the sincerity of the people of Lantian County towards Tang and His Majesty. As the host, it was understandable for County Magistrate he to say some pretty words in front of these merchants who came from afar. However, what he said wasn't just for show. There was a deeper meaning behind it. That was to use this fundraising event to spread this signboard of Lantian County, attracting more merchants to do business in Lantian County. Sure enough, as soon as County Magistrate he finished speaking, there was a burst of cheers from the audience and outside the inn. Wow, Lantian County Magistrate is so generous, donating 10,000 strings of cash. Good. Take from the people and use it for the people. Marquis said it well. County Magistrate, you did well. The current Lantian County has really changed a lot. There are more and more shops and people. This is all thanks to Marquis' Department of Commerce. Yes. But why did I hear that the Department of Commerce changed the business tax ratio from 1 in 30 to 1 in 6? It's increased by 5 times. It has indeed increased by 5 times. But the status of us merchants has also increased. Furthermore, you're doing business in Lantian County, so you don't have to worry about your safety. There's no ruffians or gangsters who would dare to cause trouble for you. You can be at ease. In the long run, I can only earn more every month than before. Of course, just look at the number of merchants in Lantian County, and you'll know. None of us are fools. If there are no benefits, who would be willing to do business in Lantian County? That's right. The discussions of the merchants naturally fell into County Magistrate He's ears, but he didn't have the time to enjoy the praise. After he finished speaking, he returned the loudspeaker to Lin Wenyuan. As the time for the fundraiser was very tight, it was already very rare for Lin Wenyuan to give him a chance to speak alone. Furthermore, he had to deliver the fundraising signboard and go to the second floor to handle the procedures for the transfer of funds. At this moment, Xiaoyu was sitting on the ground in a daze. County Magistrate He's words just now had already set off a huge wave in his heart that was as calm as an ancient well. The purpose of the Department of Commerce is to create a good business environment for merchants. In Lantian County, merchants, farmers, and craftsmen are all classified as commoners. The government treats them all equally. Take from the people and use it for the people. Every decree of Lantian County would cause a huge uproar in other counties. This was because every decree, to the traditional old pedants, was considered to be treason and heresy. It was only because this was Lantian County, Li Zeshuan's fief, that no one cared about it. This was because as long as Li Zixuan didn't rebel in his fief, Li Er wouldn't do anything to him, even if he did something out of line. Since ancient times, the vassal kings and important ministers were all like this. Previously, when the Department of Commerce was established in Lantian County, Xiao Yu, as the Minister of Revenue, had more or less heard about it. However, at that time, he didn't pay much attention to the Department of Commerce. He thought that it was just a playful move by Li Zixuan and that it wouldn't amount to much. But now, after hearing County Magistrate He's systematic explanation of the government decrees issued by the Department of Commerce and the administration philosophy, coupled with the indisputable fact that Lantian County's business was flourishing, Xiao Yu's shock and sudden enlightenment were indescribable. It turned out that merchants could exert such great power. To think that as the Minister of Revenue, his main duty was to manage the Great Tang's purse for Li Er. But now, the achievements of Lantian County made him, a veteran of 3 dynasties, feel ashamed. In the entire Great Tang, Lantian County was considered a middle-class county. But this middle-class county's annual business tax revenue was far more than 10,000 strings of coins. The reason why it was far more than 10,000 strings of coins was because the Department of Commerce had only been established for half a year. But now, County Magistrate, he was able to donate 10,000 strings of coins to the court. What did this mean? This meant that through a series of business tax reforms, Lantian County's county office had collected more than 10,000 strings of coins in just half a year. Didn't this mean that Lantian County's annual business tax revenue was more than 20,000 strings of coins? One had to know that this was only the first year of Lantian County's business tax reform. As the reputation of Lantian County spread among the merchants, the business of Lantian County was bound to flourish. When the time came, no one could predict how much business tax this middle-class county would collect in a year. But it would definitely be more than now, not less. Just imagine if all the provinces and counties of the Great Tang were as awesome as Lantian County. No, even if they were only 1/5 as awesome as Lantian County, given that the Great Tang currently had more than 1,500 counties, just the tax on commerce alone would add up to 6 million strings of coins. 6 million strings of coins. Thinking of this number, Xiao Yu found it difficult to breathe. If the Great Tang's imperial court could collect 6 million strings of coins every year, it wouldn't be a problem to arm 10 elite troops like the Black Armored Army. At that time, wouldn't fighting a mere Turkic barbarian be as easy as beating up his son? Xianxia. Minister Xiao. Just when Xiao Yu's imagination was running wild because of the county magistrate's words, the low-ranking official beside him woke him up from his beautiful fantasy. After coming back to his senses, Xiao Yu frowned and said unhappily, "What is it?" It turned out that this old man was still angry that his beautiful dream of Great Tang was disturbed. Minister Xiao, County Magistrate, he bid farewell to you just now. You didn't hear him. He told me to tell you that he still has work to do in the county office, so he'll be leaving first. Also, Boss Lin is about to call out Shopkeeper Mo's name. Seeing Xiao Yu's displeased expression, the low-ranking official's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know how he had offended Xiao Yu, but he still mustered up his courage and spoke carefully. Speaking of which, Xiao Yu had been in a daze for quite a long time. He didn't even hear County Magistrate he greet him when he returned to his seat. At this moment, the fundraising event was nearing its end. Oh, then prepare yourself and go up in place of Shopkeeper Mo later. Hearing this, Xiao Yu calmed himself down and said to the low-ranking official, "Yes." The low-ranking official replied. Then, he calmed himself down and sat by the side, waiting silently. Clearing shop, Mo Tongming donates 500 strings of coins. Not long after, Lin Wenyuan shouted from above. The low-ranking official beside Xiao Yu immediately stood up and walked forward. At this moment, the people below couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Clearing shop? If I remember correctly, isn't this clearing shop a shop in Xiao Ji's hometown? That's right. It's Minister Zhao's family. I heard that Minister Xiao likes calligraphy and painting, so he opened this shop. Hiss. Does that mean that Minister Xiao is also donating today? Businessmen were indeed the most well-informed. As soon as Lin Wenyuan finished speaking, some people had already guessed the owner behind Clearing Shop. That's right, Xiaoyu is also donating today. He had asked the low-ranking official to withdraw the money, and also gave the low-ranking official the deed of Clearing Shop, so that the latter could register the donation in Clear Ink Shop's name at the entrance of the inn. Although 500 strings of coins wasn't much, it was his way of expressing his sincerity to Li Heir. Although he was an elder of 3 dynasties, he had always been an honest official. His family's wealth couldn't compare to these rich businessmen in the inn's lobby. As for his identity being guessed, Xiaoyu didn't care at all. It was even better if someone guessed it. He thought to himself that no one would say that he was stingy, disloyal, and patriotic, right? On Lin Wenyuan's side, after reading out Clearing Shop's name, he read out 2 more names. Finally, everyone on the list was read out. Lin Wenyuan pursed his dry lips and heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "Everyone, today's fundraising event ends here." Wait, Lin Wenyuan was about to announce to everyone that the fundraising event was about to end, but before he could finish speaking, 2 youths walked in with 2 servants. One of the older youths said loudly, "Boss Lin, please bring us along. The 2 of us also want to donate money." As the youth spoke, he waved the fundraising card in his hand. Everyone took a closer look and gasped. They saw the words 30,000 strings of coins written on the card. A young man actually wanted to donate 30,000 strings of coins to the imperial court? Who exactly was this young man? Chapter 1833. Fanyang Lu family donates 30,000 strings of cash. At the same time as the 2 youths walked in, a page boy quickly walked up to Lin Wenyuan and handed him a piece of paper. Lin Wenyuan's expression changed when he read it. After a moment, he calmed himself down, put the loudspeaker to his mouth, and shouted, "Wow, Fanyang Lu family? Why are they here to join in the fun?" Yes, the Lu family is one of the 5 surnames and 7 watches. Why would they come all the way here to participate in the fundraising event and send money to the court? How is that possible? It's not the 5 surnames and 7 watches anymore, but the 3 surnames and 4 watches now. So what? Right now, the Lu family is not something that ordinary people like us can associate with. Looks like the Lu family is planning to side with the court. Isn't that the Lu family's young master, Lu Qingqing? Why is he here personally? Lu Changqing? TSK. If this young man is Lu Qingqing, then who is the other young man beside him? The crowd inside and outside the inn was in an uproar again. Everyone was deeply surprised by the arrival of the Fanyang Lu family. Of course, some of them actually recognized the young man's identity. He was the eldest son of the Fanyang Lu family, Lu Changqing, who had just rushed to Lantian County from Qizhou. As for the person beside Lu Qingqing, it was the eldest son of the Li family from Zhao County, Li Jingxian. The 2 of them had rushed all the way from Qizhou and finally made it to today's fundraising event. The Lu family and the Li family from Zhao County had many businesses in Chang. It was not difficult for them to get a few store deeds. With the deeds, they quickly completed the registration for the fundraising event. However, Lu Qingqing insisted on donating in the name of the Fanyang Lu family and not one of the Lu family stores during registration. The staff member at the entrance of the inn who was in charge of registering the participants was firstly intimidated by the Lu family's immense power and influence. Secondly, when Lu Qingqing signed up, he showed several store deeds. If Lu Qingqing were to participate in the fundraising event under the name of one of the Lu family stores, the staff member wouldn't know how to choose. Coincidentally, the fundraising event was coming to an end, and he didn't want to waste any time. Therefore, Lu Qingqing was able to participate in the fundraising event under the name of Fanyang's Lu family. The reason why he insisted on doing this was very simple. He was attending the fundraiser today for Li Zishuan and Li Zishuan to see. Since that was the case, why would he participate in the fundraiser in the name of his shop like Qin Xiong, Xiaoyu, and the others? He didn't want to and couldn't conceal his identity because there were many shops under the Lu family's name. If he attended the fundraiser under the name of one of the shops, it was hard to guarantee that everyone would recognize him. He wanted everyone present today to know that Fanyang's Liu family had participated in the fundraiser and had donated 30,000 strings of cash. Since he had done a good deed, he had to leave his name behind and let everyone know. From a certain perspective, Liu Qingqing's concept of doing good was somewhat similar to Li Zixuan's. However, Liu Qingqing did it more for the sake of his family, while Li Zixuan did it to create a virtuous cycle in society. That was why he fought for more benefits for those who did good, such as how he treated those who donated to the Warmtang Foundation. Before leaving Qizhou, Liu Qingqing and Li Jingxian had both sent the news of their intention to participate in the fundraising event back to their ancestral home. After arriving in Chang, they had received a reply from their respective families' information channels. Both of them had received the support of some of the elders in their family. That was why they were now so openly and with such great fanfare, wanting to participate in the fundraising event under their family's name. Amidst the exclamations and discussions of the crowd, Liu Qingqing personally held the donation card in his hand and walked toward the donation box. When they were registering, the person in charge of registration outside the inn had already explained the general process of the fundraiser to the two of them. The Li family of Zhao County donates 30,000 strings of cash. After seeing Liu Qingqing throw the donation card into the donation box and follow the venue's staff to the second floor, Lin Wenyuan took a deep breath and shouted, "The Li family of Zhao County. This person is actually from the Li family of Zhao County." Hey, what's so strange about that? Since the young man from before is the eldest son of Fanyang's Liu family, that means that this young man's status isn't low. If that's the case, it's not strange at all that this person is from the Li family of Zhao County. Who knows, he might even be the eldest son of the Li family of Zhao County. Tis TSK. The Wang family of Taiyuan, the Liu family of Fanyang, and the Li family of Zhao County are all here. Today, 3 of the 4 great 1,000-year-old families in the world are here. Chapter 1834. What? There's actually such a thing? Dragon Gate Inn, in a room on the second floor. Lin Wenyuan was slightly shocked when he heard the servant say that the commoners outside the inn were clamoring to come in and donate money. Xiaoyu muttered to himself for a moment before saying, Let's go out and take a look." Lin Wenyuan naturally had no objections. Then, under the servant's lead, the two of them went down the stairs and quickly arrived outside the inn. They saw that the open space outside the inn was filled with all sorts of people. These people had been outside the inn to watch the show earlier, but they didn't immediately leave after the donation gathering ended. Many of them felt empty in their hearts, as if something was missing. Immediately after, a scholar in the crowd stepped forward and wanted to enter the inn, but he was stopped by the inn's guards. The guard said that the inn wasn't receiving guests today, but the scholar said that he wasn't here to stay, but to donate money. This made things very difficult for the guards. Because this donation gathering was only open to merchants, the youth in front of them was clearly a scholar. Moreover, the donation gathering had already ended, so the guards knew that Lin Wenyuan was definitely ordering people to count the money in the inn. At such a critical moment, how could they let some unrelated people in? If something happened, they couldn't bear the responsibility. Therefore, no matter what the scholar said, the guards in front of the inn refused to budge an inch. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of the crowd outside the inn. After the crowd asked for the reason, they all began to support the scholar, because what the scholar said was exactly what they were thinking. That's right, most of them also wanted to donate. Although these people weren't as rich as the merchants, just as Lin Wenyuan had said at the start of the donation gathering. The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of all citizens. The Great Tang is not the Great Tang of a single person, but the Great Tang of millions of people. Now that the country is facing a crisis, if we don't prioritize righteousness over righteousness, how can we talk about benefits in the future? Even the merchants, who had always prioritized benefits over righteousness in the eyes of the secular world, could be so generous when the country was in danger. If these people still remained indifferent, wouldn't they be even more prioritizing benefits over righteousness than the merchants? In the beginning, there were only a few people who agreed with the scholar, but slowly, more and more people joined in. Half an hour later, there were nearly 1,000 people blocking the entrance of Dragon Gate Inn. Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, the guard at the entrance of the inn hurriedly sent someone to inform Lin Wenyuan. When Xiao Yu and Lin Wenyuan arrived at the entrance of the inn, this was the scene that greeted them. "Boss Lin is out." "Great! Boss Lin is out." Seeing Lin Wenyuan walk out, there was a commotion in the crowd. In their opinion, Lin Wenyuan was definitely more reasonable than the guards at the door. Moreover, Lin Wenyuan had the right to decide if they wanted to donate money. This Elder Xiao has also come out. Soon, the crowd noticed the dignified old man wearing a scarlet official's robe beside Lin Wenyuan. Many people had seen Xiao Yu before the donation gathering, so he was quickly recognized. The crowd, which had been noisy a moment ago, immediately quieted down. They were just ordinary people. They didn't have to fear Lin Wenyuan, but they had to respect Xiao Yu, a high official of the imperial court. Chapter 1835. Someone actually dared to kill someone right under the nose of the imperial army, and that person is definitely related to that mysterious Shadow man. "Madam, where do you think the killer is from?" Taiyuan, the Wang family's ancestral home, in a side hall in the backyard of the Wang family's residence. Wang Yu could not help but frown as he looked at the slip of paper that the Wang clan secret guard had just sent over. As he spoke, he handed the note to Princess Tong, who was sitting next to him. Princess Tong took the note, and when she read its contents, she couldn't help but frown. Things are getting more and more unpredictable. On the surface, the killer is probably that Shadow man named Zhu Xiecheng. If that's the case, then my previous deduction might be wrong. Zhu Xiecheng is a Turkic spy hiding in Taiyuan City, and his status might not be low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent a Grandmaster-level assassin to kill a key witness right under the nose of the Imperial Army. When Princess Tong and Wang Bingjun learned that Dugu Feiying had come to ask for help, they had thought that the possibility of Zhu Xiecheng being a Turkic spy was low, because a true Turkic spy wouldn't be exposed so easily. However, now that the only person who could identify Zhu Xiecheng had been assassinated, Zhu Xiecheng naturally became the most suspicious person. According to the intelligence, the person who had assassinated the witness was a Grandmaster-level expert. For such an expert to be willing to follow Zhu Xiecheng's orders meant that Zhu Xiecheng's identity and status were not as simple as a Shadow merchant. In the current perilous situation, the possibility of Zhu Xiecheng being a Turkic spy was many times higher than before. After hearing Princess Tong An's words, Wang Yu nodded slightly. Indeed. However, the most important thing right now is to find Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an as soon as possible. King Wei and the others will arrive in Taiyuan City soon. If we can't catch Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an before then, Your Highness and the people from Yinhuang College will be in trouble while they are in Taiyuan. The Turks won't let this matter rest, and they might have already found out some information. Princess Tong was slightly surprised. Master, are you saying that the Turks have already found out the purpose of Qin Ke and the others heading north? According to seniority, Princess Tong was Li Tai's aunt and Li Er's great-aunt. Thus, it was not inappropriate for her to call Li Tai Qin Ke. Wang Yu sighed and said, even if they don't know everything, I'm afraid they've found some scattered clues. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much effort to set up an ambush at the place where King Wei and the others are staying this time. Tongfu Inn. Wang Yu suddenly thought of something. He turned to Princess Tong and asked, Madam, since the inn isn't safe, why don't we let King Wei and the others stay in the Wang estate? This way, even if there are Grandmaster-level experts among the Turk spies, they won't be able to harm King Wei and the others under the heavy protection of our Wang estate's hidden guards. Wang Yu's idea was not bad. Since the danger of the Tongfu Inn had not been completely eliminated, they could settle Li Tai and the others in the Wang estate's ancestral home. In any case, the Wang estate had plenty of empty courtyards, and with the Wang estate's hidden guards protecting them, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens for the Turk spies to do anything to Li Tai and the others. Unexpectedly, Princess Tong and shook her head. Absolutely not. Wang Yu was puzzled. What do you mean, madam? Princess Tong and was a strong-willed and opinionated woman, so Wang Yu would often seek her opinion of his own accord. Has husband ever thought about what would happen if something happened to Xianxia and the others while they were staying in the Wang estate? Princess Tong and frowned. Letting Xianxia and the others stay in the Wang estate will reduce their danger, but that doesn't mean that there won't be any danger at all. If something happens, the Wang estate will suffer His Majesty's wrath. Thus, even if this concubine agrees to husband's plan, the clan elders and the rest of the Wang estate will not agree, because the Wang estate cannot bear this risk. Wang Yu frowned for a moment before sighing. Madam is right. While this plan will reduce the danger to His Highness and the others, it will also put the Wang estate in danger. As the head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu understood the responsibility on his shoulders, and he also understood that the clan's interests were paramount. Thus, this plan was quickly discarded in his mind. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by a familiar voice. Reporting to Patriarch, King Wei's convoy is only 2 li from the city gate and will soon enter the city. The person outside was the Grand Commander of the Wang clan's hidden guards, Wang Chengwu, a trusted aide of the chief branch. Wang Yu's heart trembled as he called out, "Come in." "Yes." Creak. Wang Chengwu pushed open the door and entered, closing it behind him. Wang Yu immediately asked, "How is General Dugu's side? Did you manage to capture the shopkeeper of the Chuji ironware shop and obtain the account books?" Wang Chengwu bowed, replying to Patriarch, "According to the report, by the time the Imperial Army arrived at Schwaner Market, the shopkeeper of the Chuji ironware shop, Yi Funian, had already died in his home. His throat had been slit by a sharp blade, and this matter had already alerted the county yamen and the provincial governor's residence. In addition, by the time General Dugu and the others arrived at the Chuji ironware shop, the account books had already been found and burned in the hall. Fortunately, General Dugu was fast enough, and only the first half of the account books were burned." "What?" Wang Yu was overwhelmed with shock when he heard this. Princess Tong and waved her hand at Wang Chengwu and said, "All right, Chengwu, you may leave first." "Yes, Your Highness." Wang Chengwu bowed and accepted the order, then turned and left. Wang Chengwu bowed and left as well. "Madam, why does this old man feel like the mastermind behind the scenes has been spying on our every move this entire time, and is always ahead of us in every matter?" Wang Yu frowned after a few moments of silence. Princess Tong paused for a moment, and then she probed, "Master, do you mean to say that there are Turk spies at our side, or General Dugu's side?" Wang Yu shook his head. "It's probably impossible with the Imperial Army, and as for us, forget it. Let's not talk about this for now." Wang Yu suddenly paused. He looked at Princess Tong and then asked, "King Wei and the others are about to enter the city. Does Madam want to accompany your husband to the city gates to take a look?" Princess Tong nodded without hesitation. "Of course. This humble one is Xianxia's elder, and this is the first time this child has come to Sourcepeak City. When I just happen to be here, so we should act as hosts." "Huh. Since that's the case, let's go together," Wang Yu said with a chuckle. On the other side, Dugu Feng, who had split his men into 2 groups, found nothing. Well, it could not be said that they found nothing. At the very least, he managed to snatch back half of the account book. At this moment, Dugu Feng was extremely gloomy. He felt like his every move was known in advance, and there was always someone ahead of him to obstruct him from investigating what he wanted to investigate. From the looks of the wound, the person who killed Yi Funian used a knife and not a sword. However, the authorities have searched the entire Yi residence, but they did not find the murder weapon. Now, the entire Schwaner Market has been sealed off. The county yamen constables are searching from house to house and asking the people if they have seen any suspicious characters. Zhang Dafu was reporting the latest progress of the case to Dugu Feng, whose face was dark. Dugu Feng let out a deep sigh and said, "From the looks of it, the person who killed Yi Funian and the person who tried to assassinate Zhu Huiqing aren't the same person." Zhang Dafu thought for a moment and said, "From the weapons used by the murderer, It does seem like they are not the same person, but we can't rule out the possibility that the murderer used both weapons to confuse the public. Dugu Feng shook his head and said nothing. His intuition told him that these two murders were not done by the same person, but he could not find any direct evidence of the moment. As for the names listed in the account book of the Chuji ironware shop, this general has already sent people to investigate with Chu Mingxian. Seeing that Dugu Feng was silent, Zhang Dafu continued to report. Continue to investigate. Remember, you must protect that half of the account book well. Dugu Feng nodded and gave his orders. He had brought 30 Imperial Army elites to Taiyuan City a day in advance so that he could eliminate the hidden dangers in Taiyuan City before Li Tai and the others arrived. But now, not only had he failed to capture a single Turkic spy, key witnesses had been killed one after another. This made him feel very embarrassed, and this half of the account book was the only thing that could comfort him. This general obeys. Zhang Dafu bowed. It's getting late. His Highness's group should be arriving soon. Take a few people and follow me out of the city to welcome them. The rest of you, stay here and watch over Chu Mingxian's group. Dugu Feng looked out the window and said, his hands behind his back, yes. Soon, they came out of a house near the Tongfu Inn and went straight to the southern city gate. At this moment, in a private room on the third floor of a restaurant near the southern city gate, a middle-aged man wearing a scholarly robe and holding a feather fan stood by the window. He looked at the faint appearance of a group of people outside the city. He waved his feather fan and chuckled softly. Haha, the real big fish has finally taken a bait. King Wei, haha, since you've entered the game, no one can save you. Just relax and be a fish that has taken a bait. A gust of wind blew through the middle-aged man's hair. The way he stood against the wind and gently waved his feather fan was somewhat similar to the legendary Zhuge Kong Ming, who had a feather fan and a silk scarf. Everything was under his control. Cough, cough. But when he looked at that person's appearance again, it was an ordinary face that couldn't be any more ordinary. It was completely incompatible with his ethereal temperament. Chapter 1836. Big Brother, you finally arrived. On the road to Li to the south of Taiyuan City, Dugu Feng had arrived with 3 Imperial Army soldiers and was about to welcome Dugu Xian's group. Dugu Feng hurriedly stepped forward. Upon seeing his big brother, Dugu Feng inexplicably felt a sense of relief. This was the trust he had built up in Dugu Xian as a child. Although Sourcepeak City was in a perilous situation, he was confident that with Dugu Xian here, those demons and monsters hiding in the shadows would be exposed. Dugu Xian nodded and went straight to the point. What is the situation in Sourcepeak City? Dugu Feng's face instantly turned grim, and after a few moments of silence, he said, Big Brother, the situation in the city is not optimistic. Yesterday, after we entered the city, we began to secretly investigate the new guests of the inn. In the end, we discovered a Turkic merchant disguised as a Han. His name was Zhu Hongsheng, and his movements were extremely suspicious, so I sent people to keep an eye on him. Today, that Turkic merchant went to an ironware shop in the city, but not long after, that merchant and the shop's owner and workers all disappeared into thin air under the eyes of our brothers. Later, through investigation, we discovered that there was a secret passage in the ironware shop that led directly to another house to the west of the ironware shop. The Turkic merchant and the ironware shop's workers had escaped through that secret passage, but by the time our men reached the house on the other side of the secret passage, there was not a single person inside. At the time, I felt that there was something wrong with that Turkic merchant and the shopkeeper of the smithy, that they were probably spies the Turks had planted in Sourcepeak City. Thus, I had Zhang Dafu and the others pursue the 2 of them. But my manpower was limited, and finding the 2 of them in Taiyuan City in a short amount of time was far too difficult. It just so happened that at noon, the head of the Wang clan, Governor Wang Yu of Suizhou, returned to Taiyuan. Thus, I went to the Wang clan to request assistance from Wang Yu, hoping that the Wang clan's guards could join us in pursuing that Turkic merchant and the shopkeeper of the ironware shop. What? You went to the Wang clan to ask for reinforcements? Does this mean that Governor Wang already knows that your highness has come to Sourcepeak? Hearing this, Dugu Xian's face was filled with shock. He interrupted Dugu Feiying and questioned. Hearing Dugu Xian's unfriendly tone, Dugu Feiying couldn't help but shrink his neck in fear. Big brother, Provincial Governor Wang is a member of the imperial family, and his son, Wang Renbiao, is on good terms with the Marquis of Yong. Be it for public or private reasons, he should stand on our side on this matter. Moreover, the situation at the time was truly urgent. If I hadn't been able to quickly track down that Turkic merchant and the owner of the ironware shop, they might have escaped the city, making it even harder to capture them. At this point, Dugu Feiying didn't dare to continue because he noticed that Dugu Xian's face was ashen. Nonsense. Hearing this, Dugu Xian couldn't help but reprimand in a low voice. The objective of His Highness's expedition to the north is a top secret among top secrets. How could you tell others so easily? If your highness falls into danger because of this, not to mention me, even father won't be able to protect you. Big brother, what should we do now? Dugu Feiying hesitated for a few moments before asking. Dugu Xian helplessly said, now that things have come to this, there's no point in saying anything more. For now, we can only take things one step at a time. Continue speaking. After you asked the Wang clan for help, did you manage to capture that Turkic merchant called Zhu Hongsheng and the owner of the ironware shop? Seeing that Dugu Xian had no intention of pursuing the matter, Dugu Feiying breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Strangely enough, after Provincial Governor Wang agreed to help us, quite a few factions appeared in Taiyuan City, both on the surface and in the shadows. Countless people were searching for the Turkic merchant and the owner of the ironware shop, but even so, we were unable to capture them. However, we managed to capture their retainers. Through torture and interrogation, we learned from those retainers that the Turkic merchant was called Zhu Shiqing, a member of the Shadowaa tribe. The owner of the ironware shop was called Kong Chang'an. This man has always been mysterious, and very few people know of his background. In the end, with the help of the bookkeeper of the ironware shop, we managed to obtain the books of the ironware shop, but the process did not go smoothly. At this point, Dugu Feiying briefly told Dugu Xian about how the key witness, Zhu Huiqing, was killed and the account books were almost completely burned. After listening, Dugu Xian deeply furrowed his brows. At this time, he realized just how complicated the current situation in Sourcepeak City was. It was as if there was an invisible hand controlling everything in the dark. The other party had probably laid down a dark net in Sourcepeak City and was just waiting for them to crawl in. Seeing Dugu Xian's frown and silence, Dugu Feiying, who believed that he had messed up, didn't dare to say anything. The two brothers rode at the front of the convoy. Suddenly, Dugu Xian's eyes focused, and he sternly said, Feiying, quickly enter the city and seek an audience with the Bing province governor. Say that the Northern Yamen Imperial Army has been ordered to protect His Highness King Wei's group and needs to enter the city. Dugu Feiying was alarmed. It was true that the 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers had been protecting Li Tai's group, but when Li Tai's group was resting in the county, the main force of the Imperial Army would camp outside the city and not follow them into the city. Only a small portion of the Imperial Army would be led by Dugu Xian to protect Li Tai. If there was an emergency inside the city, Dugu Xian would use fireworks as a warning, and only then would the soldiers outside enter the city. Dugu Xian was now ordering all 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers to enter the city. This abnormal action left Dugu Feiying very confused. Big brother, why do you want to do this? With so many of us entering the city, the Turkic spies will definitely notice us. Isn't it said that spears are easy to dodge, but arrows from the shadows are hard to guard against? Dugu Xian snapped. The reason we didn't allow anyone to enter the city in the past was indeed to avoid being noticed by the Turkic spies, lest they cause trouble for us on the road. But now that you've caused such a huge commotion in Taiyuan City with the help of the Wang clan, unless the Turkic spies in the city are deaf and blind, they will definitely notice that something is amiss. We've already moved from the shadows to the light. I even suspect that the Turks already know part of the goal of the Academy's group. At this point, Dugu Xian could not help but feel a headache coming on. He had sent Dugu Feiying to Sourcepeak City first, intending to let him operate in secret. However, Sourcepeak City had been turned upside down by Dugu Feiying and the Wang family's forces. It was impossible for him to operate in secret like before. They had been forced from the shadows into the light, and they were now in a passive position. They didn't even know who their enemy was or what their goal was. Then what do we do? If the Turkic Khagan learns of the goal of your Highness and the Academy's group, won't he go mad and send soldiers to Taiyuan City to capture your Highness and the Academy's teachers and students? Dugu Feiying inexplicably panicked at Dugu Xian's words. A little more than a month ago, the state teacher of the Turkic Khaganate, Wuxia, had risked his life to infiltrate the Cloud Mountain for the sake of obtaining confidential information from the Academy. If the Turkic Khagan learned of the goal of Li Tai's group, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't send elite soldiers to cause trouble. When the time came, Li Tai and the Academy group would either be captured or killed. No matter what the outcome was, it was not something they could bear. So before you left, I warned you that no matter what, you were not allowed to tell anyone about the mission of your Highness's group. Dugu Xian glared at Dugu Feiying and angrily said, "At this point, the spies the Turks have planted in Taiyuan City must know something, but Taiyuan City is several hundred li away from the Turkic Khaganate, so they won't have time to send back the news. Since this is the case, there is no need for us to continue hiding. We might as well bring out all our strength. This is Taiyuan City, not the border of the empire. Even if the Turks have some spies in Taiyuan City, as long as we protect your Highness and the Academy, they won't be able to find us. Immediately enter the city and head to the provincial governor's residence to inform the Bingzhou governor. Since the danger in Tongfu Inn has yet to be eliminated, once we enter the city, we won't stay in the inn. We'll stay in one of the relay stations in the city. It will be easier for our brothers to set up defenses there." Dugu Feiying felt that his brother's words were reasonable and hurriedly cupped his fists. "Yes, big brother. I'll go to the provincial governor's residence." Seeing that Dugu Xian had nothing else to say, he urged his horse to leave the group and gallop toward the city gate. Actually, with Dugu Feiying's personality, he preferred to fight in the open. Hiding in the dark was not his forte. Now that Dugu Xian had decided to reveal his identity and lead the army into the city, this was exactly what he wanted. After Dugu Feiying left, Dugu Xian rode his horse to Li Tai's carriage. After briefly introducing the complex situation in Taiyuan City to Li Tai, Dugu Xian proposed to lead his army into the city and move to a relay station instead of an inn. The mood in the carriage suddenly turned solemn. Iron Egg, Qin Huayu, and Meng Wenhao all turned to Li Tai, waiting for his decision. After a few moments of silence, Li Tai sternly said, "Since that's the case, we'll follow General Dugu's arrangements. We have to be extremely careful in these unusual times." Seeing that Li Tai was willing to cooperate, Dugu Xian let out a sigh of relief. If this was the Li Tai of 2 years ago, he would definitely not be so understanding. After all, in terms of comfort, a relay station was definitely far inferior to a large inn like Tongfu Inn. "Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. Please rest assured, Your Highness. We will protect Your Highness and the others with our lives." Dugu Xian cupped his fists. "General Dugu is too polite." Li Tai smiled and said softly. A trace of worry appeared between his brows. Li Tai of the past was indeed a person who only cared about his own enjoyment, but it was different now. As the commander-in-chief of this northern operation, he had the responsibility and obligation to ensure the safety of these people from the Academy. Chapter 1837. This subordinate is the Bing Province Governor, Wang Liaoyuan. "Greetings to Your Highness, Duke of Wei." The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was about to turn dark. The southern gate of Taiyuan City opened. King Liaoyuan and his subordinates hurried out of the city. As for the county officials, he didn't even bother to inform them. At this moment, he saw a young man around 10 years old standing in front of the carriages. He had a calm expression and a noble aura. The soldiers beside him protected him tightly. In addition, Wang Liaoyuan had seen Li Tai a few times when he entered the court a few years ago. Thus, he directly walked up to Li Tai and bowed. "Your Highness, King Wei." The aides and subordinates of the provincial governor behind Wang Liaoyuan also bowed. With Wang Liaoyuan leading the way, they didn't have to search for Li Tai in the crowd. "Everyone, there's no need to be so courteous." Li Tai raised his hands and smiled warmly at Wang Liaoyuan and the others. "This king has come to Taiyuan City to carry out an important mission under the orders of my imperial father. These 1,000 imperial army soldiers will follow this king into the city. I hope that Provincial Governor Wang can make things convenient and cooperate with this king to complete the mission given by my imperial father." Hearing this, Wang Liaoyuan frowned. When Dugu Feng entered the provincial governor's residence with the imperial army token, he told him that Li Tai was going to lead 1,000 imperial army soldiers into Taiyuan City. However, Dugu Feng didn't have a real imperial edict. They were only following Li Er's verbal order. Letting an unfamiliar army into the city was a serious matter. As the provincial governor of Bing Province, Wang Liaoyuan had to personally go out and investigate. Otherwise, what if this army had other motives? At that time, he would really be dead. After seeing that the leader of this army was indeed Li Tai, Wang Liaoyuan's vigilance was lowered. This was because Li Tai couldn't possibly rebel. Even if he wanted to rebel, he couldn't have brought the imperial army with him. This was because the imperial army was under Li Er's direct command. Since that was the case, then Li Tai really did lead the army into the city under the emperor's orders. "Your Highness is too polite. We will do our best to assist your Highness in completing His Majesty's mission." After pondering for a moment, Wang Liaoyuan cupped his hands and said. At this moment, he thought of how the Wang clan's elites had entered and exited the city in the afternoon, searching for two people. He wondered if this matter had anything to do with Li Tai's arrival. Wang Yu greets your Highness, Duke of Wei." Speak of the devil. Just as Wang Liaoyuan was thinking this, a burst of hearty laughter came from behind the officials of the provincial governor's office. Soon after, Wang Yu walked out with Princess Tong and clasped his hands at Li Tai. Of course, he was the only one who bowed. Princess Tong, and stood in front of Li Tai and looked at the little fatty with a smile. After Wang Yu bowed, she smiled faintly and said, "Qingke, why didn't you tell me you were coming to Taiyuan? I could have sent someone to fetch you." Upon seeing Wang Yu and Princess Tong, and Li Tai's dignified expression instantly vanished, replaced by the docility of a junior in front of his elders. He first bowed to Wang Yu and said, "Uncle-in-law, there's no need to be so courteous." Then he replied to Princess Tong, "Grandaunt, please forgive me. Tai only left Chong, and on the spur of the moment. Besides, Tai didn't know that Grandaunt and Uncle-in-law were in Taiyuan right now. Otherwise, I would have definitely sent someone to inform you." Princess Tong and Li Er had an extremely good relationship. Even though Princess Tong was already married, Li Er would still send someone to Suizhou to deliver gifts to her and Wang Yu during festivals. As a result, Li Tai naturally did not dare to slight this grandaunt of his. In terms of seniority, Princess Tong was truly his grandaunt. We're all family, so why are you taking offense? When Rin Biao got married a few days ago, your uncle-in-law and I just came to Taiyuan from Qizhou. You've been spoiled since you were young and have never traveled far. You must have suffered quite a bit along the way, right? Princess Tong smiled and stroked Li Tai's head out of habit. Speaking of which, when Li Tai was still young, Princess Tong had often stroked his head like this. Li Tai felt a wave of helplessness. He wanted to hide, but he was afraid that he would hurt this grandaunt's heart. He could only stand there and let Princess Tong torment him. Seeing the two of them chatting about domestic trivialities, the others, especially Wang Liaoyuan and some of the people from the provincial governor's estate, instantly felt that their presence was unnecessary. Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but muster up his courage and remind, "Has your Highness arranged a place to stay in the city? If not, this official will immediately have someone tidy up a courtyard in the provincial governor's estate." Unexpectedly, before Li Tai could say anything, Princess Tong couldn't help but say to Wang Liaoyuan, "Humph. Since Qingke has come to Sourcepeak City, she naturally has to stay in the Wang clan. Could it be that the Wang clan was lacking a few residences? Or is it that the Wang clan's residence can't compare to your provincial governor's estate? As soon as he said this, Wang Yu, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but have a strange expression. Just a few minutes ago, Princess Tong and had clearly stated that she did not agree to Li Tai's group staying in the Wang clan. It had only been a short while, so why had she suddenly changed her mind? Although he thought this, Wang Yu did not step forward to undermine Princess Tong. Meanwhile, Wang Liaoyuan, who was standing in front of Li Tai, had an awkward expression at Princess Tong An's words. He hastily said, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Even as the provincial governor of a province, he did not dare to provoke this woman in front of him. Li Tai and Dugu Exin secretly exchanged glances, then stepped forward to smooth things over. Many thanks for Grand Aunt's good intentions, and many thanks for Provincial Governor Wang's good intentions. However, this lowly prince is planning to stay in the relay station in Sourcepeak City. This will make things more convenient, so I hope that Grand Aunt and Provincial Governor Wang will not take offense. Wang Yu, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but inwardly sigh in relief. Wang Liaoyuan said, Since your highness has made up your mind, this official will immediately have someone bring you to the relay station in the city. Princess Tong frowned, her expression faintly displeased. However, after a moment of hesitation, she finally nodded. Forget it, forget it. Xianxia, you must be tired from the journey. Quickly enter the city and rest at the relay station. Once you've rested up tomorrow, I'll hold a banquet to welcome you. Li Tai inwardly sighed in relief and cupped his hands. Many thanks, Grand Aunt. Thus, the group of people moved and walked into the city. As for the 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers led by Dugu Exin, they naturally followed along. Halt! Who are you people? As time passed, the setting sun gradually disappeared from the horizon, and the entire grassland was about to be plunged into darkness. A caravan was still resolutely heading north on the grassland. At this moment, they could faintly see the scattered white tents not far ahead. But at this moment, a group of people suddenly galloped in their direction and surrounded the caravan. The leader urged his horse forward and shouted. This person naturally spoke in Turkic, and this caravan was the Turkic caravan that Tang Jian and the others had disguised themselves as. We are traveling merchants of the grassland. May I ask which tribe this brave warrior belongs to? Tang Jian had already dismounted from his horse. He gave the man a grassland salute and asked instead of answering the question. People on the prairie liked to be called warriors because only the bravest and fiercest people were worthy of the prettiest girls. Seeing Tang Jian's good attitude, the man proudly puffed out his chest and snorted, Humph! I am Abdang of the Blackwater tribe of Bai. I am guarding this place on the orders of the chieftain. Are you spies sent by the Great Khan? Bayan Blackwater tribe? Tang Jian's heart skipped a beat. The Bayan tribe could be said to be the direct line of the Tuli Khan's army, and the Bayan tribe could be said to be one of the strongest tribes in the grassland. At the beginning, the Bayan tribe had dozens of tribes and gradually developed into 7 tribes. They were mainly distributed in the Sumo River, present-day Songhua River, and Black River, present-day Heilongjiang River, regions. The Sumo River and Blackwater tribe were the strongest. Chapter 1838. You're the one who wants to see Lil Khan? On the prairie, 1,000 feet away from Tuli Yu Ting, Abdang was walking towards Tang Jian and the others with a big bearded man. The big man was nearly 7 feet tall, with a stocky back and a bare waist. He was born tall and powerful. Coupled with his rough face, he was the typical tough man of the prairie. The bearded man, under Abdang's guidance, asked Tang Jian loudly when they got closer. What are you doing? Tang Jian's eyes flashed. He thought that this man should be the Bayan Blackwater tribe chief that Abdang mentioned just now. So, he replied calmly, That's right. I'm the one who wants to see Little Khan. The man glanced at Tang Jian and said coldly, Little Khan is busy with military affairs. How can you see him just because you want to? Just because of these few carriages of Central Plains goods behind you? Besides, who knows if you're spies sent by Great Khan? Obviously, before coming over, Abdang had already introduced the situation of Tang Jian and the others to this burly man. However, he was not as talkative as Abdang. As the chieftain of a tribe, he had many more problems to consider. Tang Jian seemed to be prepared for the bearded man's difficulties. He replied with a normal expression. A few years ago, when I was doing business in the prairie, I was taken care of by Little Khan many times. Later, I settled down in Central Plains for a period of time. A few days ago, I heard that Little Khan was besieged by Great Khan's army. So, I specially brought a few carriages of Central Plains treasures to Little Khan, hoping to help Little Khan survive this calamity. As for whether I'm a spy sent by Great Khan, dare I ask Your Excellency, now that Little Khan is besieged by Great Khan's army of hundreds of thousands, does Your Excellency think that Great Khan would take the extra step of sending a spy to Little Khan's camp? Tang Jian's words were reasonable and his thoughts were clear, especially the last sentence. It was simply an interrogation to the bearded man's soul. Indeed, in the current situation, to Xieli, who had a lot of soldiers and generals, as well as sufficient provisions, Xieli was at an overwhelming advantage. If this situation continued to develop, perhaps Tuli's destruction was only a matter of time. It seemed that Xieli indeed did not need to send spies to infiltrate Tuli's main camp. Although the bearded man was angry, he obviously understood that Tang Jian's analysis was reasonable. But even so, he did not intend to let Tang Jian go so easily. His face was calm as he continued to ask, "So, what do you think of this? Which tribe are you from? Also, you said that you were taken care of by the Little Khan when you were doing business in the grasslands. I have followed the Little Khan for almost 10 years. Why have I never heard of you?" Hearing this question, before Tang Jian could say anything, Yu Minghu and the others behind him felt a chill in their hearts. This was because everyone knew that the bearded man's question was very difficult to answer. If they were not careful, they would be completely exposed. Tang Jian, on the other hand, was still as calm as ever. He replied, "I am from the Shi tribe. My name is Su Bujian. Moreover, I am just a nameless soldier. Because the Little Khan is not like the Great Khan who oppresses and collects taxes, we, the traveling merchants of the grasslands, are able to survive. You should be the chief of the Blackwater tribe, right? You're a big shot, so it's normal that you haven't seen a nobody like me." The Shi tribe was also a tribe under Tuli Khan. However, compared to Bayan's Blackwater tribe, the Shi tribe could only be considered a small tribe with very weak influence. Therefore, it was impossible for the bearded man to be familiar with everyone in the tribe. Chapter 1839. Su Bujian, a traveling merchant of a Shi tribe, greets the Khan. Under the lead of a soldier, Tang Jian entered this palace on the grassland. After entering, he didn't have time to admire the luxurious furnishings in the palace. In fact, there wasn't much to admire here. Although this palace could be said to be prosperous in the grassland where resources were scarce, it couldn't be compared to the past imperial palaces of the Central Plains. He directly walked up to the man sitting at the head of the table and performed a special greeting of the grassland people. He directly addressed Tuli as Khan instead of Little Khan, which was an invisible flattery to Tuli. This made Tuli's mood. No need to be so polite. An indifferent voice came from above. Tang Jian straightened his body and finally had time to size up Tuli sitting at the head of the table. He saw that Tuli had a broad face, a high nose, and a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's. However, there was also a hint of depth and wisdom in them. In addition, there was a half-inch long stubble on Tuli's chin. Because he had not taken care of it for a long time, the stubble grew chaotically like weeds. This made his originally heroic and extraordinary face look somewhat decadent. Presumably, the recent situation on the grassland made Tuli feel powerless and desperate. Tang Jian thought to himself. In fact, he had met Tuli once before. That was when Xieli led hundreds of thousands of soldiers to Chang'an. Lier led a group of officials out of the city and signed an alliance with Xieli. At that time, Tuli, as the second Khan of the Turkic Khans, was naturally present. However, at that time, Tuli, who had led his troops into the heart of the Great Tang, was in high spirits. How could he be as lethargic as he was now? I heard from General and Aishur that you can help us out of our current desperate situation. Is that true? At this moment, Tang Jian was sizing up Tuli. Tuli was also sizing up Tang Jian. The more he looked at Tang Jian, the stranger he felt. It was not that he recognized Tang Jian, but he felt that Tang Jian looked very strange. He could not tell what was strange about Tang Jian, but he felt that Tang Jian's appearance was somewhat awkward. After sizing him up for a while, Tilly got straight to the point and asked. Actually, the reason Tilly felt strange and awkward when he looked at Tang Jian was because Tang Jian was a Tang. Although this time he entered the prairie in disguise, his face and facial features still had the distinctive features of people from the Central Plains. Replying to Khan, there is indeed such a thing. I can help you escape from the Great Khan's encirclement. Tang Jian smiled and replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. She tribe's traveling merchant Su Bujian greets the Khan. Under the lead of a soldier, Tang Jian entered this palace on the grassland. After entering, he didn't have time to admire the luxurious furnishings in the palace. In fact, there wasn't much to admire here. Although this palace could be said to be prosperous in the grassland where resources were scarce, it couldn't be compared to the past imperial palaces of the Central Plains. He directly walked up to the man sitting at the head of the table and performed a special greeting of the grassland people. He directly addressed Tuli as Khan instead of Little Khan. Unknowingly, he was flattering Tuli, which made Tuli's mood very bad. No need for formalities. An indifferent voice came from above. Tang Jian stood up straight. Only now did he have time to size up Tuli, who was sitting at the head of the table. He saw that Tuli had a broad face, a high nose, and a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's, but they also revealed a bit of profundity and wisdom. In addition, there was a half-inch long stubble on Tuli's chin. Chapter 1840. Your Majesty, Minister Xiao has returned to the city with the money from the fundraising event. Chang'an City, Taiji Palace, Sweet Dew Hall. The sky was getting dark. Li Er, who had just finished reading the memorials, was about to head to the back of the palace for dinner when Zhao Song walked in. Oh, the fundraising event in Lantian County has ended? How much money was raised? Li Er's eyes lit up when he heard that. He asked with great interest. He hadn't forgotten about his bet with Xiao Yu. Zhao Song smiled and replied, Your Majesty, the fundraising event ended at 4:45. As for how much money was raised, I don't know, but from the rumors, it should be quite a lot. Li Er nodded and chuckled, haha. Then we'll talk about it when Minister Xiao enters the palace. He then stood up from the dragon couch and walked towards the door. Since Xiao Yu hadn't arrived yet, he had to go and eat dinner. Li Er wasn't too worried about the bet. Firstly, he believed in Li Zishuan's ability to create miracles. Even if he couldn't raise 250,000 strings of cash, Li Zishuan would definitely have other tricks up his sleeves. Secondly, even if Li Zishuan couldn't do it, Li Er had other ways to raise 250,000 strings of cash. The Bureau of Commerce in the Guangdong region would send the tax revenue to the imperial court every 3 months. He could have Li Xiaogong hand over the tax revenue to the national treasury a month in advance. This wasn't a small sum of money and could completely make up for the deficit from the fundraising event. Actually, Li Er had another trick up his sleeve, which was to have the Yinhuang Bank print money like crazy. Tang Yuan had become popular in all 300 states of the Great Tang and had gradually replaced copper coins. In times of war, Li Er could have the Yinhuang Bank print more Tang Yuan to expand and equip the army. However, when Li Zishuan established the Yinhuang Bank, he had solemnly said that the amount of money that the Yinhuang Bank printed every year had to be determined by the Great Tang's annual gross domestic product. Unauthorized printing of Tang Yuan would not only destroy the credit system of Tang Yuan, it would also destroy the foundation of the Great Tang. Once this move was implemented, the Great Tang dynasty would not be far from destruction. As intelligent as Li Er was, it was impossible for him not to know that Li Zishuan's words made sense. Now that the Great Tang was fighting the Turkic Khaganate, although it was difficult, it was not completely impossible. Therefore, Li Er felt that it was not yet time to use the money printing machine, that was the Yinhuang Bank. In his view, the Yinhuang Bank and Tang Yuan would be of great use to the future prosperity of the Great Tang. They must not be destroyed so easily. Arriving at Empress Xianxia's residence, Li Er immediately ordered the palace maids and eunuchs to serve the dishes. Halfway through the dinner, Zhao Song hurriedly ran over and said, "Your Majesty, Minister Xiao requests an audience." Huh. He came rather quickly. Bring him to the Ganlu Palace. I will be there in a while. Hearing this, Li Er smiled and said to Zhao Song, "Yes." Zhao Song received the order and left. At this moment, Li Er looked at Empress Zhang's son and sighed. "Sigh, I want to have a good meal with Mei Guanyin, but it seems like I won't be able to." Empress Zhang's son smiled and said, "Your Majesty, go quickly. For Minister Xiao to enter the palace at this time, it must be something important. Oh, it seems like Lantian County is holding a donation gathering today. I believe that Minister Xiao must be here for this." Li Er took advantage of the gap between their conversation to eat 2 more mouthfuls of food. Then, he stood up and praised, My Empress is indeed intelligent. This Xiao Yu is most likely here for the donation gathering. All right, Mei Guanyin, take your time to eat. I will be going to the front hall." Empress Zhang's son nodded. Li Er stood up and headed in the direction of Taiji Palace. Speaking of which, it wasn't easy for him to be the emperor, especially during this period when the Great Tang was preparing for the war with the Turkic Khaganate. There were many times when he couldn't even have a proper meal. It was no wonder that Li Er would become a sage in history. Attitude determined everything. "This old subject greets your Majesty." Arriving at the Ganlu Palace, Xiao Yu, who had been waiting for a while, quickly bowed and greeted. "Minister Xiao, you may dispense with the formalities." Li Er waved at Xiao Yu as he walked toward the dragon couch. Since he had already guessed Xiao Yu's intention for entering the palace, Li Er sat on the dragon couch and looked at Xiao Yu. He didn't keep him in suspense and directly asked, "How is it, Minister Xiao? Has the money raised from this donation gathering been enough to fund an army of 150,000 soldiers?" Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed as he clasped his hands at Li Er and sternly said, "This donation gathering has raised a total of 428,500 strings of cash, far surpassing this old subject's estimate. Your Majesty has won the bet, so this old subject congratulates your Majesty." "What? 428,500 strings of cash?" Even though Li Er had already mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't help but be taken aback by such a massive number from Xiao Yu's mouth. Just 15 minutes ago, he had been considering what to do if the money raised from this donation gathering wasn't enough. But now, happiness had come a little too suddenly. Truly so, in this donation gathering, not only did many merchants donate generously to the country, there were also many people this old subject didn't expect to participate. Speaking of this, Xiao Yu took out a book from his bosom and held it up with both hands. He said, "This old official has brought back the 428,500 strings of coins from the fundraising event and handed it over to the officials of the Ministry of Revenue to be counted and added to the national treasury. This is the detailed account of the fundraising event. Your Majesty, please take a look." "Good. My dear subject, you've worked hard this time." Li Er's eyes lit up as he sighed with emotion. Without his instructions, Zhao Song took the account book from Xiao Yu's hands and handed it over to Li Er. Li Er reached out to take the account book and began flipping through it, ignoring Xiao Yu in the hall. Due to the lack of time, the account book wasn't arranged according to the amount of donations. It was completely based on the order of the people who had appeared at the donation gathering. Li Er recognized many of the people at the front of the list, such as Li Zixuan, Lin Wenyuan of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce, and the world's righteous merchant Feng Zhihua, whom he had personally conferred the title of World's Righteous Merchant. These people had all donated a considerable amount, with Li Zixuan taking the lead. Not only had he donated 30,000 strings of cash, but his Warm Tang Foundation had also donated 20,000 strings of cash. Altogether, they had contributed 50,000 strings of cash to the imperial court. Li Er couldn't help but be moved by this. He thought to himself, Li Zixuan might be a playboy most of the time, but when it comes to national interests and foreign wars, he's more attentive than anyone else. Lier thought this way not only because Li Zishuan had started the donation gathering and contributed 50,000 strings of cash to the imperial court, but also because Li Zishuan had offered to forge new high-quality equipment for the expanded Black Armored Army. After that, Lier had done some calculations in private. The new equipment worn by the 5,000 Black Armored Army from head to toe, from man to horse, would definitely be worth no less than 100,000 strings of cash. There weren't many people in the Great Tang who could fork out such a large sum. Even if there were people who could, they wouldn't offer to gift money like Li Zishuan had done. This was because not only would this money not benefit him, it might even arouse the suspicions of the emperor. Lier knew that Li Zishuan, who had always been shrewd, would do such a foolish thing because of his sincerity towards the Great Tang. He wanted the Great Tang to prosper, and he didn't want the Great Tang to fall into the hands of foreign races. It was precisely because of this that Lier had always regarded Li Zishuan in a different light and promoted Li Zishuan as an exception. Furthermore, whenever Li Zishuan made a mistake, Lier would do his best to lighten the punishment on Li Zishuan. It was also because of Li Zishuan's sincerity that Lier was willing to place his two favorite sons by Li Zishuan's side to learn and grow. Treasure House. What's the background of this shop? They can actually donate 30,000 strings of cash. Also, this name sounds familiar. Lier skimmed through the list and saw that other than Li Zishuan, there was someone else who had donated 30,000 strings of cash. He couldn't help but take a second look at the list. Then, he frowned and muttered in confusion. Xiaoyu smiled and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, this treasure house is the property left behind by Wang Rinbiao, the governor of Qizhou. As for Li Jingqiu, who donated after him, she is Wang Rinbiao's new wife. The couple donated a total of 32,000 strings of cash. Oh, it's Wang Rinbiao? Hearing this, Lier was suddenly enlightened. I heard that he was getting married a few days ago. I didn't expect that he would come with his new wife to donate money right after he got married. Wang Yu gave birth to a good son and a good daughter-in-law. Then, Lier temporarily put aside Wang Rinbiao's matter and continued to read. The more he read, the more surprised he became. Slowly, he finally understood why Xiaoyu had told him that many unexpected people have come to this fundraising event. Cheng Ji Winery? Isn't that the winery of Cheng Jijia's family? He also donated 5,000 strings of cash. Qin Ji Clothing Shop? This is Shu Bao's shop. Baochang Pawn Shop? This is Jingda's pawn shop. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Chu Suiliang, Kong Ingda, all the civil and military officials seem to have secretly participated in the fundraising event. Unlike other emperors, Lier had subdued a large group of civil and military officials in the process of conquering the world. These people had worked with Lier for so many years and had a very good relationship with him. Lier knew most of the private lives of his officials like the back of his hand. Therefore, although Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and the others had participated in the fundraising event in the name of their own shops, most of them were still recognized by Lier at a glance. Seeing that his officials were so supportive of him, Lier couldn't help but feel touched. However, when he saw the next name, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Wei's Winery. Isn't this Wei Zhang's winery? No. Didn't this winery close 2 years ago? Donation of 10 strings of cash. When he saw the words, Wei's Winery, Lier was a little surprised. However, when he saw the donation of 10 strings of cash, he almost vomited blood. This was because the people before him had donated tens of thousands of strings of cash. When it was Wei Zhang's turn, he only donated 10 strings of cash. This contrast was too big. Cough, cough. Xuanqing's family's resources are limited. Your Majesty, please forgive us. Seeing this, Xiaoyu coughed dryly and pleaded for Wei Zhang in a low voice. Lier secretly rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to say anything. Lantian County's government donated 10,000 strings of cash? What's going on? Lier read 10 lines at a glance and quickly flipped to the last page of the account book. Suddenly, his eyes focused on a line in the middle of the last page of the account book, and he exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 1841. Lantian County was only a middle-sized county. Among the 1,500-plus counties in the Great Tang, Lantian County was definitely not one of the wealthiest counties. Of course, this was the Lantian County of the past. The current Lantian County was filled with shops and pavilions. The crisscrossing bluestone streets had all been changed to smooth cement roads. According to rumors, the Lantian County Yamen had the intention to expand Lantian County. The entire Lantian County had undergone huge changes in less than a year. Lier was naturally aware of these changes, but he did not know that the Lantian County Yamen had the ability to donate 10,000 strings of cash to the imperial court. 10,000 strings of cash. What kind of concept was this to a county yamen? In the entire Great Tang, the number of counties that had an annual tax income of more than 10,000 strings of cash could be counted on one hand. For example, Chang County and Wanyan County. These two counties had the advantage of being the capital of Chang, and the taxes collected every year were the highest in the entire Great Tang, exceeding 20,000 strings of cash. But how could a middle-sized county like Lantian County casually donate 10,000 strings of cash? Where did they get so much money? More importantly, the entire Lantian County was Li Zishuan's fief. Under such circumstances, shouldn't the taxes collected by the Lantian County Yamen all go to Li Zishuan's pocket? Why did the Lantian County Magistrate dare to donate 10,000 strings of cash to the imperial court on his own initiative? Could it be that this was instructed by Li Zishuan? The moment he saw the donation information on the Lantian County Yamen in the account book, many questions surfaced in Lier's mind. In this hall, the only person who could answer his questions was Xiaoyu, who had been to the donation event. In fact, when Xiaoyu heard that county magistrate he had donated 10,000 strings of cash on behalf of the Lantian County Yamen in the afternoon, he was also in a daze. On the way back to Chang and from Lantian County, Xiaoyu had also been thinking about some questions regarding Lantian County. After cupping his hands, he said, "Your Majesty, ever since Lantian County became the fief of Marquis Yong, and the officials of the Lantian County Yamen have begun to develop businesses in the city according to Marquis Yong An's wishes. For this reason, at the beginning of this year, the Lantian County Yamen established a Department of Commerce to ensure that merchants receive fair treatment in Lantian County and to ensure that they could do business normally. However, the Department of Commerce increased the tax rate of Lantian County by 5 times. But even so, there are still merchants from all over coming to Lantian County to do business. This is because in Lantian County, merchants are the same as commoners and craftsmen. They are all commoners, and there is no distinction between them. Cases regarding merchants will be handled by the Department of Commerce. Furthermore, the children of merchants can enter official schools in Lantian County and can also be admitted to Yanhuang College in the future. As a result, shops and restaurants in Lantian County sprang up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The business in the city is also flourishing day by day. In addition, the Department of Commerce increased the tax rate by 5 times. As a result, the monthly tax revenue of Lantian County is more than 10 times higher than before. This old subject heard from County Magistrate He of Lantian County that Marquis Yong and did not take a single cent of the tax collected by the Lantian County Yamen and left it all in the Yamen. He ordered County Magistrate He and the others to use this money to improve the livelihood of the people in the county. This is called taking from the people and using for the people. Chapter 1842. In truth, before the Song Dynasty, the nomads of China basically did not have any iron smelting skills. The Xiongnu, Xianbei, Ruren, and the Turks of the Sui and Tang dynasties were all like this. They usually obtained their iron from 2 sources. One was through plundering the settled tribes, such as the people of the Central Plains. The second source was through secret transactions with special merchants, somewhat similar to modern weapons smuggling. By the Song Dynasty, the northern nomads were unprecedentedly powerful. The Khitans, Jin, and Xianxia could no longer be considered nomads. They had their own iron smelting skills, and Xianxia had even developed the more advanced cold forging technology of the time. Cold forged armor was once the strongest armor of the time. At that time, The Chinese Empire's control over iron was also much more lax, which was why cooking was so popular. As for the Mongols after the Song dynasty, as the peak of nomads, they obtained iron through trade. At that time, there were many countries that could trade with the Mongols, so the Chinese Empire's unilateral control over the export of iron was meaningless. However, the Mongols were not good at smelting iron, but this did not stop them from plundering all sorts of people who knew how to smelt iron. Thus, the Mongols were able to grow stronger and control the Central Plains. Dugu Xian deduced that the assassin was not from the Turks, but from the Central Plains based on the needle-shaped weapon in his hand. This deduction was completely reasonable. In ancient times, when technology was not mature, it was not as easy to make a needle as it was in the modern era. Moreover, the needle in Dugu Xian's hand was not ordinary iron, but special steel. It was undoubtedly more difficult to make than the embroidery needles that the common people used. Based on this, one could basically conclude that the person who made this weapon was from the Central Plains. The situation in Taiyuan City is not as simple as you think it is. Dugu Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He glanced at his younger brother and sighed. Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an are just two outsiders, while the Wang family has been operating in Taiyuan City for many years. Whether it is on the surface or in the dark, they are abnormally powerful. However, these two were actually able to escape the Wang family's pursuit in Taiyuan City. This is enough to show that the two of them are not alone in Taiyuan City. There must be other forces helping them. Big brother, who is this faction you speak of? Who dares to oppose the Wang family and His Majesty? Dugu Feiying asked in confusion. Dugu Xian rolled his eyes. If he knew who the hidden force was, he would have led his troops to capture them long ago. Where would he find the time to chat with Dugu Feiying? Dugu Feiying immediately regretted his question. After a moment of awkward silence, Dugu Feiying straightened his face and asked again, Big brother, when we were outside the city gates in the afternoon, why did you suggest that His Highness stay at the post house and not at the Wang family? Do you not trust Governor Wang? But even if you don't trust Governor Wang, you have to trust Princess Royal, right? She wouldn't harm your highness, would she? If he could, Dugu Xian really wanted to say, My silly little brother, you're too young. It's not that I don't trust Provincial Governor Wang or the Grand Princess. It's just that the Wang clan is a 1,000-year-old clan with many assets and descendants. Even though Provincial Governor Wang is the current head of the Wang clan, it's impossible for everyone in the clan to be of one mind. Chapter 1843. Xieli's Tyranny, Heaven's Wrath, and People's Resentment. At the end of July, there will be frost in midsummer on the grasslands. Inside the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to Li Er's plan. He guided Tuli Khan to unite with those tribes on the prairie who originally wanted to rebel against Xieli, but did not dare to rebel because of Xieli's great power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy about the midsummer frost on the prairie at the end of the 7th month. After Tang Jian finished speaking, the other two people in the room were all stunned. Enai Shi Tuo and Tuli looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people could not predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal weather phenomenon of midsummer frost at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grassland for the past few days. You said that there would be midsummer frost on the grasslands at the end of July. Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, Enai Shi Tuo, who was standing beside Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, Enai Shi Tuo had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them escape. Now that he heard from Tang Jian's mouth that there would be midsummer frost on the grasslands at the end of July, Enai Shi Tuo completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was not afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. However, his silence at this time was basically indulgence or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as Xianxia's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it. Tang Jian also understood that it was simply impossible for him to convince Tuli and Xianxia that the prairie would have frost in midsummer with just a few words. Speaking of which, when he first heard this language from Lier's mouth, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and Xianxia's. He thought it was simply absurd. But Lier had assured him with certainty that before the end of July or August, there would definitely be abnormal weather phenomena of midsummer frost on the prairie. At that time, Old Li nearly swore an oath. Relying on his many years of friendship with Lier, as well as his understanding of Lier's character, Tang Jian chose to believe in this absurd prophecy. He resolutely embarked on a long road to the grassland, and it was very likely to be a road of no return. Xieli's tyranny, heaven's anger, and people's resentment. Midsummer frost on the grasslands at the end of July. Inside the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to Lier's plan. He guided Tuli Khan to unite with those tribes on the prairie who originally wanted to rebel against Xieli, but did not dare to rebel because of Xieli's great power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy about the midsummer frost on the prairie at the end of the 7th month. After Tang Jian finished speaking, except for him, the remaining 2 people in the room were all stunned. Xianxia and Tuli both looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people could not predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal weather phenomenon of midsummer frost on the grasslands at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. Yet, you say that midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands at the end of July? Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, Xianxia, who was standing next to Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, Xianxia had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them get out of trouble. Now, hearing from Tang Jian's mouth that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands at the end of July, Xianxia completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was no longer afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang. So his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. However, his silence at this time was basically indulgence or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as Xianxia's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it out loud. Tang Jian also understood that it was impossible for him to make Tuli and Xianxia believe that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands with just a few words. Speaking of which, when he first heard this from Lier, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and Xianxia's, that it was simply absurd. However, Lier had assured him that before the end of July and August, there would definitely be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost on the grasslands. At that time, Old Li had almost directly sworn a poisonous oath. Relying on his many years of friendship with Lier, as well as his understanding of Lier's character, Tang Jian chose to believe in this absurd prophecy. He resolutely embarked on the long road to the grassland, and it was very likely to be a road of no return. Xieli's tyranny, the wrath of heaven, and the resentment of men. At the end of July, midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands. Inside the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to Lier's plan. He guided Tuli Khan to unite with those tribes on the prairie who originally wanted to rebel against Xieli, but did not dare to rebel because of Xieli's great power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy about the midsummer frost on the prairie at the end of the 7th month. After Tang Jian finished speaking, except for him, the remaining 2 people in the room were all stunned. Xianxia and Tuli both looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people would not be able to predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grassland for the past few days. Yet you say that midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands at the end of July? Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, an Xianxia, who was standing beside Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, and Xianxia had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them escape. Now that he heard from Tang Jian's mouth that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands at the end of July, and Xianxia completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was no longer afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. However, his silence at this time was basically equivalent to connivance or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as an Xianxia's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it out loud. Tang Jian also understood that it was impossible to make Tuli and Xianxia believe that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands with just a few words from him. Speaking of which, when he first heard this from Lier, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and Xianxia's. He thought it was simply absurd. However, Lier had assured him that before the end of July and August, there would definitely be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost falling on grasslands. At that time, Old Li had almost directly made a vow, relying on his many years of friendship with Lier and his understanding of Lier's character. Tang Jian chose to believe in this absurd prophecy and resolutely embarked on the long road to the grasslands. Moreover, it was very likely to be a road of no return. Xieli's tyranny, the wrath of heaven, and the resentment of men. At the end of July, midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands. Inside the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to Lier's plan. He guided him to unite with those tribes on the prairie who originally wanted to rebel against Xieli, but did not dare to rebel because of Xieli's great power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy about the midsummer frost on the prairie at the end of the 7th month. After Tang Jian finished speaking, except for him, the remaining 2 people in the room were all stunned. And Xianxia and Tuli both looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people could not predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost falling on the grasslands at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. Yet, you say that midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands at the end of July? Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, an Xianxia, who was standing beside Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, and Xianxia had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them get out of trouble. Now that he heard from Tang Jian's mouth that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands at the end of July, and Xianxia completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was no longer afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. But at this time, silence was basically indulgence or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as Xianxia's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it. Tang Jian also understood that it was impossible for him to make Tuli and Xianxia believe that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands with just a few words. Speaking of which, when he first heard this from Lier, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and Xianxia's, that it was simply absurd. But Lier had assured him that before the end of July and August, there would definitely be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost on the grasslands. At that time, Old Li had almost directly sworn a poisonous oath. Relying on his many years of friendship with Lier and his understanding of Lier's character, Tang Jian chose to believe this absurd prophecy and resolutely embarked on the long road to the grasslands, and it was very likely to be a road of no return. Xieli's tyranny, heaven's wrath, and people's resentment. At the end of July, midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands. Inside the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to Lier's plan. He guided Tuli Khan to unite with those tribes on the prairie who originally wanted to rebel against Xieli, but did not dare to rebel because of Xieli's great power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy about the midsummer frost on the prairie at the end of the 7th month. After Tang Jian finished speaking, except for him, the remaining 2 people in the room were all stunned. And I, Shirtual, and Tuli both looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people would not be able to predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. Yet you say that midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands at the end of July? Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, and I, Shirdaw, who was standing beside Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. We learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, and I, Shirdaw, had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them escape. Now that he heard from Tang Jian's mouth that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands at the end of July, and I, Shirtual, completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was no longer afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. However, his silence at this time was equivalent to connivance or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as Ni Shirdoa's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it. Tang Jian also understood that it was impossible for him to make Tuli and Ni Shirtual believe that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands with just a few words. Speaking of which, when he first heard this from Lier, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and Ni Shirtual's, that it was simply absurd. However, Lier had assured him that before the end of July and August, there would definitely be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost on the grasslands. At that time, Old Li had almost directly sworn a poisonous oath, relying on his many years of friendship with Lier, as well as his understanding of Lier's character. Tang Jian chose to believe in this absurd prophecy. He resolutely embarked on the long road to the grassland, and it was very likely to be a road of no return. Xieli's tyranny, the wrath of heaven, and the resentment of men. At the end of July, midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands. In the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to the plan that Lier had previously formulated. He had him unite with the tribes on the grasslands who originally wanted to resist Xieli, but did not dare to because of Xieli's power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy of midsummer frost on the grasslands at the end of July. After Tang Jian finished speaking, except for him, the remaining 2 people in the room were all stunned. And I, Shirtual, and Tuli both looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people would not be able to predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. Yet you say that midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands at the end of July? Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, and I, Shirdaw, who was standing beside Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, and I, Shirdaw, had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them escape. Now that he heard from Tang Jian's mouth that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands at the end of July, and I, Shirtual, completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was no longer afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. However, his silence at this time was basically equivalent to connivance or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as Ni Shirtual's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it out loud. Tang Jian also understood that it was impossible to make Tuli and Inai Shirtual believe that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands with just a few words from him. Speaking of which, when he first heard this from Lier, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and Inai Shirtual's, that it was simply absurd. However, Lier had assured him that there would definitely be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost on the grasslands before the end of July and August. At that time, Old Li had almost directly made a vow, relying on his many years of friendship with Lier and his understanding of Lier's character. Tang Jian chose to believe this absurd prophecy and resolutely embarked on the long road to the grasslands. Moreover, it was very likely to be a road of no return. Chapter 1844. Was the Turks at this time superstitious? Of course, they were superstitious, and in this aspect, the Turks were not inferior to the people of the Central Plains. In modern times, many people thought that the Turks believed in Islam, but that was not the case. In China's history, the Turks during the Sui and Tang dynasties were influenced by Buddhism, Manichaeism, and Nestorianism, but most of the tribes actually practiced shamanism. Those who believed in shamanism were foreign Turks, not Chinese. The Turks claimed to be the descendants of the Turks. In the 10th century, when they migrated west from Central Asia, they met the Arabs who believed in shamanism. Shamanism had an unprecedented impact on them. Almost all the Turks who claimed to be the descendants of the Turks converted to the new religion and played a major role in the history of shamanism. From then on, their religion always maintained the characteristics of shamanism in the border areas. Simple martial arts, using creeds as war cries, seeing doctrines as mobilization orders, taking the territory of shamanism as their responsibility, filled with the fiery, straightforward, and confident appearance of the first generation of shamanism. But in China's history, it was impossible for the Turks to believe in shamanism, because shamanism was introduced into China around the 10th century. The Han dynasty at the same time was the Northern Song dynasty. This was common knowledge in history. At this time, the Turks mainly believed in shamanism. Shamanism had a long history, originating from the primitive fishing and hunting era. Before Genghis Khan established the Mongol Khanate, the dominant religion among the nomads in the northern grassland was shamanism. According to the records in the secret history of the Mongols, the shaman at that time made Taoyui drink the cursed water and die in place of his elder brother Ajadai. As the strongest warrior in the Grassland Empire, who controlled 80% of the Mongol army, Taoyui did not resist at all. It could be seen the position of shamanism at that time. According to the teachings of shamanism, Tungri was the eternal highest god. In the thinking of the grassland people, the supreme power in the world was bestowed by the eternal highest god, Tungri. Therefore, in the grassland, from the Khan to the commoners, no one did not believe in Tungri, and no one did not hope to obtain Tungri's protection. If the abnormal weather phenomenon of midsummer frost was given a special meaning of longevity, heaven's dissatisfaction with the prairie's current ruler, it was believed that even Xieli, who had millions of control warriors, would also feel a huge headache. Tang Jian's stratagem seemed absurd, but after careful consideration, they realized that this stratagem was indeed feasible. Just as he said, if the midsummer frost fell and the stratagem succeeded, Tuli's troops would be able to escape from Xieli's siege. If the stratagem failed, Tuli would not suffer too much loss, because they were already trapped in a desperate situation. The situation could not possibly get any worse. Since that is the case, then this Khan can rest assured. Inside Tusk, Tuli Khan chuckled. Then, with a concerned expression, he said, "Emissary, you must be tired from the journey. This Khan will have someone bring you to the tent to rest." Tang Jian saw that he had said what he needed to say, so he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Khan." Tuli Khan nodded and shouted towards the outside. Not long after, 2 maidservants came in and led the 2 maidservants into the hall. Tang Jian exited the hall. "Khan, are we really going to do as Tang Jian said?" After Tang Jian left, Anai Shichuo could not help but ask. Tuli Khan frowned and did not speak. After a moment of silence, he said, Now we are like caged beasts. If we don't try, how can we escape? From tomorrow onwards, you will arrange for people to spread the news among the tribes about Shelly's misconduct. Longevity Heaven is furious, and frost will fall at the end of July. Remember to arrange for some clever people. Don't let the cat out of the bag. Seeing that Tuli had made up his mind, and I Shuchuo could not persuade him anymore. He could only nod and say, and I Shuchuo obeys. After hesitating for a moment, he could not help but say, Khan, the Tangs are cunning. I think we can't fully believe Tang Jian's words. Tilly nodded thoughtfully. After a moment, he ordered, send someone to watch Tang Jian and his followers. Without this Khan's permission, they can't leave Tusk. No matter what, this person is still a duke of the Tang Empire. With him in our hands, he may be of some use in the future. And I Shuchuo's eyes lit up. He immediately understood and said, Don't worry, Khan. I will definitely send someone to keep a close eye on Tang Jian. Your Majesty, why are you so happy? Did you encounter some good news? In the backyard of the palace, Empress Xianxia was reading a book in boredom in her bedroom. She saw Li Er humming a tune and walking in from outside in high spirits. She could not help but put down the book in her hand and asked Li Er with a smile. In this boudoir, she and Li Er had always treated each other as husband and wife. Naturally, they did not need to greet each other like outside. Good news. Great news. Li Er laughed and walked quickly to Empress Xianxia. He sat on the couch and reached out to hug the beauty beside him. Chapter 1845. What? The Liu family of Fanyang and the Li family of Zhao County are also participating in the donation gathering. In the bedchamber, Empress Zhangxuan's exclamation instantly attracted Li Er's attention. He couldn't help but exclaim. Earlier, when he and Xiaoyu were in the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er saw that the Lantian County government had donated 10,000 strings of cash. He took the opportunity to discuss with Xiaoyu the way to get rich of Lantian County. Then, he went directly to the harem. As for the last few lines of the account book, he didn't look carefully, so he didn't know that Lu Qingqing and Li Jingxian were participating in the donation gathering. Hearing Li Er's question, Empress Zhangxun pointed at the last two lines of the account book and said, Yes. This account book says that the Liu family and the Li family of Zhao County each donated 30,000 strings of cash. It's really strange. Didn't these aristocratic families all have their noses in the air before? Why are they so kind now, donating so much money to the court? At the end, Empress Zhangxun couldn't help but sigh. Li Er followed the voice and saw that the last two lines of the account book said, The Liu family of Fanyang donated 30,000 strings of cash. The Li family of Zhao County donated 30,000 strings of cash. These people are just fence-sitters. They will naturally stand on whichever side is stronger. Li Er frowned and snorted coldly. A mere 30,000 strings of cash. They want us to forget all the things they've done and let down our guard against them? What wishful thinking! Empress Zhangxun was puzzled. Your Majesty thinks that the Liu and Li families are donating money at this donation gathering to make peace with the court? Make peace? Li Er shook his head. Rather than making peace, it's better to say that they want to temporarily lower our guard against these two aristocratic families. In the Battle of Guan City, the strongest Kingeki, Bolinkwi, and Xingyang families were all defeated and executed. The Liu family and the Li family of Zhao County should have felt the danger, right? However, this situation is only temporary. We believe that once the imperial court is weakened, these two families will immediately turn hostile and return to their original arrogant 1,000-year-old families. Empress Zhangxun nodded thoughtfully, but then she smiled and said, Your Majesty is right. But no matter what, the Zheng and Li families have donated 60,000 strings of cash, which can more or less alleviate the urgent situation of the court. They are helping the court to support the army. When the Tang Empire returns victorious from the northern expedition to the grasslands, the imperial power will be at its peak. I believe that at that time, even the Zheng and Li families will not dare to be disloyal. Hearing this, Li Erzuo paused for a moment and then laughed out loud. Maid Guanyin is right. Regardless of whether or not these two families have ulterior motives, the 60,000 strings of cash is real. How can the court not accept money that is given away for free? The couple looked at each other and smiled. Lu Qingqing and Li Jingxian, who were staying at the Longmen Inn in Lantian County, did not know of the conversation between Li Er and Empress Xianxia. Otherwise, the two of them would have shouted, "This is a huge loss," or "We've been tricked." Although their participation in the donation gathering this time was indeed to gain the favor of the imperial court and let the imperial court relax their vigilance against the Lu and Li families, Li Er and Empress Xianxia had seen through their goal without any effort. This was not fun. Brother Lu, Lantian County is indeed different from other places. There are many shops in the city, and the streets are crisscrossed. It is said that all the streets are made of cement developed by the Curious Pavilion. In this Longmen Inn, whether in Zhao County or Fanyang, there is no one as grand and imposing as this. Of course, the most important thing is that it is comfortable to live in. In the guest room on the third floor, Li Jingxian sighed to Lu Changqing, who was sitting beside him. Chapter 1846. The second day. As expected, the fundraising event held by the Yinhuang Chamber of Commerce was on the front page of Datong Daily. Yesterday, Li Yu, as the top reporter of Datong Daily, participated in the entire fundraising event. She knew better than anyone else what happened at the fundraising event. So today's headline article on Datong Daily was undoubtedly written by Li Yu. The title of the article was "The Most Adorable Person." There was a very touching paragraph in the article, which was written as follows. When the country is in trouble, countless farmers who were busy in the fields put down their hoes when they heard the call. Sons bid farewell to their fathers. Husbands bid farewell to their wives, and fathers left their children. They resolutely put on simple armor and picked up the modeo that had not been used for a long time, but was not rusty at all. They mounted their horses and embarked on the journey of uncertain life and death. They sacrificed their lives for the country and regarded death as a return home. They're the most adorable people. When the country was in trouble, the call was made. Countless merchants, who in the eyes of the world only cared about profit, came from all directions and gathered together. They donated generously to raise military funds for the country. In just a short day, they raised 428,500 strings of cash. Usually, they don't eat the imperial court's salary and are looked down upon by everyone. But at the crucial moment, they all took the Saraira for righteousness and shared the country's worries. They're also the most adorable people. This article was not written by Liu specifically for the fundraising event, but she combined it with a major event that was currently happening in the Tang dynasty. She integrated what she saw, heard, and felt into this article. Several days ago, Li Er had issued an edict to select 150,000 elite soldiers from more than 300 provinces of the Great Tang and send them to Chang and for training. 2 months later, these 150,000 local elite soldiers would gather together with 300,000 Chang and 12 sentinels and march north to have a showdown with Xieli. The second day, as expected, the fundraising event held by the Yinhuang Chamber of Commerce was on the front page of Datong Daily. Yesterday, Li Yu, as the top reporter of Datong Daily, participated in the fundraising event. She knew better than anyone what happened at the fundraising event. So today's headline article on Datong Daily was undoubtedly written by Li Yu. The title of the article was "The Most Adorable Person." There was a very touching passage that went like this. When the country is in trouble, countless farmers who were busy in the fields put down their hoes when they were summoned. Sons bid farewell to their fathers. Husbands bid farewell to their wives, and fathers left their children. They resolutely put on simple armor and picked up the modeo that had not been used for a long time, but was not rusty at all. They mounted their horses and embarked on the journey of uncertain life and death. They sacrificed their lives for the country and regarded death with equanimity. They were the most adorable people. When the country was in trouble, the call was made. Countless merchants, who in the eyes of the world only cared about profit, came from all directions and gathered together. They donated generously to raise military funds for the country. In just one day, they raised 428,500 strings of cash. Usually, they don't eat the imperial court salary and are looked down upon by the people. But at the crucial moment, each and every one of them takes the Saraira for righteousness and shares the country's worries. They are also the most adorable people. This article wasn't written by Li Yu specifically for the fundraiser. Instead, it was written based on a major event that was happening in Tang Dynasty. She incorporated everything she saw, heard, and felt into this article. Chapter 1847. There are a total of 719 people who participated in the donation assembly. The total amount of military funds raised is 428,500 strings of coins, far exceeding the military expenditure of 150,000 soldiers for 3 months. These merchants who participated in the donation assembly can be considered to have resolved the urgent situation of the imperial court, allowing the imperial court to focus on preparing for the war against the Turkic Khaganate. We wish to award these 719 people. Does anyone have any objections? Yesterday's donation assembly wasn't just the topic of discussion among the commoners. In Taiji Palace, the donation assembly had also become the main topic of discussion during the morning court assembly. After Minister of Civil Affairs Xiao Yu reported the grand occasion of yesterday's donation assembly, Li Er, who was seated high above, slowly spoke. The officials in the hall had different expressions when they heard this. In the end, everyone turned their gazes to Xianxia Wuji, who was seated in the first row of the civil officials. Feeling the burning gazes behind him, Xianxia Wuji felt extremely helpless. He could only stand up and clasp his hands. How does Your Majesty intend to award the merchants? Yesterday's donation assembly may have resolved the urgent situation of the imperial court, but our great Tang is a country founded on martial arts and governed by civil officials. I hope that Your Majesty can consider the big picture and not forget the country's roots. Although Xianxia Wuji had also secretly contributed to the fundraising yesterday, he didn't wish for Li Er to lavishly reward the group of businessmen yesterday. This was because to the Xianxia family, being a businessman was only a dispensable side business. Being in politics was the foundation of the Xianxia family's life. From Li Yuan's military uprising at Taiyuan to the establishment of the Great Tang, from the Great Tang's sweeping of the universe to Li Er's ascension to the throne, Xianxia Wuji had contributed greatly. It could be said that he was the beneficiary of the current order of the world. Naturally, he didn't wish for the merchants to be able to obtain the credit that he had risked his life for just because they donated some money. Xianxia Wuji wasn't the only one who thought this way. Most of the civil and military officials in the hall also thought this way. Li Er was acting out of character today. He actually said that he wanted to reward the 700 merchants who donated yesterday. How could this be tolerated? How could they, who had worked so hard to obtain their official positions, endure this? Thus, they all turned their gazes to Xianxia Wuji. Everyone was anticipating that he, the head of the civil officials, would speak some fair words for the great Tang officials. Duke of Zhao is right. Your Majesty, please consider the big picture. I agree. I second the motion. When all the people in the royal court joined forces, even Li Er, the Emperor of Great Tang, had to give way to them. Li Er frowned slightly. To be honest, Li Er did not like to see the officials in the court huddle together. But now, Li Er did not have a better solution. He also understood that this was a stage that had to be experienced when the political power had developed to a certain extent. We plan to award the 712 merchants who participated in yesterday's fundraising event collectively. As for how the award will be given, other than praising them, we will also order Datang Daily to write an article praising them and publish it to the world. In addition, I have also decided that the merchants who donated yesterday will receive the same amount of tax exemption this year. That is to say, the amount of money they donated yesterday will be the same amount that can be used to offset this year's business tax. Duke Zhao, what do you think? As he finished speaking, Li Er turned his gaze towards Xianxia Wuji, and his tone was cold while his face was expressionless. Chapter 1848. Li Er's rewards for the 700-plus merchants were not out of line. The only thing that might cause people to hesitate was the last reward. The merchants who donated money could enjoy the same amount of tax exemption this year. Yesterday, these 700-plus merchants donated a total of 420,000 strings of coins. Didn't this mean that the Great Tang Imperial Court would have to pay less than 400,000 strings of coins in tax this year? How could this be? But the reality was not like this. This time, the Yinhuang Chamber of Commerce held a large proportion of the participants were merchants from Lantian County. Firstly, it was because of the geographical advantage of being the host. After all, Detong Daily's promotion of the charity fundraiser had only started 3 days ago. For those provinces and counties that were further away from Lantian County, these 3 days might not even be enough time for the news to reach their local area, let alone travel thousands of miles to Lantian County to donate money. Secondly, Lantian County had a unique business environment. Moreover, the business atmosphere was very strong. The number of merchants in the city could be 10 times more than other counties. Moreover, Lantian County was the headquarters of the Yinhuang Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention Lantian County, even in the entire Great Tang, which merchant would dare to not give face to the Yinhuang Chamber of Commerce? Therefore, of the 700-plus merchants who participated in the charity fundraiser yesterday, nearly half of them came from Lantian County. Moreover, the total amount they donated accounted for at least 60% of the total donations. What did this mean? It meant that once Li Er's rewards were implemented, the one who would suffer the greatest loss would not be the imperial court, but Li Zishuan. Because Lantian County was Li Zishuan's fief, the taxes collected every year were not handed over to the imperial court, but to Li Zishuan. Of course, as the landlord, Li Zishuan could very well refuse to implement Li Er's rewards. According to convention, the policies of the fief could be different. However, if he did so, it was inevitable that many people would secretly say that Li Zishuan was stingy. This was something that Li Zishuan could not tolerate. Therefore, although the last reward of Li Er's rewards seemed excessive, no one objected. This was because everyone was clear in their hearts. Li Er's rewards for the 700-plus merchants were not excessive. The only thing that might cause people to hesitate was the last reward. The merchants who donated money could enjoy the same amount of tax exemption this year. Yesterday, these 700-plus merchants donated a total of 420,000 strings of coins. Didn't this mean that the Great Tang Imperial Court would pay less tax this year by 400,000 strings of coins? How could this be? But the reality was not so. This time, the Yinhuang Chamber of Commerce's fundraising event was organized by the merchants of Lantian County. Firstly, it was because of the geographical advantage of being the host. After all, the Detong Daily's promotion of the fundraising event had only started 3 days ago. For those provinces and counties that were further away from Lantian County, these 3 days might not even be enough time for the news to spread, let alone travel thousands of miles to Lantian County to donate money. Secondly, Lantian County had a unique business environment. Moreover, the business atmosphere was very strong. The number of merchants in the city might be 10 times more than other counties. Moreover, Lantian County was the headquarters of the Yinhuang Chamber of Commerce. Let alone Lantian County, even the entire Great Tang had 10 times more merchants than other counties. Moreover, Lantian County was the headquarters of the Yinhuang Chamber of Commerce. Let alone Lantian County, even the entire Great Tang was like this. Chapter 1849. Wow, the houses here are so tall and magnificent. How can the buildings here be so tall? How can the ground be so flat? Wow, why are the windows shining? Is there glass hanging on the windows? This is Yinhuang College? How did senior brother do it? How can he build an immortal palace on this mountain? Mo Huai led Xianxia and the others into Yinhuang College. The group of celestial master Taoists behind Xianxia widened their eyes when they stepped through the gate. Everyone was so shocked by the magnificent scene in front of them that they could not close their mouths. Some of the younger ones could not help but exclaim softly, "Junior uncle, why is senior brother's Yinhuang College so much more magnificent than our Jingyi Temple?" The youngest Taoist, who seemed to be around 10 years old, saw that the distance between Xianxia and Mo Huai had widened. He hurriedly walked behind Xianxia, grabbed the latter's wide sleeve, and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. The Jingyi temple that the little Taoist mentioned was the cultivation place of the celestial master Taoists in this era on Mount Longhu. The celestial master Taoists originated from the second year of Yongyuan in the Eastern Han Dynasty, 90 AD. Zhang Daoling had been practicing alchemy and teaching in the Mount Longhu area for more than 30 years. He had left many relics and legends of his cultivation and alchemy in the Mount Longhu area. These included the alchemy stove in front of the alchemy rock, the Zhui Ding pool, the sword testing stone, the Western Immortal Source, the Bailu Cave, the Celestial Master Cottage, and so on. Mount Longhu also became the birthplace of Taoism. After that, through the Jin Dynasty, Tang Dynasty, Song Dynasty, Yuan Dynasty, and Ming Dynasty, the Celestial Master Taoists had always been the center or dominant position of China's Taoism. The Celestial Master Taoists have been passed down for 3 generations in Sichuan. Ling passed down to Ziheng, Heng passed down to Zilu. The 4th generation, Zhang Shengxian, still lived in Mount Longhu in Xianxia. After Zhang Shengnan went down to Mount Longhu, he built an ancestral temple at the place where Zhang Ling refined elixirs, which later became the Jingyi Temple. He also built a seal-teaching altar nearby and honored Zhang Ling as the leader of the Zhengyi Celestial Master. He also used the Zhengyi Celestial Master as the main scripture and used the Zhengyi Celestial Master as the main scripture to pass the seal on the altar on the 3rd day of the Yuanshi Celestial Master to impart knowledge to scholars from all over the world. From then on, he gradually established the Longhu sect of the Zhengyi Celestial Master, which had a great influence in China's history. In history, after the Celestial Master sect moved to Mount Longhu, they had been in a state of seclusion for a long time. There are few records of them in the history books. In the Tang Dynasty, Taoism was revered and was almost established as the national religion. The Celestial Master Taoism gradually emerged in the world because of the support and use of the imperial court. However, the famous Taoist master mansion on Mount Longhu was not built before the Tang Dynasty. It was built in the 1st year of Emperor Hongwu of the Ming Dynasty. After that, it was rebuilt more than 10 times. It was rumored that the Taoist master mansion was the place where the descendants of Zhangsheng lived and worshipped the gods. It was known as the office of the Zhengyi sects, Zhu Ting, and the Yuan and Ming dynasties that managed the affairs of Taoism. Hunger, don't talk nonsense. Xianxia could not bear to see the little Taoist make a fool of himself outside the sect. He could not help but scold him in a low voice. Cultivation is about following the heart and not being disturbed by the secular world. How can you be disturbed by external things? The little Taoist frowned and thought seriously for a while. He retorted, "But why did senior brother build such a beautiful and imposing academy here? Could this also be considered cultivation?" Xianxia was silent for a moment and said, "Your senior brother is now cultivating the path of the mortal world. You are still young and don't understand." After that, he no longer cared about the little Taoist. He lifted his feet and quickly chased after the black scholar in front of him, leaving the little Taoist alone behind to ponder. The current head of the Celestial Master Taoist sect on Longhu Mountain was called Feng Lingzi. His real name was Zhang Zixiang, and he was the 10th Celestial Master in the history of the Celestial Master Taoist sect. The little Taoist was Zhang Zixiang's grandson. His name was Zhang Heng. He had been quite intelligent since he was a child and followed Zhang Zixiang to learn Taoist skills. When Li Zishuan joined Longhu Mountain with spiritual master Ling Su, Zhang Heng was only 3 or 4 years old. But at that time, he began to read the Taoist scriptures. Therefore, in terms of Taoist skills, this child's talent could be said to be far superior to Li Zishuan and anyone on Longhu Mountain today. Let's go. Junior brother. If we don't go now, we'll lose them. Yinhuang College is not small. Don't get lost later. A young Taoist priest walked over and patted Zhang Heng's shoulder. He was amused by Zhang Heng's words. Although Zhang Heng was the grandson of the current head of the Celestial Master Taoist sect, he did not receive any special treatment in the sect. The disciples in the sect had always treated this clever junior brother as their own younger brother. This time, Feng Lingzi selected a group of elite disciples to follow Xianxia down the mountain to experience the world. Because of Zhang Heng's outstanding talent, and because this little guy had always wanted to go down the mountain to see the world, Feng Lingzi let him go down the mountain with him. Oh, Zhang Heng nodded his head and quickly followed her. In the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building, Yin Silu, Mo Huai, Wang Ji, and the other higher-ups of the academy sat down with the disciples of the Celestial Master Taoist sect brought by Xianxia. After exchanging greetings, the door of the conference room was pushed open from the outside. Li Gang walked in with the help of Hu Jingjing. The person standing behind them was actually Sun Simiao. Li Gang's body was not as healthy as before. He usually lived in the courtyard of Yinshan. Although he often came to the academy when he was free, the number of times he came was getting less and less. Xianxia and the others suddenly visited Yinshan today. Li Gang hurried over after hearing the news. Sun Simiao and Hu Jingjing happened to be doing a routine physical examination for Li Gang at that time. So they came together. Taoist Master Xianxia, long time no see. How have you been? Walking into the conference room, Li Gang looked at Xianxia, who was about to get up. He left Hu Jingjing's help and bowed to Xianxia. When Wuxia attacked Yinshan, Li Gang was accidentally injured. When his life was hanging by a thread, Li Zishuan and Xianxia rushed back from the Longmen Pass more than 600 miles away and pulled him back from the gates of hell. If it were not for Xianxia, he might not be alive now. In front of his savior, it was not too much to salute, even if Xianxia was much younger than Li Gang. This humble Taoist is fine. Has Teacher Wenji been well recently? In front of Li Gang, Xianxia, who had always been cold and aloof, did not dare to be arrogant. He stood up and bowed solemnly, then asked. The group of Longhu Mountain disciples sitting next to Xianxia now knew that the old man who came in was the famous Li Gang. Li Gang, who had been the teacher of two princes, was also the one who, in the face of the invasion of the foreign races, shouted to the invincible Wuxia, "This old man respects the heavens and the earth, respects morals, and fears the people. You are just a barbarian. How can I be threatened by you?" Li Wenji, Li Gang. The Battle of Yinshan that night had evolved into many different versions through word of mouth. Some said that Wuxia had 3 heads and 6 arms, and his eyes were filled with lightning. Some said that the academy was full of masters, and that the heavens and the earth changed color. However, one thing did not change, and that was when Li Gang faced the great Grandmaster Wuxia that night. His fearless and awe-inspiring shout had been widely spread among the people without missing a word. Countless people of Tang, as well as scholars, were in awe of the old man because of this. Although the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain lived in seclusion, Xianxia had led these disciples all the way here and had more or less heard about this matter. When they saw the kind old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles, all the disciples of Longhu Mountain were in awe. They all stood up spontaneously and respectfully saluted Li Gang. Greetings, Teacher Wenji. Since Zhang Daoling founded the Celestial Master sect, the disciples of the Celestial Master sect had not cared much about worldly affairs for hundreds of years. However, one thing was undeniable, and that was that the disciples of the Celestial Master sect were all Han people, descendants of the Yin Emperor and the Yellow Emperor. Although their national consciousness was relatively weak, they still had a strong racial consciousness in their minds. Otherwise, spiritual master Lingxiu would not have killed more than 200 Turkic wolf riders in a rage because of the Turkic wolf riders plundering the border villages of Tang. Although Li Gang did not have the strength to trust a chicken, he was fearless in the face of the invasion of foreign tribes. He raised his head and angrily rebuked the enemy leader, which had greatly increased the prestige of the Han people. In the face of such a righteous old man, the disciples of Longhu Mountain all respected him from the bottom of their hearts. These must be the outstanding disciples of the Celestial Master sect, right? Sit down. Quickly sit down. Li Gang looked at the disciples of Longhu Mountain beside Xianxia and said with a kind smile. After a round of pleasantries, everyone sat down again. This time, I am under the orders of the sect leader to bring 22 disciples of the Celestial Master sect down the mountain to gain experience. Since the Celestial Master sect has not been in contact with the secular world for many years, I'm afraid that I will cause a lot of trouble for you in the future. After everyone was seated, Xianxia cupped his hands in greeting to Li Gang, Yin Silu, and the others. It was rare for him to say such polite words. However, these words sounded incomparably stiff coming from his mouth. It was likely that Feng Lingzi had taught him to say such words before leaving. Hearing this, Li Gang waved his hand and said, "Ha ha, Taoist Master Xianxia's words are too polite. Not to mention that the Celestial Master sect is the sect of the Yamacho. If it wasn't for Taoist Master Xianxia's help last time, I'm afraid that I would be dead by now. This time, the Celestial Master sect disciples are going down the mountain to gain experience, so the Academy should receive them. What's more, Taoist Master Sun's medical center and medical school are short of manpower now. The Celestial Master sect is the orthodox Taoism in the world, and its disciples must have dabbled in divination. If you can help, it will be the fortune of the joint medical center of Yinhuang College and Tang Empire. I should thank you instead." Sun Simiao also nodded at this time and said, "Mr. Wenji is right. Now, whether it is the joint medical center of Tang Empire or the medical school of the Academy, they are in urgent need of medical masters with superb medical skills. And to be honest, I have been writing a medical book these years. It is a medical book that integrates some of the diseases and treatment prescriptions that I have encountered in my travels over the years. It is a medical book that will be passed down to the future generations. But recently, I have been entangled with the affairs of the medical center and the academy. It is really difficult for me to concentrate all my energy on writing a medical book. Although the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain is good at Taoism and martial arts, its medical skills are still the best in the world. If I can get your help, I will definitely be relieved a lot, and I can finish writing this medical book a few years earlier." The medical book that Sun Simiao was talking about was the half-finished prescriptions for 1,000 gold that Li Zixuan had seen in the courtyard where he lived. Since he was tricked into Yinhuang College by Li Zixuan, although Sun Simiao felt that he was getting closer and closer to his ideal, the progress of writing this medical book was getting slower and slower, because the burden on him was getting heavier and heavier. Unlike Xianxia, who was born in a famous sect, Sun Simiao was also a cultivator, but his medical skills were summed up from countless practice experiences. Strictly speaking, Sun Simiao could only be regarded as a casual cultivator, because he did not belong to any sect. But even so, none of the disciples of the Celestial Master sect present dared to despise Sun Simiao, because Sun Simiao had practiced medicine for decades and saved countless people. He had a great reputation among the people. He was a person who devoted all his energy and all his passion to the medical career and deserved everyone's respect. "Oh, Taoist Sun is writing a medical book? I wonder if it is convenient for us to have a look?" Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes lit up and he asked aloud. In his life, Xianxia had devoted 99% of his energy to the Tao of the sword, so in the Celestial Master sect, he had the title of Sword Maniac. In terms of understanding of the Tao of the sword, even Spiritual Master Spirit Su could not compare with him, and the other 1% of Xianxia's energy was devoted to the Tao of the medicine. Although it was only 1%, Xianxia's Tao heart was extremely pure. For such a dedicated and pure person, even if he only devoted 1% of his energy, it was still stronger than ordinary people who devoted 100% of their energy. His attainments in the Tao of the medicine were currently second only to Sun Simiao, but far inferior to Spiritual Master Spirit Su. Therefore, when he heard that Sun Simiao was writing a medical book recently, Xianxia was immediately interested, because in terms of medical experience, 10 of him could not compare with Sun Simiao, who had saved countless people. And this medical book that gathered Sun Simiao's years of medical experience would definitely be of great help to improve his medical skills. Since Taoist Xianxia is interested, why not? After Mr. Konggue has settled you down, Taoist Xianxia can directly come to my courtyard to have a look. Seeing that Xianxia was interested in his medical book, Sun Simiao was not unhappy, nor did he want to hide it. He smiled calmly and said he had been practicing medicine for half his life, and his ambition was to cure the suffering people of the world who were suffering from the pain of illness. However, he also understood that it was impossible to achieve this goal by himself. Therefore, he had agreed to join the Imperial Medical Bureau with Lier, and this year he had been bewitched by Li Zishuan to join the Yanhuang Academy and the Tang Alliance Medical Center. His goal was to impart his medical skills to more people who had the same ambition as him. Xianxing's eyes flashed, and he cupped his hands and said, "Senior, Xianxing admires you for your noble character and unquestionable integrity." Sun Simiao smiled and did not take it seriously. At this time, Yin Silu said, Taoist Xianxing led 22 disciples of the Celestial Master sect down the mountain this time. It happens that there are a few vacant courtyards on Yinshan Mountain. Yamacho is not in the academy at this time, so I will make a decision on behalf of the Yamacho to let your disciples temporarily live in the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th courtyards on Yinshan Mountain. In this way, Taoist Xianxing and your disciples can go to the medical center and the Tang United Medical Center easily. What do you think, Taoist Xianxing? Xianxing did not have any special requirements for the residence of his disciples. Hearing this, he nodded and said, I will follow Mr. Kong Gui's arrangement. Chapter 1850. This courtyard is so unique. The porcelain white tiles are as smooth as mirrors. The walls are as hard as rocks. The clear and empty windows, and the soft and comfortable couch. Even the toilet is as white as jade, and there is no stench at all. Also, I heard that this thing is an electric lamp, which is driven by electricity and can make the night as bright as day. Everything in Yinshan is so magical. Youngest uncle said that senior brother cultivates the mortal Taoism, but what kind of mortal Taoism can make senior brother create such a magical Yinshan? In the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building, the people of Yanhuang College and the disciples of the Celestial Master Taoism, led by Xianxing, had a brief meeting. After that, Yin Silu ordered people to bring Xianxing and the others to the courtyard. After all, they came to Yinshan from Longhu Mountain, this time with luggage. Only after settling down could they have time to do other things. After visiting the courtyard inside and out, Hung couldn't help but sigh with emotion in a low voice. Yin Silu assigned a total of 5 courtyards to the disciples of the Celestial Master sect. Of course, the interior of the courtyards were all renovated, and they could move indirectly. Hung and Xianxing were assigned to 1 courtyard, and the other 21 disciples of the Celestial Master sect were assigned to the other 4 courtyards. Each courtyard had about 5 people living in it, and 1 courtyard had 6 people living in it. This arrangement was not because Hung was a disciple of the head, but because Xianxing, as a teacher, was usually cold and strict. Ordinary disciples did not dare to live with him, of course, except for Hung. The disciples of the Celestial Master Taoism were generally afraid of Xianxing, but Hung was not afraid of him since he was young. On the contrary, he was particularly close to Xianxing. Perhaps it was because they were the same kind of people. Fortunately, the interior of the Cloud Mountain courtyard was extremely spacious. Even if a dozen or so people lived in each building, it wouldn't seem crowded. Otherwise, wouldn't Li Zishuan have innocently ended up with the infamy of abusing his fellow disciples? Uncle, what is the mortal Taoism? Why haven't I heard of it after reading the Taoist canon? Hung really couldn't hold back his curiosity, or maybe Hung didn't want to suppress his thoughts at all. He went upstairs and opened the door of Xianxing's bedroom, asking Xianxing, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, read the Taoist canon thoroughly. If these words were said by other children of the same age, Xianxing would only think that this person was really arrogant. This was because there were more than 1,000 scrolls in the Taoist collection. How could a young boy read through all of them? But the person who said this was Zhang Heng, so Xianxing naturally didn't find it strange at all. It was just that he didn't know how to answer Zhang Heng's question. It was hard for Xianxing to tell what Li Zishuan was cultivating now. After a long silence, Xianxing closed his eyes and said faintly, I'm not sure what Li Zishuan was cultivating now. I'm not sure about the secular world path either. You should go back and ask the sect leader. Hung was disappointed that he didn't get the answer he wanted from Xianxia. He frowned and replied, "Oh, but grandfather is far away in Mount Longhu. If you want to ask, you can only wait until you return to the sect. However, if this matter is not discussed clearly, it will affect my Tao heart and hinder my cultivation. I hope that martial uncle can enlighten me." Obviously, Hung felt that it was not that Xianxia didn't know, but that he was hiding something from him. Hearing this, Xianxia still said faintly, "I can't help you with this matter. Either you go back and ask the sect leader, or you find a chance to ask your senior brother directly." Xianxia was obsessed with swordsmanship all his life and didn't care about the secular world. How could he explain clearly what the secular world path was? Hung really asked the wrong person this question. Seeing that Xianxia insisted on not telling him, Hung had no choice but to leave. But when he turned around and left, he couldn't help but murmur, "The secular world sect is truly miraculous. It actually allowed senior brother to create such uncanny workmanship. There's even electricity and electric lamps. Senior brother seems to know some truths of the human world that we don't, which prompted him to create all these miraculous things on Cloud Mountain. Also, when I was in the academy just now, I heard the words that the teachers in the academy talked about the most. What is the secular world path? Could it be that Gong Shui was the way of the mortal world that martial uncle mentioned? It would be great if I have the opportunity to read the classics of the Academy's secular world path." Heng's low murmur naturally couldn't escape Xianxia's sharp ears. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Heng's back. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Who would have thought that someone as cold as Xianxia, who usually didn't care about anything except swordsmanship, would show a worried look at this time? If Feng Lingzi, the sect leader of the Celestial Master sect who was familiar with him, saw this, he would be shocked. But if Feng Lingzi knew the cause and effect of this matter, he would have a different feeling. After a night's rest, everyone should be almost recovered, right? In a wing room of the courier house in Taiyuan, 32 students gathered together. This wing room, which was originally relatively spacious, seemed a little crowded at this time. Li Tai looked around at everyone and asked aloud. These days, they had been rushing all the way and were tired. Although everyone ate well and slept well along the way, the long journey inevitably consumed a lot of their energy. Now that they had arrived at their first destination, Taiyuan, they didn't need to hurry for a short time. So this morning, Li Tai and Mo Chui deliberately didn't wake everyone up early as usual, which made the teachers and students of the academy sleep in. Although we haven't fully recovered, after a whole night's rest, we are much more energetic now. We all know that time is tight. Xianxia, you can assign tasks to everyone. Xianxia knew why Li Tai asked this question, so he stepped forward and cooperated. As the representative of the teachers of the academy, Mo Chui also said, "Huayu is right. Time is tight on this trip to the north, and the tasks are heavy. All of us are shouldering the heavy responsibility of the Yamacho and the teachers of the academy. Since everyone has rested enough, let's officially begin the mission today. Xianxia, you arrange it." The teachers and students of the academy remembered the earnest requests of Li Gang, Mo Huai, and Yin Silu before they left, and also remembered that their Yamacho was in the army, contributing to the imperial court's war against the Turks, so they couldn't help but nod in agreement. Seeing this, Li Tai breathed a sigh of relief and said with a straight face, "Good. Since that's the case, let's begin the mission today. In the morning, the members of the first group will follow me to the provincial governor's mansion to participate in the selection of the telegraph relay station. We must finalize the specific location of the telegraph relay station before noon." This time, the Academy had dispatched a total of 32 elite members of the Trump Car Project, and these 32 people had been divided into 8 groups of 4 before they came. As soon as Li Tai finished speaking, Qin Huayu, Meng Wenhao, and Iron Egg stepped forward and cupped their hands in obeisance. Yes, the 3 of them, together with Li Tai, were the members of the first group. Li Tai nodded and then ordered, "The members of the second, third, and fourth groups will be led by Li Yin and Jia Jian. Your task today is to count the supplies we brought north this time and see if there is anything missing. The second is to assemble the machines needed to build the telegraph relay station, such as the firepower generator, telegraph transceiver, battery pack, and so on, in advance. Li Yin, Jia Jing, Zheng Ziren, and the other 12 people cupped their hands in obeisance and said in unison, "Yes." The members of the 5th and 6th groups, after confirming the location of the telegraph relay station in the morning, follow the members of the 1st group to the destination to survey. Remember, our goal is very simple. That is, to make our telegraph relay station meet the parameters set by Xianxia with the smallest amount of work and the shortest construction time. Yes, the members of the 7th and 8th groups, led by Mr. Imochue, are responsible for coordinating the transportation of supplies and the feasibility evaluation of the early stage of the project. If you find anything unreasonable, please raise it as soon as possible and participate in the discussion and correction. Try to minimize the delay of the project as much as possible. Yes, Li Tai spoke confidently and frankly. Perhaps it could be said that he'd already rehearsed and planned this in his heart many times before this, so he was able to clearly assign today's mission to everyone in a few words. It had to be said that this trip to the north was a very good opportunity for Li Tai to train his leadership ability. An engineering student who only knew how to do experiments and analyze the results of experiments was not what Li Zishuan urgently needed. However, if this engineering student not only had good grades and strong practical skills, but also had outstanding leadership ability, then Li Zishuan needed him too much. With the development of engineering, there are bound to be many scientific research projects with interdisciplinary disciplines. It was impossible to complete them with the strength of one person. At that time, a scientific research team would be needed. Only a leader who was proficient in technology and had strong leadership ability could lead a scientific research team to overcome one problem after another. And Li Tai was currently making progress in this direction. Imochue couldn't help but nod with gratification when he saw Li Tai had finished distributing the missions in a short period of 15 minutes. Moreover, he distributed them in an orderly and reasonable manner. All along the way, he'd always been witnessing Li Tai's growth and improvement. In addition, for everyone's safety, each group must have an Imperial Guard by your side when you are on the move. No one is allowed to act alone at any time, under any circumstances. This is an iron law that everyone must abide by, including me. After assigning the tasks, Li Tai's expression suddenly turned serious. He looked at the crowd and said, "In a moment, General Dugu will assign guards to each group. Our actions must not be out of the line of sight of the Imperial Guard guards. In addition, General Dugu will distribute signal fireworks to each group. If there is an emergency in the city, you must immediately use the fireworks to signal for help." In order to arouse everyone's vigilance, Li Tai emphasized, "This is not alarmist talk, nor is it making a mountain out of a molehill. This is for the sake of the Academy's mission and for everyone's safety. Please remember that the war between the Great Tang and the Turks is imminent. Taiyuan City may not be as safe as before." Chapter 1851. With the war between the Great Tang and the Turks imminent, Taiyuan City might not be as safe as it was in the past. This short sentence instantly made the originally tense atmosphere a little more dignified. Everyone present was an elite student or teacher of Yanhuang College, so they were naturally no fools. They could all sense the danger lurking in Li Tai's words. "Qingke, be at ease. Everyone understands the severity of the situation. We will be careful in all matters." Meng Wenhao said. The others agreed, "That's right. We will be careful in all matters." Li Tai turned to Imochue, asking with his eyes if there was anything he needed to add. Imochue lightly shook his head. Li Tai took in a deep breath and said, "Okay, everyone, begin to move out according to the tasks you've been assigned. Remember, safety comes first." When he had left Cloud Mountain, Li Gang, Yin, Silu, and the other esteemed teachers of the academy had repeatedly urged him to ensure that all the teachers and students returned safely. As the commander of this operation, Li Tai felt an immense pressure on his shoulders. This was especially true after Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying had informed Li Tai of the treacherous situation in Taiyuan City yesterday. Li Tai had sensed a thick sense of danger, so he had repeatedly emphasized the importance of safety to the members of the academy. Since he was the commander of this northern expedition, he had the responsibility and obligation to ensure that everyone in the academy returned safely. Yes, everyone clasped their hands and then left to carry out their respective tasks. As Li Tai walked out of his room, Dugu Xian walked over and clasped his hands to Li Tai. "Your Highness, this general has followed your orders and divided the Imperial Army into 8 teams to protect the 8 teams of the Academy. In the future, no matter where the teachers and students of the Academy go in Taiyuan City, the Imperial Army will follow. We will not give the enemy a chance to strike." This morning, the teachers and students of the Academy had all slept in. Only Li Tai and Mo Chue had woken up early to discuss with Dugu Xian and the other generals about the arrangements and deployment for the safety of the teachers and students of the Academy. Li Tai nodded and clasped his hands. "Very good. Thank you for your trouble, General Dugu." Li Tai knew that the 2 brothers of the Dugu clan had a close personal relationship with Li Zishuan, so he had always been very courteous to these 2. Moreover, the safety of the 32 teachers and students of the Academy all depended on Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying, so Li Tai had no choice but to treat Dugu Xian with respect. "Your Highness, this is this general's duty." Dugu Xian clasped his hands and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Taiyuan City is currently in a state of chaos. Your Highness, with your precious status, is putting yourself in danger. For the next few days, to ensure your Highness' safety, this general will have to stay by your Highness' side and protect you. No matter where your Highness goes, this general will have to stay by your Highness' side and protect you. I hope your Highness can grant my wish." The members of the royal family had been subjected to all sorts of restrictions since young, so the members of the royal family did not like restrictions when they grew up. This was also the main reason why Li Tai did not like to bring guards with him when he went out. Dugu Xian also understood this point, but with the current situation, if he did not stay by Li Tai's side at all times, he had no confidence in bringing Li Tai safely back to Cloud Mountain. As such, he could only try to reason with Li Tai. Li Tai frowned. He did not like restrictions. If someone stayed by his side 24 hours a day to protect him, he would feel uncomfortable all over. However, seeing the faint, pleading look in Dugu Xian's eyes, Li Tai hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right then, I'll have to trouble General Dugu for the next few days. I'll treat it as giving face to the Yamacho," Li Tai secretly added in his heart. If it were anyone else who asked to stay by his side and protect him at all times, he would definitely reject without hesitation and send that person away. It was not that he did not care about his life or was not afraid of death, but that no one would like to have someone by their side at all times, unless it was a matter of life and death. However, this person was Dugu Xian, Li Zishuan's good friend, so it was a different story. Chapter 1852. In the history of China, there were many famous temples in Taiyuan, such as Yongzhou Temple, Chongshan, White Horse Temple, Longquan Temple, Kaiwa Temple, Jingyin Temple, Bu'er Temple, Mingxiu Temple, Qinfu Temple, Fuguang Temple, Puguang Temple, Tongzi Temple, and so on. However, most of these temples were built after the Tang Dynasty, or, to be precise, after the Jingguan Temple. What Wang Liaoyuan said was completely true. In this era, only the Puguang Temple and the Tongzi Temple remained intact in Taiyuan City. You said that the Tongzi Temple is located at the top of Longshan, which is very high and has been abandoned. Does that mean that there are no monks living in the Tongzi Temple now? And there are no incense offerings? Li Tai frowned when he heard Wang Liaoyuan's explanation. However, after hearing Wang Liaoyuan's introduction of the Tongzi Temple, Li Tai's eyes suddenly lit up. Li Tai knew that there were no tall pagodas in the Puguang Temple, which did not meet the requirements of building a telegraph relay station. Even if there were, the abbot of the temple would definitely not allow Li Tai to bring people in to build a telegraph relay station. This was because the process of building a telegraph relay station, as well as the guards and logistics, would greatly affect the lives of the monks in the temple and the pilgrims who came to the temple to pray. After all, after the telegraph relay station was built, it would not be left alone. First, the technical staff would be responsible for the daily maintenance, and second, the army would be stationed there to protect the telegraph relay station from being destroyed by people with bad intentions. Although Li Tai was a prince and bore the emperor's orders, this action was related to the iron rice bowl of many monks in the temple. The other party would definitely not give in. Even if Lier was here, he would not dare to do anything to those monks who disobeyed the emperor's orders. Otherwise, it would cause a huge public uproar. Therefore, compared to the Pu Wang Temple, the Tongzi Temple was undoubtedly a more perfect location. It could meet the requirements of building a telegraph relay station, and it would not involve the complicated demolition problem. Yes, as far as I know, the Tongzi Temple was abandoned in the late Sui dynasty. The monks in the temple were nowhere to be found, but the buildings in the temple were not damaged much in the war. It was just that no one took care of it for a long time, so there was a lot of dust. Wang Liaoyuan nodded and replied. Hearing this, Li Tai could no longer hide his excitement. He stood up and said, "That's great. Governor Wang, please send someone to bring this prince to the boy temple to take a look." Although Wang Liaoyuan didn't know why Li Tai was in such a hurry to go to an abandoned temple, he knew that it had something to do with the important mission that Lier had given Li Tai. Thus, he didn't ask any further and stood up to reply. "This lowly official will order the accompanying guards to bring your highness to the boy temple. However, Dragon Mountain is located in the southwest corner of Taiyuan City. It's a remote location. The mountains are high and the forests are dense. There are very few people there. If your highness insists on going there, please allow this humble official to send a group of elite troops to escort you. Otherwise, if an accident happens, this humble official will die 10,000 deaths." Liao Wang Liao Wang 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 Liao Yuan and Wang 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 and Wang Liao Wang Wood and Wang Wood and Wang course of he. Wang Wood, Wang was, and Wang Wood. To his Wang temple, Li Wang was. Chapter 1853. Your Highness, Dragon Mountain is tall and surrounded by mountains on the south, north, and west. It's shaped like a dustpan. The trees on the mountain are lush and the environment is quiet. If you stand at the top of the main peak and look east along the Sulphur Ditch, you'll be able to see all of Taiyuan City. It's truly a place of beauty and beauty. It's said that when Zen Master Hong Li traveled here, he saw a 5-colored cloud of light shining from the ground. Within the cloud of light, there were 4 boys playing on the lotus seat, shaking the earth and causing rocks to crumble. On the shore, the image of Amitabha Buddha appeared, and the 3 Jin came to pay their respects. After Zen Master Hong, Li recorded this phenomenon. He reported it to the court and applied to build a temple here. Thus, the current boy temple was established. In the southwest corner of Taiyuan City, Li Tai, Qin Huayu, Meng Wenhao, Iron Egg, and the other Yinhuang College students were escorted by 300 Imperial Army soldiers led by Dugu Xan to the peak of Dragon Mountain. Standing at the top of the mountain and looking east, they could see the entirety of Taiyuan City illuminated by the morning sun. It was a dazzling sight. The provincial governor's guard sent by Wang Liaoyuan was now beside Li Tai, explaining to him with all his heart. You know quite a lot. Looking around, Li Tai was very satisfied with the environment. He couldn't help but praise the guard. When the guard heard this, he immediately beamed with joy and said, "Your Highness is too kind. This lowly one is a native of Sourcepeak Prefecture. I was born and raised here, so I naturally know more than others. This lowly one has been to the boy temple many times. Your Highness, please come this way. In front of you is the Buddha Pavilion of the boy temple, where the 3 sages of the West are enshrined." At this point, the guard pointed to the north and made an inviting gesture to Li Tai. It was a massive Buddhist pavilion with 2 floors. It was built against the mountain, and its scale was extremely grand. Dugu Xian gave a look to his left and right, and two groups of Imperial Army soldiers immediately filed out toward the Buddha Pavilion in the north. Li Tai saw this and said nothing. He stood to the side, quietly waiting for something. Not long after, an Imperial Army soldier ran out and cupped his fist at Dugu Xian. "General, everything in the Buddhist pavilion is normal. There's no danger." Dugu Xian nodded and then gave Li Tai a look. Li Tai understood and said to the guard from the Bing province governor's mansion, "Since you are familiar with this place, then lead the way." "Yes, Your Highness." The guard cupped his fists and slowly walked towards the Buddha pavilion on Li Tai's left. As Li Tai's group walked in, they realized that the Buddha pavilion was made up of a front porch and the main part of the pavilion. The front porch was 5 rooms wide and 1 room deep. It was around 10 zhang wide and 20 zhang deep. There were 9 pillars, all of them in the shape of large lotuses. They were arranged in a north-south direction, and the lotus-covered part of the pillars was around 3 feet in diameter. The roof was made of stone, and the floor was paved with stone, but the rooms were made of square bricks. The main part of the Buddha pavilion was around 10 zhang wide and 50 zhang deep. It was even more spacious than the front porch. The walls were built vertically with stone strips, and the northern part of the wall was built directly on top of natural rock. In the middle part of the wall, the door to the room was open. There were no carvings on the outside, but the inside was filled with carvings of 1,000 Buddhas. These Buddhas were of different shapes and sizes, creating a magnificent sight. Inside the Buddha pavilion, the 3 saints of the West were carved into the cliffs: Amitabha, Guanyin, and Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva. The 3 Buddhas were lofty and lofty, each more than 10 zhang tall. Just their heads alone were more than 20 zhang tall. These Buddhas were so dignified that one couldn't help but feel awe. This Buddha pavilion is really magnificent. Just these 3 Buddhas and the thousands of Buddha carvings on the stone walls can be called a Buddhist holy land. It's a pity that it was abandoned and ruined because of the war in the Central Plains. After walking around the Buddha pavilion, Qin Huayu couldn't help but sigh. Qin Huayu's mother was a Buddhist, and the Qin family had even built a Buddhist hall in the backyard. Under the influence of what he saw and heard, Qin Huayu more or less had a good impression of Buddhism, which was why he sighed. Hearing this, the others couldn't help but nod. In all fairness, although this boy's temple was a little dilapidated on the surface, the majestic buildings, Buddhas, and exquisite carvings in the temple all showed its former glory and how much effort the founder of the temple had put in. Could its intrinsic artistic value be covered by the dust in the temple? Whether it was dilapidated or glorious, now that we can use this Buddhist temple, we can be considered to have made the best use of it, because he'd spent a long time hanging out with Li Zixuan, a disciple of the Celestial Master Taoist sect. Li Tai was not interested in Buddhism. Hearing Qin Huayu and the others sigh, he said somewhat disapprovingly, "Qinke, are you planning to choose here?" Hearing Li Tai's words, Meng Wenhao's heart moved, and he asked aloud. When Li Tai assigned the task in the morning, he thought that it would take a lot of time to choose the location of the telegram relay station. However, he never expected that after just a trip to Dragon Mountain, Li Tai had the intention of finalizing the location. Wasn't this too smooth? However, although he was surprised, Meng Wenhao did not let down his guard. He did not say anything about the telegram relay station, because there was an outsider here, the guard of the Bingzhou provincial governor's mansion. It was related to the success or failure of the academy's mission and the safety of the academy's teachers and students. Every one of them had to be extremely cautious, more or less. However, before I decide, I have to confirm some things. Li Tai nodded and responded to Meng Wenhao. Then, he said to the guard of the Bingzhou provincial governor's mansion, "Is there another floor above this Buddhist pavilion?" "What's the floor above for?" The guard quickly replied, "Your Highness, I have been to the floor above. It's just a few meditation rooms. There's nothing special about it. It should be habitable after some tidying up." Li Tai nodded and said, "Good. I know. There's nothing for you to do here. You have done well. Go down the mountain and return to the city to receive your reward from Governor Wang." From the beginning to the end, He did not ask the name of the guard of the Bingzhou provincial governor's mansion because he did not need to know. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. The guard was overjoyed as he quickly bowed to express his thanks. After saying that, he bowed to Li Tai and turned to leave the mountain. Chapter 1854. Where are Mr. Ink Chue and the others? Back at the post house, Li Tai saw Dugu Feng looking around in front of the post house. He was anxious to inform Ink Chue and the others about the location of the relay station, so he didn't take Dugu Feng's abnormality to heart and asked anxiously, Your Highness, big brother, you're back? Mr. Ink Chue and the others are packing up in the backyard. When Dugu Feng saw Li Tai and the others, especially when he saw that Dugu Xian had returned, he immediately perked up and answered. Last night, other than the teachers and students of Yanhuang Academy and the Imperial Army led by Dugu Xian, there were also the materials and machinery needed to build the telegraph relay station that they had brought from Yanhuang Academy on this trip to the north. These things were all priceless treasures in this era and couldn't be bought with money. In order to ensure that there wouldn't be any mishaps and that the purpose of their trip wouldn't be revealed, these materials and equipment were allocated a courtyard to store in the courier station. Furthermore, there were specialized Imperial Army guards guarding it day and night. This prince will go take a look. Li Tai nodded in response. After saying that, he directly walked into the courier station. Dugu Xian didn't follow. Firstly, the entire post house was under his control, so he didn't need to worry about Li Tai's safety. Secondly, Dugu Feng's eyes clearly showed that something was wrong. This was something that Dugu Xian, who had been his brother for many years, could easily tell. What's wrong? After Li Tai entered the post house, Dugu Xian looked at Dugu Feng and asked calmly. Dugu Feng said anxiously, Big brother, Provincial Governor Wang sent someone to the Wang family's ancestral home just now. He said that someone found the whereabouts of Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an. The Wang family has already sent people over. Dugu Xian was shocked and said, What? The Wang family found the whereabouts of those two? Dugu Feng scratched his head and said, Yes. Provincial Governor Wang's people just came to inform me. I also want to go over just now, but I remember that Big Brother told me not to track down the whereabouts of these two people, so I didn't go. Big Brother, are we really not going to take a look? Yesterday, after Dugu Xian had led his army into the city, after learning about the current situation in the city, he had formulated a strategy of biding his time and not making any moves. He had completely given up on finding the whereabouts of Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an and focused all his energy on protecting the safety of Li Tai and the others. Therefore, the task of tracking down the whereabouts of Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an was left to the Wang family. However, Dugu Feng was somewhat unwilling to give up because there were still many mysteries about Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an waiting for him to solve. If he didn't catch these two people, he always felt that something was missing in his heart. The reason why I didn't let you continue to investigate the whereabouts of Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an was that I didn't want to divide our forces. But now that the Wang family has found the whereabouts of these two people, we should naturally go and take a look. Perhaps we can really find some clues from these two people. Dugu Xian pondered for a moment and said unhappily to Dugu Feng, although in Dugu Xian's heart, Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an were most likely two small shrimps and not the real leader of the spies. Now that the Wang family had helped them find these two people, there was no need for him to waste any more troops. Moreover, if these two people really did know something, then this trip would definitely not be a loss. Perhaps with the clues provided by these two people, they could follow the vine to the melon and catch the real mastermind behind the scenes. Good. The people sent by the Wang family told me that Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an are hiding in the basement of the 5th house on the east side of Shuorn Square in the south of the city. I'll bring people there now. Seeing that Dugu Xian had agreed to go and check on the two criminals, Dugu Feng immediately said excitedly. Dugu Xian frowned because he suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong, so he interrupted Dugu Feng and said, You and the rest of the brothers stay here to protect His Highness. I'll go and take a look alone. Dugu Feng was unwilling and wanted to refute, but Du Guixin glared at him sternly, so he could only reply in a muffled voice, "Yes, big brother." Du Guixin nodded and asked an imperial guard to bring him out. He rode alone and sped toward the south of the city. "Commander, these two people are Zhu Shiqing and Kong Chang'an, whom the master is looking for. They were hiding in the cellar in the backyard. However, when I brought people here, the master of the house had already disappeared." In the backyard of the fifth house on the east side of Shuan Square in the south of Taiyuan City, a thin young man dressed in black cupped his fists and bowed to another tall man dressed in black with a round collar. "Grand Commander." This tall man in black with a round collar was Wang Chengwu, the Grand Commander of the Wang clan Shadow Guards. He could be considered a legend among the Wang clan Shadow Guards. At the age of 30, he had already reached the Grandmaster realm. With such talent, he could easily serve as a general in the Great Tang. "Bai Qing, tell me, how did you find them?" Wang Chengwu's eyes were like lightning. He glanced at Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an, who were tied up like dumplings, and then turned his eyes back to the thin man in black in front of him and asked in a deep voice. This Bai Qing was from the 2nd Division of the Wang family Shadow Guards, which was under the control of the 2nd Branch. Yesterday, the Wang family had sent out all their forces to look for the suspects, but they still could not find them. However, this Bai Qing easily found them, which made Wang Chengwu suspicious. Bai Qing's eyes flashed, and he hurriedly bowed and said, "Commander, I was patrolling Shuan Square this morning and saw that the door of this house was wide open. It was very unusual, so I went to take a look and found that there was no one in the house. I was about to leave when I suddenly heard a noise from the backyard, so I went to the backyard to check. I didn't expect that there were people hiding in the basement of the backyard. After questioning, I found that these two people were wanted by the head of the family. I was worried that I couldn't deal with them alone, so I hurriedly sent someone back to the family to send a message to you." This guy's explanation could be said to be watertight, but Wang Chengwu looked at him suspiciously. After a moment of silence, Wang Chengwu waved his hand and said, "Take these two people back, and then go to the courier station to bring the accountant of the Chu ironware shop back to the ancestral house. Verify their identities." "Yes." 4 warriors in golden armor came out of the crowd and dragged Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an, who were tied up on the ground. Wang Chengwu waved his hand and said, "Let's go back to the ancestral house." A group of people immediately took Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an out of the house. Bai Qing followed behind, and a trace of excitement and greed flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "The head of the family gathered all the forces to arrest these two people, which means that these two people are very important, and the one who caught them is me, Bai Qing. I'm rich. Huh. The head of the family will definitely reward me a lot this time." In fact, the situation was not like what Bai Qing said just now. Bai Qing was indeed ordered to patrol Xuanren Mill in the morning, but just as he walked into the gate of Xuanren Mill, an arrow was aimed at his face. Although Bai Qing had some martial arts, he could not dodge this sudden arrow with his kung fu. Just as Bai Qing closed his eyes and shouted in his heart, "I'm going to die," the arrow did not pierce his head. Instead, it was an inch away from his ear. With a bang, it was deeply nailed to the wall. Bai Qing was still in shock, but after the person who assassinated him shot the arrow, he did not do anything else. He turned his head to look at the arrow nailed to the wall and saw a piece of cloth tied to the arrow shaft. His heart moved, and he quickly went forward to take the arrow from the wall. He opened the cloth and saw the words written on it. "The person being chased by the Wang family is hiding in the basement of the backyard of the 5th house in the east of Xuanren Mill." After seeing this line of small words, Bai Qing subconsciously did not believe it. He thought that this was a prank by some bored person, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that something was wrong. Which bored person could shoot an arrow into a wall more than 2 inches deep? Then he thought of the fact that Wang Yu had mobilized the entire Wang family's power to search for Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an in Taiyuan City. If he caught these two people, he would definitely receive a lot of rewards from the family. Even his position among the Wang family's secret guards would be raised to a higher level because of this. Thinking of this, Bai Qing put away the cloth with the words and secretly went to the fifth house in the east of Xuanren alone. Because he did not want others to share the credit with him, he did not plan to call any of his companions. But unexpectedly, he really did find Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an in the basement of the backyard of the house. Bai Qing could not help but be overjoyed. Thus, the scene just now happened. Obviously, the arrow just now was not meant to assassinate him, but someone had sent him a message. As for why Bai Qing lied to Wang Chengwu, the reason was because of benefits. If he told the truth that someone had sent him a message to point out Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an's hiding place, and that was why he caught the two people, then it would seem that he did not play any role in this matter. In order to show more of his credit, he could only say that he had found Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an's hiding place by himself. On the other side, he was experiencing a real assassination. Dugu Xian rode alone from the center of the city to Xuanren Mill. When he was 3 houses away from Xuanren Mill, suddenly, dozens of arrows with cold light shot toward him from the surrounding walls of the houses. Dugu Xian was a martial arts master at the Grandmaster level, and his perception of danger was far more sensitive than Bai Qing's. The moment before the arrows were shot, he felt a sense of danger, and his heart skipped a beat. In the face of dozens of arrows, Dugu Xian pulled out the sword at his waist. With the help of Li Zishuan, he had learned the 9 strategies beyond the swords, arrow-breaking style. There was a flash of sword light in the air, and the dozens of arrows were all broken by Dugu Xian. Ding, ding, ding. The arrows fell on the bluestone with a crisp sound, and the space was instantly silent. Who are you, scoundrel? How dare you commit murder in Taiyuan City? Come out. Dugu Xian had already dismounted. He stood with his sword in hand, glanced around, and shouted in a deep voice. Chapter 1855. Taiyuan City. On the streets outside Wenchang Square was dead silent. Dugu Xian, alone with his sword, was holding his breath as he faced off against the air. Just a moment ago, dozens of glowing arrows had been shot at him from the walls around him. If he had not been a grandmaster, and if it had not been for the exquisite swordsmanship of 9 strategies beyond the swords, that volley of arrows would have been enough to injure him. Due to the sudden attack from the dark, Dugu Xian had focused all his attention on his swordsmanship and survival, so he had not paid attention to the enemy's specific location. Now that the enemy's attack had slowed down, Dugu Xian finally had time to observe his surroundings. However, at this moment, there was no one around him. If it had not been for the dozens of broken arrows lying on the ground, Dugu Xian would have thought that the frightening scene he had just experienced was an illusion. An expert. There was definitely a martial arts expert among the enemy, and there was more than one. When Dugu Xian had blocked the volley of arrows, he had clearly felt that a few of the arrows carried a huge amount of true qi. The person who had shot the arrows was definitely at the peak of qi transforming stage, or above. Moreover, other than a few extremely powerful true qi arrows, the other assassins who had shot the arrows were all above the qi transforming stage. How did such a powerful assassination team sneak into Taiyuan City? And why did they choose to attack him at this time? At this moment, many questions flashed through Dugu Xian's mind. Since he had only gone to the south of the city to see if Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an had been captured, he had not brought any guards with him when he came out of the courier station. At this moment, he was alone, but he was still fearless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dugu Xian happened to be standing at the intersection of 2 streets. His upper left, upper right, lower left, and lower right were all surrounded by the walls of the square. Just as Dugu Xian held his breath and was on full alert, dozens of masked men in black suddenly popped their heads out from the top of the walls of the square. In response to Dugu Xian's shout, they did not say anything. Instead, they responded with another volley of arrows. 9 strategies beyond the swords, arrow-breaking style. Dugu Xian had not been on guard earlier, and that volley of arrows had not hurt him. Now that he was on guard, how could he be afraid of the black-clothed assassin using the same trick again? He snorted coldly, and then the tip of the sword in his hand trembled, pointing it at the arrows that were shooting towards him. The speed of his sword was too fast, and ordinary people could only see the countless blurry sword shadows in the air. Then, a series of ding-ding-ding sounds could be heard, and the dozens of arrows all fell on the bluestone floor. Compared to his previous response, Dugu Xian's response this time was even more composed and casual. Obviously, under his full defense, these dozens of black-clothed experts could not hurt him. The arrow-breaking form of the Dugu 9 swords was a supreme sword technique that could break all kinds of hidden weapons. However, Dugu Xian had only just begun to learn it. If he had mastered the Dugu 9 swords, not only would he be able to resolve the danger he was in, he would also be able to deflect the enemy's arrow and use it to injure the enemy. But even so, it was more than enough for Dugu Xian at the moment. This arrow-breaking form could not only break the enemy's most threatening volley of arrows, but more importantly, the Dugu 9 swords was more focused on the intent than the form. Defeating a move without a move did not consume much of one's vital energy. Therefore, even if these black-clothed experts were to shoot at him with their bows for 2 hours, Dugu Xian was still confident that he could block them with the arrow-breaking form. This was Taiyuan City. Not only were there patrolling officers, there were also guards stationed in the city. As long as he delayed these black-clothed men for 15 minutes, he would definitely be able to wait for reinforcements. Therefore, Dugu Xian was not worried about his own safety, unless these black-clothed experts had other tricks up their sleeves. The target is difficult to deal with. Scatter the smoke. On the eastern wall, a black-clothed masked man put away his longbow and quickly took out a small pouch made of fine gray cloth from his bosom. This man spoke in Turkic, and Dugu Xian could not understand him. From the looks of it, this man should be the leader of this group of masked men. Obviously, after witnessing Dugu Xian's exquisite swordsmanship and superb martial arts realm, he understood that it would be difficult to hurt Dugu Xian with a volley of arrows that they had used to assassinate Dugu Xian. Today's assassination had to be done quickly. Therefore, he had to change his strategy and abandon the bow to use poison. Since they were all masked, they would not be poisoned even if they used the smoke. In the blink of an eye, after the leader of the masked men gave the order, the black-clothed men on the walls around Dugu Xian took out powder wrapped in fine gray cloth from their bosoms and threw it in Dugu Xian's direction. All of this happened too quickly, and Dugu Xian was caught off guard. He could tell that these black-clothed men were not throwing hidden weapons at him, but it was definitely not something good either. It was very likely that it was some kind of medicine that could make him lose his ability to fight. 22 small pouches opened up above Dugu Xian's head, and the white powder in the pouches poured down. Dugu Xian's Dugu 9 swords, arrow-breaking style, could defend against a sky full of arrows. But how could it defend against a sky full of powder? Dugu Xian immediately held his breath and retreated like lightning. He was facing the east, so he was retreating to the west. Unfortunately, the east wind was blowing in Taiyuan City. Although Dugu Xian's speed of retreat was fast, when the wind blew across the sky, it was inevitable that he would inhale some of the powder. Kill. Let's end this quickly. The leader of the masked assassins roared and pulled out the sword at his waist. He leaped from the wall and slashed viciously at Dugu Xian. The other 21 assassins followed suit, pulling out their swords and slashing at Dugu Xian. Good timing. Lone wind swordsmanship. Dugu Xian was not afraid at all, and a vicious glint flashed in his eyes. Previously, when these assassins were attacking from afar, it was not easy for him to take them down one by one. That was because it was difficult to change directions in the air. If he used his Qinggong to leap onto the wall and kill one of the assassins, the other assassins would definitely shoot at him immediately. At that time, not only would it be difficult for him to change his position in the air, but it would also be difficult for him to use 9 swords, arrow-breaking style. Now that these assassins had given up on long-range attacks and switched to close combat, it was exactly what Dugu Xian wanted. In terms of close combat, he had mastered both the lone wind swordsmanship and the lone wind swordsmanship. He was not afraid of these black-clothed assassins at all. Dugu Xian leaped into the air and spun in midair. A blinding sword aura shot up like a dazzling silver dragon. Pure and arrogant sword intent filled the entire alley. Immediately after, the dazzling sword aura clashed with the 22 sharp swords that were coming from all directions. Ding, ding, ding. An ear-piercing sound of metal clanging instantly resounded through this area of the residential area. As it was almost 7 in the morning, those who were supposed to go out to work had already gone to work, and those who were supposed to go to the market had already gone to buy things. Therefore, there were not many pedestrians in the alley. However, the ear-piercing sound of metal had inevitably alarmed many of the residents. Some of the more daring onlookers were making their way over. Oomph, what a futile struggle. At that moment, the leader of the masked assassins could not help but snort coldly. Dugu Xian could not help but be startled because the leader of the assassins was speaking in Han Chinese. "You are Han Chinese?" Dugu Xian could not help but exclaim in surprise. However, when he opened his mouth, he could not help but inhale some of the powder in the air. After realizing that something was wrong, Dugu Xian quickly shut his mouth. At that moment, the leader of the assassins snorted coldly. His aura suddenly changed, and his true qi surged. The long sword in his hand was filled with sword qi, and it let out a loud sword hum. Then, he suddenly disappeared from where he was. Yes, his entire body had suddenly disappeared. Dugu Xian was instantly alarmed. He instinctively used his footwork and leaned his body slightly to the right by 3 inches. At the same time, a long sword glowing with a faint blue light appeared on his left side without warning. It brushed past his belt and stabbed forward viciously. Clearly, the leader of the assassins who had disappeared had launched a fatal attack from behind. If Dugu Xian had not subconsciously leaned his body to the right just now, that sword would have pierced through his entire body. A Grandmaster expert. This was the first time Dugu Xian had faced the leader of the assassins head-on. However, it was this exchange that made him realize that he had underestimated his opponent's strength. This leader of the assassins in black was actually a Grandmaster expert. Moreover, it seemed that he was a Grandmaster expert who specialized in assassination. At this moment, Dugu Xian suddenly felt a little dizzy. He understood that it was the effect of the powder that the other party had scattered. This caused him to feel a chill in his heart. Putting aside the fact that the other party's strength was higher than he had estimated, he had even been poisoned by the other party. It was truly a case of when it rains, it pours. Dugu Xian knew that if he could not escape in a short period of time, or if the reinforcements did not arrive before he fell, then it was very likely that he would die here today. The leader of the assassins exclaimed in surprise when his killing blow missed. Then he gently raised his sleeve, and several cold lights shot out from his sleeve, heading straight for Dugu Xian's face. Hidden weapons. This leader of the assassins, as a Grandmaster expert, actually carried hidden weapons with him. This really refreshed Dugu Xian's 3 views. Generally, martial artists who had stepped into the Grandmaster realm had their own pride. Under normal circumstances, they disdained to use underhanded means such as hidden weapons and poison. However, the black-clothed assassin leader in front of him not only used poison, but also carried hidden weapons with him. He was really unscrupulous. Chapter 1856. Grand Commander? Grand Commander, bad news. Bad news. General Dugu, who entered the city yesterday, was attacked by a group of black-clothed masked assassins in the southern alley. The secret guard of the Wang family, who had run out from the place where Dugu Xian and the black-clothed assassins were fighting fiercely, had just passed through 2 houses when he ran into Wang Chengwu, who was escorting Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an back to the Wang family's ancestral home. He was startled at first, but then he hurried forward and cupped his fists. What? You're saying that someone tried to assassinate General Dugu in the city? Wang Chengwu was shocked when he heard this, and he hurriedly waved his hand to signal for the troops behind him to stop. He then looked at the shadow guard and asked in a low voice. The shadow guard panted as he said, "Yes, Grand Commander." There were more than 20 of them, and General Dugu was alone. When this subordinate arrived, General Dugu seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Should we go? Hu Daliang, Bai Qing, take 10 of your brothers and bring Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an back to the ancestral home. The rest of you, follow me. Without waiting for the guard to finish speaking, Wang Chengwu bellowed and ordered his subordinates. Yes, Grand Commander. A round-faced man with a full beard and Bai Qing hurriedly responded in unison. With that, the two of them called over 10 Wang family shadow guards and brought Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an back to the Wang family ancestral home. Wang Chengwu waved his hand, and the remaining 10 or so Wang family shadow guards followed him. Under the lead of the shadow guard who had reported earlier, they galloped wildly in the direction of the battle between Dugu Xian and the black-clothed men. As Wang Yu's trusted aide, Wang Chengwu naturally understood Wang Yu's current attitude toward the imperial court and the imperial family. He also knew why the Wang family's forces, both on the surface and in the shadows, had mobilized in full force yesterday to search for two businessmen who had nothing to do with the Wang family. It was precisely because of this that Wang Chengwu had made the decision to rescue Dugu Xian without any hesitation the moment he heard that someone had tried to assassinate him. Putting aside the fact that the Wang clan had mobilized all its forces yesterday mainly because Dugu Xian's younger brother, Dugu Feiying, had personally come to Wang Yu's door to ask for help. Given the current relationship between the Wang clan and the imperial court, Wang Yu could not possibly sit by and watch as the commander of the imperial army was assassinated in the Wang clan's headquarters, Source Peak City, was assassinated by an unknown group of people. If something were to happen to Dugu Xinjin in Source Peak City, the Wang family and the officials of Source Peak City would face endless trouble. Therefore, there was no need to report this matter to Wang Yu. Wang Chengwu could guess Wang Yu's attitude. Most importantly, there was no time for him to return to the ancestral home and report the situation to Wang Yu. On the other side at the post house, after Li Tai returned, he immediately gathered everyone in the academy and informed them of everything he had seen on Dragon Mountain in the morning, as well as his decision to set the location of the telegram relay station at Dragon Mountain Boy Temple. After understanding the general topography of Dragon Mountain Boy Temple, the academy's teachers and students, including Mo Chue, unanimously agreed that the telegram relay station should be built on Dragon Mountain. At that moment, Li Tai led the members of Team 5 and Team 6 with measuring tools and prepared to go up the mountain for a field survey. Mo Chue also followed. He also wanted to see the terrain and discuss with Li Tai the future construction plan. After leaving the post house, Li Tai did not see Dugu Xian. There was only Dugu Feiying and the imperial army guarding the door. Li Tai couldn't help but frown. He went up to Dugu Feiying and asked, "General Feiying, where is General Dugu Xian? Didn't he come back with me just now?" Dugu Xian had already told Li Tai about Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an before entering the city yesterday, so Dugu Feiying had nothing to hide. He told the truth. "Your Highness, I just received news that the Wang family shadow guards found Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an's whereabouts at Schwanern Square in the southeast of the city and were preparing to capture them. After my brother heard about it, he went alone to check it out. He should be back soon." Zhu Xiecheng, Kong Chang'an. I heard that the Wang family had been looking for these two for almost an entire day yesterday, but they couldn't find their whereabouts. How did they suddenly find them today? Hearing this, Li Tai frowned and muttered to himself suspiciously. Now that the situation in Source Peak City was treacherous, Li Tai had become paranoid. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but as for what was wrong, he couldn't put his finger on it. Dugu Feiying's ears were sharp, so he naturally heard Li Tai's muttering. However, he could only pretend that he didn't hear it, because he couldn't answer this question. "Did you just say that General Dugu Xian went alone?" Suddenly, Li Tai raised his voice and asked Dugu Feiying. There was a faint nervousness in his expression. Dugu Xian was the strongest fighting force in the Imperial Army, and he was also the brain of the Imperial Army. If something happened to him, it would be almost impossible for the people from the Academy to complete their mission and return safely to the Academy. Therefore, Li Tai couldn't help but feel nervous when it came to Dugu Xian's safety. Dugu Feiying chuckled and said, "Your Highness, you don't have to worry. My brother is now master. No one in Taiyuan City can hurt him. As Dugu Xian's younger brother, Dugu Feiying had full confidence in Dugu Xian's personal strength. Chapter 1857. Scorching Sun Saber Technique. The newcomer was none other than Wang Chengwu, who had just rushed over to help. When he saw the black-clothed man completely disregard him and insist on killing Dugu Xian first, Wang Chengwu was greatly alarmed and immediately used his trump card. Wang Chengwu held a large saber with both hands and spun it rapidly in the air. The scorching saber aura directly blasted away the other men in black who wanted to stop him. At the same time, his speed instantly doubled. He was originally about 30 meters away from Dugu Xian and the leader of the men in black, but in the blink of an eye, the distance between them was less than 10 meters. What a fast speed! Feeling the biting, cold, murderous intent behind him, the leader of the men in black frowned slightly. He could not help but be secretly surprised by Wang Chengwu's extreme speed. Even when he was in his best condition, he could not reach such a fast speed, let alone when he was fighting with Dugu Xian earlier. Not only did he expend a lot of vital energy, but he also suffered some minor injuries. At this time, he had to make a choice. Should he continue to swing his sword to kill Dugu Xian, or turn around to block Wang Chengwu's swift and domineering saber? If he continued to kill Dugu Xian, by the time he stabbed his sword into Dugu Xian's throat, Wang Chengwu's saber would be close to his back. He would not be able to block it in time and would be seriously injured or even killed. If he gave up on Dugu Xian and turned around to block Wang Chengwu's attack, he was confident that he could withstand Wang Chengwu's saber. However, if he did so, Dugu Xian would be temporarily spared from death, and there would be many more variables in this assassination attempt. It was a difficult choice, but there was not much time left for the leader of the men in black to consider, because Wang Chengwu's saber was about to arrive. Concentrate all your strength and kill Dugu Xian first. At this critical moment, the leader of the black-clothed men did not hesitate. Almost instantly, he made a decision. He turned around at lightning speed and quickly formed a sword move to meet Wang Chengwu, who was flying towards him. At the same time, he shouted to the rest of the black-clothed men around him when he was attacked. Only children could make choices. Of course, adults would want all of them. The leader of the men in black did not want to die, but he did not want Dugu Xian to live either. Therefore, while turning around to block Wang Chengwu, he decisively ordered the rest of the assassins to surround and kill Dugu Xian. Although Dugu Xian was a master, at this time, he was not only severely poisoned, but also seriously injured. Any warrior in the Qi-forming realm could easily kill him, not to mention that there were at least a dozen assassins in the Qi realm around Dugu Xian. Under the joint attack, Dugu Xian would die. Therefore, the leader of the black-clothed men did not hesitate to turn around and block Wang Chengwu. You don't know your own strength. Seeing the leader of the men in black block with his sword, Wang Chengwu's eyes flashed with a trace of contempt and ridicule. He snorted coldly and pushed the genuine qi all over his body to the extreme. Suddenly, the temperature in the space around him rose sharply. The leader of the men in black was the closest. At this moment, he felt as if there was a big burning fireball smashing toward him. At this moment, he realized that he had underestimated Wang Chengwu's strength. Wang Chengwu was definitely a master of martial arts, close to the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm. The leader of the men in black wanted to change his move and turn around to escape, but it was too late. Everyone only heard a loud bang. The saber and the sword only had a short collision in the air, and the leader of the men in black was directly shaken out. He also hit the other two assassins who were going to assassinate Dugu Xian. Although the leader of the men in black was in the same martial arts realm as Wang Chengwu, he forgot that he was good at assassination, not head-on combat. Wang Chengwu, who was flying toward him, was very aggressive with his genuine qi and saber skills. Obviously, he was good at head-on combat. The leader of the men in black was using his own weakness against his opponent's strength. The outcome had already been decided before the fight. It had to be said that the previous battle with the drugged Dugu Xian had given the leader of the black-clothed men a misconception, a misconception that his direct combat strength was also very strong. However, he had forgotten that Dugu Xian had been drugged at that time and had been relying on his strong willpower to stay awake. His strength was also much weaker than before, and there was no way he could beat Dugu Xian at his peak. Protect General Dugu. Try to keep one of these assassins alive. Wang Chunwu, who had shown his great power with one strike, did not stop. He swung his saber diagonally and split the two assassins who were surrounding him. He let out a loud cry and then rushed forward like lightning, trying to save Dugu Xian, who was struggling under the siege of the men in black. Seeing this, the dozen or so shadow guards of the Wang family hurriedly drew their weapons and joined the fray. Although the overall strength of these people was slightly inferior to the assassins, as the Wang family shadow guards, they had all undergone many years of rigorous training. In terms of combat experience and tactical coordination, they were completely superior to these black-clothed men. Thus, the Wang family shadow guards and the men in black were locked in a stalemate. On Wang Chengwu's side, this guy relied on his extraordinary strength to take care of the two assassins blocking his way and finally met up with Dugu Xian. As for the leader of the black-clothed men, the assassin, he didn't dare to face Wang Chengwu head-on. He could only use his own movement skills to constantly harass and assassinate Wang Chengwu and Dugu Xian. The scales of victory were slowly tipping in Dugu Xian's favor. General Dugu, how are you? Wang Chengwu asked Dugu Xian, who was barely standing behind him during a break in the battle. I'm fine. Dugu Xian's sword was planted on the ground as he struggled to support his body. At this moment, not only did he want to sleep, but his eyelids were also struggling. He also felt that his vision was turning dark, and his physical strength was rapidly depleting. He was poisoned. General Dugu, hang in there. I'll open a bloody path for you. Wang Chengwu said to Dugu Xian as he focused and held the broadsword in his hand. He was trying to determine where the leader of the men in black would appear in the next moment. He was going to give him a fatal blow. As the saying went, capture the ringleader first to capture the bandits. As long as he captured or killed the leader of the assassins in black, the rest of the assassins would scatter like birds, and the danger of Dugu Xian would naturally be resolved. Obviously, Wang Chengwu could see that Dugu Xian was not in a good condition. He had to end the battle as soon as possible and bring him back for treatment. Otherwise, even if he did not die under the enemy's sword, he would die from the poison later. Sneaky bastard, let's see where you can hide this time. Suddenly, Wang Chengwu's eyes flashed. He quickly infused his true qi into his broadsword. Then, he disappeared from the spot like a flash of lightning. His entire body was covered in a blazing radiance as he slashed at Dugu Xian's right rear. Chapter 1858. What? General Dugu was attacked by a group of assassins in the southern part of the city. The shopkeeper of the Chu ironware shop, Kong Chang'an, was ambushed by 3 black-clothed men on his way back. At the same time, in the Wang clan's ancestral home, after listening to Bai Qing's report, Wang Yu abruptly stood up from his seat, his face ashen. The Wang clan had been in Taiyuan for many years, but this was the first time someone had slapped them in the face. This subordinate is incompetent. Patriarch, please punish me. Bai Qing and the other Wang clan covert guards got down on one knee and bowed. Where's Chengwu? Wang Yu walked up to Bai Qing with his hands behind his back and asked coldly. Patriarch, the Grand Commander received the news and went to the southern part of the city to rescue General Dugu. We brought Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an's corpses back first. Bai Qing replied in full detail. Quickly bring people to the southern part of the city. Wang Yu was silent for a moment. Then he ordered, in addition, bring people to the provincial governor's residence and inform Provincial Governor Wang. Wang Yu knew very well that this was not the time to hold these people accountable. The most important thing now was to ensure Dugu Xian's safety. If something happened to Dugu Xian, then the Wang family would not be able to clear their name even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an had been found and escorted back by the Wang clan, but one of them had been killed right under the eyes of the Wang clan guards. Logically speaking, the Wang clan had to bear the main responsibility. And if something happened to Dugu Xian, the commander of the imperial army in Taiyuan City, the Wang clan would not be able to escape responsibility. After all, who told the Wang clan to be the local tyrant of Taiyuan City? Yes, Patriarch. Bai Qing and the others left with the order. Inside the room, Wang Yu paced around the hall with his hands behind his back. Princess Tong, who was sitting to the side, frowned and said, Dugu Xn was attacked, and the key suspect they were looking for was ambushed. Who are these people? How dare they commit murder in public in Taiyuan City, and even make a move against our Wang clan? Wang Yu paused and sighed. No matter where they come from, since they dared to behave so atrociously in Taiyuan City, this old man will definitely ferret them out. Moreover, I'm afraid that this group of people's goal isn't so simple. Their true goal should be... At this point, Wang Yu turned to look in the northwest direction. That was the post house in Taiyuan City. Li Tai and the other Yanhuang college teachers and students were staying there. Princess Tong naturally understood what Wang Yu was trying to say. Her heart sank slightly as she revealed a worried expression. The other party wants to harm Xianxia? In this way, I'm afraid we won't be able to return to Sui province for the time being. Speaking of which, she and Li Tai had returned to their ancestral home from Qizhou. Originally, they had planned to settle Wang Rinbiao's matter and then immediately return to Suizhou. However, Li Tai was her grandnephew. Whether it was due to emotion or reason, whether it was public or private, she had to look after Li Tai. After all, this was Taiyuan, the territory of her husband's family. We definitely can't return to Suizhou for the time being. Nothing must happen to King Wei and the others in Taiyuan City. Right now, he had to see if Chang Wu could save Dugu Xan and capture one or two of them alive. From the looks of it, we're in the open while the enemy is in the dark. Moreover, the enemy knows everything about us like the back of his hand. We must grasp the enemy's situation as soon as possible. Wang Yu sternly said, his eyes blazing. As the saying went, know thyself and know thy enemy, and thou shalt be victorious in every battle. Although the Wang clan was powerful, if they knew nothing about the enemy's situation, they would be constantly on the defensive. This was something that Wang Yu did not wish to see. Princess Tong silently nodded. Reporting. Patriarch, the Grand Marshal has rescued General Dugu. Hurried footsteps came from outside the room. Soon after, Bai Qing, who had left earlier, ran into the hall and cupped his fist to Wang Yu. Wang Yu, who was anxiously pacing back and forth in the hall, suddenly had his eyes light up. He turned around and said with a face full of joy, Good. That's great. Where's Chengwu now? And how is General Dugu? Is he injured? Although he and Princess Tong had analyzed that the enemy's target was likely Li Tai, they had no good ideas. After all, the heavy responsibility of protecting Li Tai's group could only be shouldered by Dugu Xian and the other Imperial Army soldiers. The Wang clan could not shoulder this responsibility. Thus, nothing could happen to Dugu Xian. Moreover, no matter what, Dugu Xian was the commander of the Northern Imperial Army. If he were to die in Taiyuan City for no reason, no one would be able to bear Li Er's wrath. After all, the Northern Imperial Army was Li Er's trump card, and the commander of this army represented Li Er to a certain extent. Chapter 1859. Whoever could cure Dugu Xian would be rewarded with 3,000 strings of cash. Hearing this, the doctors who had yet to take Dugu Xian's pulse froze, their breathing quickening. Doctors were humans too, and they had emotions and desires. Almost no one would not be tempted by a reward like 3,000 strings of cash. After all, that was a fortune that could allow them to live comfortably for several lifetimes. However, the prerequisite for all of this was to cure Dugu Xian. This old man is quite knowledgeable in detoxification. May I take a look at General Dugu? Just as everyone was about to give it a try, an old man stroked his beard and said, Old sir, please. Dugu Feiying hurriedly gestured for the old man to go ahead. The old man nodded, and then he slowly walked over to the bed. He first took Dugu Xian's pulse, and then he looked at the wounds on Dugu Xian's arms and back. His expression instantly changed when he saw them. Dugu Feng hurriedly asked, "Old sir, what poison was inflicted on my brother? Is there an antidote?" Everyone in the room, including the doctors, turned to look at the old man. Although the doctors could tell that Dugu Xian was poisoned, they didn't know what kind of poison Dugu Xian was poisoned with. This was also the main reason why they couldn't do anything about it. After all, if they did not even know what poison the patient was inflicted with, how could they possibly cure it? The old man calmly returned Dugu Xian's body to its original position on the bed, then said with a serious expression, "General Dugu was inflicted with 3 poisons. The first is a knockout powder, which should have been inhaled through the nose and mouth, causing General Dugu to be unconscious. As for the second poison, if I'm not wrong, it should come from the devil's snare flower in India. Moreover, it's taken from the devil's snare flower seed and not its petals, so it's more poisonous. The person who injured General Dugu should have smeared this poison on their weapon. Those who are poisoned will first feel dizzy and have a headache, followed by tachycardia, hallucinations, delirium, and convulsions. If the poison isn't detoxified as soon as possible, it will take at most 2 days to half a day for the poisoned person to slowly die in their sleep. The third poison is the strong poison hook kiss, which should have been smeared on the weapon. The victim will first feel dizzy, then have their heartbeat slow down and then speed up. Their limbs will also feel cold. This poison is extremely strong, and if the antidote is not cured within 2 hours, the victim will definitely die. Not even a deity can save him. Hook kiss, also known as heartbreak grass, humang vine, etc., is highly poisonous. The moment the old man finished speaking, the doctors in the room were shocked. They could not help but whisper, "What? Devil's snare and hook kiss? Both of them are rare poisons in the world." That's right. No wonder I didn't see it earlier. It turns out that General Dugu was poisoned by these 2 poisons. I'm afraid he's done for. Sigh. These 2 poisons, I'm afraid no one in this world. I don't know if half-immortal Lu can cure them. He is an expert in detoxification. Hearing these people's private discussions, even if Dugu Feng didn't know how to treat illnesses and save people, he still knew his brother's current situation. However, he still looked at the old man unwillingly and asked, "Old mister, since you already know what kind of poison my brother is suffering from, then you must have a way to cure my brother's poison, right? Don't worry, as long as you can cure my brother. The Dugu family is willing to take out 3,000 strings to express our gratitude." When Dugu Feng said this, the doctors standing at the side immediately felt uncomfortable. What was the most uncomfortable thing in the world? There was money to be earned, but he couldn't earn it himself. The old man bitterly laughed, shook his head, and said, "The people of Taiyuan City call me half-immortal Lu, but this old man is just a mortal with a mortal body. How can I be considered a half-immortal? I'm afraid that only a true immortal can cure General Dugu's poison. This old man is really powerless. I hope that your highness and young general can find someone else as soon as possible. Don't delay General Dugu's treatment." Hearing this, the doctors in the room were relieved, but also sighed with some regret. Even half-immortal Lu can't cure the devil's snare and hook's kiss poison. In order not to delay Dugu Xian's treatment, half-immortal Lu cupped his hands and left. The other doctors knew that their medical skills were not as good as half-immortal Lu's, so they also left the room. Perhaps only Mr. Gongsun can cure this poison. When a doctor walked out of the room, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Mr. Gongsun? Which Mr. Gongsun? When Dugu Feng, who was in despair, heard this, it was as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. He quickly wanted to chase out of the room, but when he went out, the doctors were already far away. He pulled over the constable of the provincial government office, standing at the door, and asked, "Who is this Mr. Gongsun they were talking about? Can he cure the poison in my brother's body?" Chapter 1860. 1 coin of skullcap root, 1 coin of gold thread, 2 coins of philodendron, 1 coin of licorice, 1 coin of mung bean, 1 coin of honeysuckle, half a coin of forsythia. Inside the Taiyuan courier station, Gongsun Liang picked up a brush and wrote 2 prescriptions on a piece of paper without hesitation. The alchemy apprentice who came in with him frowned, but due to Gong's son Liang's prestige, he didn't say anything. After a while, Gong's son Liang finally put away the brush and handed the prescriptions to the medicine boy, saying, "Xiao Bao, take these 2 prescriptions and quickly go back to the medicine hall to get the herbs. Let your senior brother pick the best herbs. Go and come back quickly." "Oh, yes, master." The medicine boy wanted to say something but hesitated, but in the end, he took the prescriptions and turned to leave. Dugu Feiying stepped forward and grabbed the medicine boy, saying, "This place is not close to the rejuvenation hall. I will ride a horse and take you there. This way, we can save a lot of time." He did not forget that before Master Lu left, he said that if the hook kiss poison in Dugu Xian's body was not cured within 2 hours, he would die without a doubt. Although Gong's son Liang in front of him had promised to save Dugu Xian, Dugu Feiying did not dare to risk his brother's life. In fact, since Gong's son Liang could boast, then the 2 hours were invalid. Even if the medicine boy could not come back within 2 hours, he had his own way to ensure that Dugu Xian would not die. The medicine boy looked back at Gong's son Liang and saw that Gong's son Liang was smiling without saying anything, so he nodded in agreement. "Thank you, General." After saying that, the two walked out of the post house together. Inside the room, Gong's son Liang opened the medicine box and took out a wooden box with 24 gold needles. He waved to Iron Egg, who was standing beside Li Tai, and said, "Kid, come and help this old man lift this general up and take off his clothes. This old man wants to give him the needles." Li Tai frowned and complained in his heart. Is this old man still holding a grudge? Is that why he's called Iron Egg and not me? In fact, this was completely Li Tai thinking too much. Although Gong's son Liang had an eccentric temperament, he was already 70 to 80 years old. His tolerance was not small to the point of being angry with a child. The reason why he called for Iron Egg to come over and help instead of Li Tai was because in terms of physique, Iron Egg was stronger than Li Tai. Moreover, Li Tai was the king of Wei. Even if he did not put him in his eyes, he could not so blatantly order him around. Otherwise, Li Tai's subordinates would jump out and accuse him. He did not want to cause trouble. "Oh!" Iron Egg, who was suddenly called out, was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he quickly walked forward and helped Dugu Xian up from the bed. He also took off the latter's shirt. Suddenly, Dugu Xian's strong muscles and the wounds on his body that had only been treated were exposed to the air. "This old man is going to perform acupuncture. I need some peace and quiet. The fewer people in the room, the better." Gong's son Liang took out a golden needle from the needle box. He did not immediately insert it, but turned to Li Tai and the others. Li Tai frowned, but he did not say anything. He waved at the guards in the room and said, "All of you leave." "Understood." Although the Imperial Guards were worried about Dugu Xian's injuries and Li Tai's safety, they still left. Apart from Dugu Xian and Gong's son Liang, only Li Tai, Iron Egg, and Wang Yu were left in the room. As for Qin Huayu, Meng Wenhao, Mo Chue, and the others, they were at the Longshanboi Temple. After learning of Dugu Xian's assassination, Li Tai did not stop their plan to build a telegraph relay station. On one hand, he arranged for Qin Huayu, Mo Chue, and the others to proceed as planned. On the other hand, he and Dugu Feiying rushed back to the courier station to rescue Dugu Xian. Seeing that the room was finally spacious, Gong's son Liang nodded in satisfaction. He held his breath and focused his mind. His aura suddenly changed, becoming serious and serious. He was like a completely different person from before. Then, he raised the golden needle and inserted it into the Tiantu acupoint on Dugu Xian's chest. The speed of his insertion was as fast as lightning. It was not a speed that an old man of his age could possess. Then, Gong's son Liang took out the golden needles from the wooden box and inserted them into Dugu Xian's Xuanji acupoint, Shenzong acupoint, Huagai acupoint, Shanzhong acupoint, and Jue acupoint. The 6 golden needles stood proudly on Dugu Xian's chest. Immediately afterward, Gong's son Liang placed his right hand an inch above the 6 golden needles. The 6 golden needles seemed to be driven by an invisible force and began to vibrate rhythmically. A few drops of sweat appeared on Gong's son Liang's forehead at this time. controlling the needles with qi. Who would have thought that this frail old man in front of them was actually a martial artist? He could even control the needles with qi. Iron Egg, who was closest to Gongsun Liang, could not help but widen his eyes in shock. Obviously, he did not expect Gongsun Liang to practice Nigong. Looking at Dugu Xian's chest, the chest that was originally covered in black gas was gradually returning to its normal color. After a while, Gongsun Liang let out a sigh of relief and put down his palm. The golden needles naturally stopped vibrating, but the old man had no intention of withdrawing the needles. Taking advantage of this gap, Iron Egg could not help but ask, "Mr. Gongsun Liang, did you use qi to control the needles? Could it be that Mr. Gongsun Liang also practiced Nigong?" Iron Egg was also a martial artist. Although his martial arts realm was not high, he could still clearly feel that Gongsun Liang had transferred his qi into Dugu Xian's acupoints through the golden needles. That was why he asked this question. Gongsun Liang was sitting on the couch with his eyes closed at this time. When he heard Iron Egg's question, he opened his eyes and looked at Iron Egg with interest. Then he smiled and said, "Oh, I didn't know that you were also a martial artist. Moreover, your eyesight and knowledge are good. At such a young age, you actually know how to control the needles with qi. Who is your master?" Although Gongsun Liang did not directly answer Iron Egg's question, he tacitly agreed with Iron Egg's guess. Hearing this, Li Tai, who was standing to the side, widened his eyes in shock. Although he was not a martial artist and had never practiced medicine, he had still heard of using qi to control needles. Previously, when Li Gang was injured by Wuxia, his life was in danger. It was Sun Simiao, Li Zixuan, and Xianxia, these three top medical masters, who worked together to control the needles with qi, that pulled Li Gang back from the gates of hell. Li Tai never expected that on this trip to Taiyuan, he would meet a master like Sun Simiao, who could control needles with qi. At this moment, Li Tai didn't dare underestimate Gongsun Liang in the slightest. Iron Egg thought for a moment and answered truthfully, "My master is the current Marquis of Yong, and Li Zixuan, who is also the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. My master and Daoist son of the college both know how to control needles with qi, and I have seen both of them before, so I could recognize them." "Oh." Gongsun Liang let out a long "oh." It was unknown whether he had really heard of Li Zixuan or was pretending to have heard of him. After a moment, he asked, "The Daoist son you're talking about, is it Sun Simiao? He actually went to Yanhuang College?" Li Tai couldn't help but say at this time, "Daoist son is naturally the doctor's son that everyone praises. He is now in the medical school of our college. In addition to Dr. Sun, our medical school has many masters with superb medical skills. Even many respected doctors from the Imperial Medical Department have joined our medical school. In time, our medical school will definitely be able to cultivate many students with superb medical skills." As a student of Yanhuang College, naturally, he was proud of Yanhuang College. Moreover, Li Tai had another intention in saying this, which was to make Gongsun Liang interested in Yanhuang College. If he could directly attract Gongsun Liang to join Yanhuang College, that would be even better. He believed that Li Zixuan would definitely remember his merit. After all, although the words of this old man in front of him were not very pleasing, he still had some real skills. "Oh, Yanhuang College." Gongsun Liang smacked his lips and didn't say anything more. After adjusting his breath for a moment, he stood up and said to Wang Yu, "This old man just used a golden needle to protect the general's heart meridian to ensure that the poison won't enter his lungs in a short period of time. The poison of datura is relatively mild in nature, but it is like a gangrene attached to the bone and is extremely difficult to eradicate. The poison of hook kiss is extremely poisonous, like a flood or a fierce beast. These two poisons, under normal circumstances, are difficult to achieve the effect of fighting poison with poison. However, the two medicines this old man prescribed are used to induce the two poisons in the general's body and balance the power of the two poisons so that they can be used to fight poison with poison. After Xiao Bao brings the herbs here, boil the medicine near the post house, and then feed it to the general. This old man will administer the needle from the side to ensure that the two poisons will not harm the general's heart meridian. Hearing this, whether it was Wang Yu, Li Tai, or Iron Egg, all of them gasped. Under normal circumstances, when a patient was poisoned, the first thing a doctor would do was to detoxify the patient. However, this old man in front of them not only did not detoxify Duguexun, but also directly used the power of the medicinal stone to induce the poison to act up in advance for fear that it would take too long for the poison to take effect. This kind of medicine was simply too radical and too bold, wasn't it? Wang Yu looked at Gong Sun Liang with a strange expression and then asked tentatively, "Mr. Gong Sun, are you confident?" Gong Sun Liang smiled confidently and said, "Of course. Didn't this old man say at the beginning that I have a 90% chance of eliminating the poison in the general's body?" Hearing this, everyone was speechless again. At the very beginning, Gong Sun Liang did say this, but at that time, this old man didn't even take Dugu Xian's pulse. Everyone knew that it was just a formality and couldn't be taken seriously, but who would have thought that this old man would actually take it seriously? Could it be that no matter what kind of person he treated, he would say that he had a 90% chance? Or was it that for him, 90% and 10% were almost the same, with the probability of failure? At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by someone saying, "Reporting to Your Highness, the Bing Province Provincial Governor requests an audience." Chapter 1861. There's no need for you to follow me. The Imperial Army will be responsible for my safety. You're the provincial governor of a province and have a lot of work to do. I don't want Bing Province to fall into chaos because of me. I can't bear the responsibility. In Taiyuan Post Station, Li Tai hesitated for a moment. In the end, he did not speak ill of Wang Liaoyuan, but he still rejected Wang Liaoyuan's good intentions. After all, Wang Liaoyuan was the highest official in Bing Province. It was unrealistic to have him by his side 24 hours a day. Wang Liaoyuan was relieved to hear Li Tai's tone soften. He looked at Dugu Xian on the bed and asked, "May I ask how General Dugu's injuries are? Do you need me to find a famous doctor in the city?" There's no need for that. Although General Dugu's injuries are serious, with Mr. Gong Sun here, he will be fine." Li Tai smiled faintly. After seeing Gong Sun Liang's medical skills, Li Tai's trust in the old man increased. Although Gong Sun Liang's explanation of the detoxification process was shocking in Taiyuan City, only Gong Sun Liang was worthy of Li Tai's trust. "Mr. Gong Sun? Gong Sun Liang?" Hearing Li Tai's words, Wang Liaoyuan noticed Gong Sun Liang sitting cross-legged on the side. As the provincial governor of Bing Province, Wang Liaoyuan naturally knew of such a person in Taiyuan City. At the same time, he had also heard of Gong Sun Liang's strange temper and his treatment rules. He only sat in the hall and did not make house calls. But now, Gong Sun Liang had appeared in this post station. What was going on? Wang Liaoyuan's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. But when he saw Wang Yu, who was stroking his beard and smiling silently at the side, the bewilderment in his eyes instantly vanished, and it was replaced by a wisp of relief. Since Mr. Gong Sun is here, General Dugu will definitely be fine. Wang Liaoyuan nodded after a moment of shock. "Master, I brought the medicine back." At this time, Dugu Feng came in with Gong Sun Liang's little apprentice. The little apprentice carried a few large and small oil paper packages and said to Gong Sun Liang, who was sitting cross-legged on the couch. Gong Sun Liang suddenly opened his eyes and ordered, "Take it to the kitchen immediately. Little Bao, decoct the medicine yourself. First, use martial fire to decoct it for a quarter of an hour, then slowly decoct it for half an hour. Then, bring it over and feed it to this general." "Yes, master." The little medicine apprentice accepted the order. Dugu Feng quickly said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the kitchen of the post house." "Your Majesty, look." Today's Datong Daily's headline is very interesting. After the morning court, Li Er, who had just finished dealing with the court officials, rubbed the space between his eyebrows and came to the Li Zheng Hall in the west court of the Imperial Palace. When Empress Xianxia saw Li Er come, she first bowed and then had a maid bring the newspaper she had just read. She handed it to Lier and said with a smile. She also saw that Lier looked tired and wanted to let Lier read the newspaper and relax. Oh, what news? I'll take a look. Hearing what Empress Xianxia said, Lier was really interested. He sat on the couch and reached out to take the newspaper from Empress Xianxia. He glanced at the eye-catching headline on the front page of the newspaper. The cutest person? Liu? Was it this girl who wrote the news again? After seeing the headline and the author of the news, Lier couldn't help but whisper. He had a deep impression of Liu, not only because he had personally made Liu the gold medal reporter of Datong Daily, but also because almost every issue of Datong Daily had news written by Liu. The most important thing was that after the victory of the Battle of Guan City, Liu entered the palace to accept the reward. At that time, Liu gave Lier a very familiar feeling. Lier had never forgotten it. Empress Xianxia smiled at this time and said, "Yes, it was written by Liu. This concubine feels that this lass is quite smart and intelligent. There's no need to follow me. My safety is the responsibility of the imperial army. You are provincial governor and busy with government affairs. I don't want the entire Bing province to be in a mess because of me. I can't bear this responsibility." Taiyuan Post Station. Li Tai hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't speak ill of Wang Liaoyuan, but he still rejected Wang Liaoyuan's good intentions. After all, Wang Liaoyuan was the highest official in Bing province. It was unrealistic to have him by his side 24 hours a day. Hearing Li Tai's tone soften, Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. At this time, he looked at Duguxan on the bed and couldn't help but ask, "May I ask how General Dugu's injuries are? Do you need this official to find a famous doctor in the city to treat him?" "Huh, there's no need for that. Although General Dugu's injuries are serious, with Mr. Gongsun here, he will be able to turn the situation into safety." Li Tai smiled faintly and said, after seeing Gongsun Liang's treatment methods, Li Tai couldn't help but trust this old man a little more. Although Gongsun Liang's words about the detoxification process were shocking, in Taiyuan City, perhaps only Gongsun Liang was worthy of Li Tai's trust. "Mr. Gongsun? Gongsun Liang?" Hearing Li Tai's words, Wang Liaoyuan noticed Gongsun Liang sitting cross-legged on the side. As the provincial governor of Bing Province, Wang Liaoyuan naturally knew of such a person in Taiyuan City. At the same time, he had also heard of Gongsun Liang's strange temper and treatment rules. He only sat in the hall and never visited patients. But now, Gongsun Liang appeared in this post station. What was going on? A trace of doubt flashed in Wang Liaoyuan's eyes at this time. But when he saw Wang Yu stroking his beard and smiling silently, the doubt in his eyes dissipated and was replaced by a touch of relief. Since Mr. Gongsun is here, General Dugu will definitely be able to turn the situation into safety. After being stunned for a moment, Wang Liaoyuan nodded. "Master, I've brought the medicine back." At this moment, Dugu Feng pushed open the door from outside with Gongsun Liang's little medicine boy. The little medicine boy held a few large and small oil paper packages and said to Gongsun Liang, who was sitting cross-legged on the couch. Gongsun Liang suddenly opened his eyes and ordered, "Take it to the kitchen immediately. Xiaobao, boil the medicine yourself. First use martial fire to fry it for 15 minutes, then slowly fry it for half an hour. After that, bring it over and feed it to this general." "Yes, master." The little medicine boy obeyed the order. Dugu Feng hurriedly said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the back kitchen of the post station." "Your Majesty, look, today's Datong Daily's headline looks very interesting." After the morning court, Lier, who had just finished dealing with the court officials, rubbed the space between his eyebrows and came to the Lizheng Hall in the west court of the imperial palace. When Empress Xianxia saw Lier coming, she first bowed and then had a maid bring the newspaper she had just read. She handed it to Lier and said with a smile. She also saw Lier's tired face and wanted to let Lier read the newspaper to relax. "Oh, what news? I'll take a look." Hearing Empress Xiangxuan's words, Lier was really interested. He sat on the couch and reached out to take the newspaper handed over by Empress Xiangxuan. His eyes swept over the eye-catching headline on the front page of the newspaper. The cutest person? Liu? Was it this girl who wrote the news again? After seeing the headline and the author of the news, Liu couldn't help but whisper. He had a deep impression of Liu, not only because he had personally made Liu the gold medal reporter of Datong Daily, but also because almost every issue of Datong Daily had news written by Liu. The most important thing was that after the victory of the Battle of Guan City, Liu entered the palace to accept the reward. At that time, Liu gave Liu a very familiar feeling. Liu had never forgotten it. Empress Xianxia smiled at this time and said, "Yes, it was written by Liu. This concubine feels that this lass is quite smart and intelligent. There's no need to follow me. My safety is the responsibility of the imperial army. You're a provincial governor and busy with government affairs. I don't want the entire Bing province to be in a mess because of me. I can't bear this responsibility." Taiyuan Post Station. Li Tai hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't speak ill of Wang Liaoyuan, but he still rejected Wang Liaoyuan's good intentions. After all, Wang Liaoyuan was the highest official in Bing province. It was unrealistic to have him by his side 24 hours a day. Hearing Li Tai's tone soften, Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but sigh in relief. At this time, he looked at Duguxan on the bed and couldn't help but ask, "May I ask how General Dugu's injuries are? Do you need this official to find a famous doctor in the city to treat him?" There's no need for that. Although General Dugu's injuries are serious, with Mr. Gongsun here, he will be able to turn the situation into safety." Li Tai smiled faintly and said. After seeing Gongsun Liang's treatment methods, Li Tai couldn't help but trust this old man a little more. Although Gongsun Liang's words about the detoxification process were shocking in Taiyuan City, perhaps only Gongsun Liang was worthy of Li Tai's trust. "Mr. Gongsun? Gongsun Liang?" Hearing Li Tai's words, Wang Liaoyuan noticed Gongsun Liang sitting cross-legged on the side. As the provincial governor of Bing province, Wang Liaoyuan naturally knew of such a person in Taiyuan City. At the same time, he also heard of Gongsun Liang's strange temper and treatment rules. He only sat in the hall and didn't make house calls. But now, Gongsun Liang appeared in this post station. What was going on? A trace of doubt flashed in Wang Liaoyuan's eyes at this time. But when he saw Wang Yu stroking his beard and smiling silently, the doubt in his eyes dissipated and was replaced by a touch of relief. Since Mr. Gongsun is here, General Dugu will definitely be able to turn the situation into safety. After being stunned for a moment, Wang Liaoyuan nodded. "Master, I brought the medicine back." At this time, Dugu Feiying pushed open the door from outside with Gongsun Liang's little medicine boy. The little medicine boy held a few big and small oil paper packages and said to Gongsun Liang, who was sitting cross-legged on the couch. Gongsun Liang suddenly opened his eyes and ordered, "Take it to the kitchen immediately. Xiaobao, boil the medicine yourself. First use martial fire to fry it for 15 minutes, then slowly fry it for half an hour. After that, bring it over and feed it to this general." "Yes, master." The little medicine boy naturally obeyed. Dugu Feiying hurriedly said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the back kitchen of the post station." "Your Majesty, look, today's Datong Daily's headline looks very interesting." After the morning court, Lier, who had just finished dealing with the court officials, rubbed the space between his eyebrows and came to the Lizheng Hall in the west court of the imperial palace. When Empress Xianxia saw Lier coming, she first bowed and then had a maid bring the newspaper she had just read. She handed it to Lier and said with a smile. She also saw Lier's tired face and wanted to let Lier read the newspaper to relax. "Oh, what news? I'll take a look." Hearing Empress Zhangxuan's words, Lier was really interested. He sat on the couch and reached out to take the newspaper handed over by Empress Xianxia. His eyes swept over the eye-catching headline on the front page of the newspaper. The cutest person? Liu? Was it this girl who wrote the news again? After seeing the headline and the author of the news, Lier couldn't help but whisper. He had a deep impression of Liu, not only because he had personally appointed Liu as the gold medal reporter of Datong Daily, but also because almost every issue of Datong Daily had news written by Li Yu. The most important thing was that after the victory of the Battle of Guan City, Li Yu entered the palace to receive the reward. At that time, Li Yu gave Li Er a very familiar feeling. Li Er had never forgotten it. Empress Xianxia smiled and said, "Yes. It was written by Li Yu. This concubine feels that this lass is quite smart and intelligent. There's no need to follow me. My safety will be taken care of by the imperial guards. You are also a provincial governor and busy with government affairs. I don't want the entire Bing province to be in a mess because of me. I can't bear this responsibility." Taiyuan Post Station. Li Tai hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't speak ill of Wang Liaoyuan, but he still rejected Wang Liaoyuan's good intentions. After all, Wang Liaoyuan was the highest official in the entire Bing province. It was unrealistic to have him by his side 24 hours a day. Hearing Li Tai's tone soften, Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but sigh in relief. At this time, he looked at Dugu Xan on the bed and couldn't help but ask, "May I ask how General Dugu's injuries are? Do you need this official to find a famous doctor in the city to treat him?" There's no need for that. Although General Dugu's injuries are serious, with Mr. Gongsun here, he will definitely be able to turn the situation into safety. Li Tai smiled faintly and said, after seeing Gongsun Liang's medical skills, Li Tai couldn't help but trust this old man a little more. Although Gongsun Liang's words about the detoxification process were shocking, in Taiyuan City, perhaps only Gongsun Liang was worthy of Li Tai's trust. "Mr. Gongsun? Gongsun Liang?" Hearing Li Tai's words, Wang Liaoyuan noticed Gongsun Liang sitting cross-legged on the side. As the provincial governor of Bing Province, Wang Liaoyuan naturally knew of such a person in Taiyuan City. At the same time, he also heard of Gongsun Liang's strange temper and treatment rules. He only sat in the hall and didn't make house calls. But now, Gongsun Liang actually appeared in this post station. What was going on? A trace of doubt flashed in Wang Liaoyuan's eyes at this time. But when he saw Wang Yu stroking his beard and smiling silently, the doubt in his eyes dissipated and was replaced by a touch of relief. Since Mr. Gongsun is here, General Dugu will definitely be able to turn the situation into safety. After being stunned for a moment, Wang Liaoyuan nodded. "Master, I've brought the medicine back." At this time, Dugu Feiying pushed open the door from the outside with Gongsun Liang's little medicine boy. The little medicine boy held a few large and small oil paper packages and said to Gongsun Liang, who was sitting cross-legged on the couch. Gongsun Liang suddenly opened his eyes and ordered, "Immediately take these to the kitchen. Xiaobao, boil the medicine yourself. First use martial fire to fry it for a quarter of an hour, then slowly fry it for half an hour. Then bring it over to feed this general." Chapter 1862. County Magistrate. His Majesty has issued a decree to reward the merchants who participated in the charity event yesterday. Other than publicly praising them on Datong Daily, the merchants who donated money yesterday will receive the same amount of tax exemption this year. However, more than half of the merchants who donated money yesterday came from our Lantian County. The total amount of money donated by these merchants is close to 260,000 strings of cash. If our Lantian County collects taxes according to His Majesty's decree, won't we collect less than 260,000 strings of cash in business tax? The county office's treasury is already not abundant, and we even donated 10,000 strings of cash yesterday. After that, the county office still has to expand the city and assist Yunshan in laying electric wires for the county. Now that His Majesty has issued a decree, the business tax collected by our county office will be reduced sharply in the future. What should we do? In the back hall of the Lantian County office, County Deputy Meng held a notice in his hand as he worriedly spoke to County Magistrate He. In the hall, other than the two of them, there was also Registrar Zhang and County Lieutenant Wang. It could be said that all the administrative officials of the Lantian County office were present. As for Jian Hu and Constable Sun, they were in charge of the prison and public security, so they did not participate in this small-scale meeting within the county office. The notice in County Deputy Meng's hand was naturally the notice of commending merchants that was posted in Chang and the surrounding counties after the morning court. The 4 people present had all seen it. After County Deputy Meng finished speaking, Registrar Zhang could not help but speak up. County Magistrate, County Deputy Meng's worries are not without reason. Back then, Marquis returned the financial authority of Lantian County to the county office and instructed us to collect and use the taxes collected by the county office for the people. Seeing that the business in the city has just picked up and the business tax collected is increasing month by month, the county office dares to start many large and small projects. Right now, we have such a big business and borrowed a lot of money from Yinhuang Bank. Furthermore, the expansion of the city walls and the laying of electric wires will require a lot of money. If we follow His Majesty's decree to collect taxes in the remaining 5 months of this year, I'm afraid we will only be able to collect 1,000 or 2,000 strings of cash in business tax, which is just a drop in the bucket. In this way, not only will the 2 projects be stopped, but the money that our county office owes Yinhuang Bank will also be difficult to pay off. Therefore, I think that if we don't follow the Emperor's order to collect taxes, we will continue to collect taxes according to the original policy. It had to be said that Li Er's imperial edict to reward the merchants who participated in the donation gathering yesterday had somewhat disrupted the development of Lantian County. If the tax reduction decree was implemented according to the imperial edict, Lantian County would suffer a huge financial loss. First of all, there were currently more than 600 merchants in Lantian County. However, there were more than 300 merchants who participated in the fundraising event yesterday. Overall, the merchants who were willing to participate in the fundraising event at least proved that their shops were on the right track and were even making a lot of profits. These merchants were currently the largest taxpayers in Lantian County. The reason why the other 300-plus merchants did not participate in the fundraiser was that, apart from a few people who are naturally stingy, most of the merchants had just moved to Lantian County. Their shops had already established themselves in Lantian County. In other words, they were not making any profits or were making very little profits, causing them to be short on cash. These merchants were the ones that Lantian County's county government needed to support. At present, they could not contribute much to Lantian County's tax revenue. If they were to collect taxes according to Li Er's tax reduction decree, the financial situation of Lantian County's county government in the next few months could be imagined. In addition, the tax collection rate in Lantian County was 1 out of 6, while the tax collection rate in the other provinces and counties in Tang Dynasty was 1 out of 30. This would lead to a problem. 2 merchants had participated in the fundraising event yesterday and donated 1,000 strings of coins. However, one of them was from Lantian County, while the other was from another county. According to Li Er's edict, the 2 of them would receive a tax exemption of 1,000 strings of coins for the rest of the year. This might not seem like a problem, but if one were to combine it with the different tax collection rates in Lantian County and outside of Lantian County, there would be a huge problem. According to the tax collection rate of 1 out of 30 for most provinces and counties in Tang Dynasty, as long as the merchant from another county who donated 1,000 strings of coins did not make a total profit of more than 30,000 strings of coins for the remaining 5 months of the year, he would not have to pay any additional tax to the imperial court. In other words, only when he made a total profit of 30,000 strings of coins in 5 months would he be able to use up the tax exemption of 1,000 strings of coins that he received from the fundraising event. But in reality, there were very few merchants in the entire Tang Dynasty who could make a profit of 30,000 strings of coins in 5 months. In other words, even though the merchant from another county who donated 1,000 strings of coins received a tax exemption of 1,000 strings of coins, he would not be able to use up this tax exemption because his profits in 5 months were likely to be only 10,000 strings of coins or less. In this way, the imperial court's actual loss of tax from this merchant was only 1 out of 30 of 10,000 strings of coins, which was around 300 strings of coins or less. But the Lantian County merchant who donated 1,000 strings of coins was different. According to the tax collection rate of 1 out of 6 in Lantian County, as long as his total profit in the next 5 months of a year could reach 6,000 strings of coins, he would be able to use up the entire tax exemption of 1,000 strings of coins. At this time, the Lantian County's official loss of business tax from this merchant was a solid 1,000 strings of coins, without any discount. Chapter 1863. In some TV series, there was often such a scene when the male lead, female lead, was seriously injured and unconscious. It was difficult to feed the medicine. Therefore, the female lead, male lead, would first pack the medicine in her mouth and then feed the male lead, female lead, the medicine mouth to mouth. Putting aside the need of the plot for the time being, from a pure medical point of view, did this method have a scientific basis? Obviously not. Not to mention that when a person was lying down, it was very easy to reflux and accidentally inhale the liquid into the trachea. Even if the medicine was fed mouth to mouth, it would not change this reality. In addition, feeding medicine to a patient in a coma, no matter what position, lying down or sitting, was an extremely dangerous behavior in itself. In modern medicine, coma refers to the complete loss of consciousness. It is a serious vision of a person who has completely lost awareness of things. It is a high degree of mental breakdown due to the serious suppression of the higher nerves for various reasons. The cause must be found as soon as possible, and effective measures must be taken in time to save the patient. Generally, coma is divided into two types: shallow coma and deep coma. Shallow coma refers to the patient losing consciousness, but the pharyngeal reflex, corneal reflex, and pupil reflex still exist. The patient will still have a painful expression and slight movement in response to strong stimuli, such as compression of the eye socket and stimulation of the nerves of the eye socket. In deep coma, the patient does not respond to various stimuli. The clinical symptoms are muscle relaxation, incontinence, and so on. It is impossible for such a patient in a deep coma to spontaneously swallow. Once the liquid is poured into the mouth, because the patient does not have the basic swallowing reflex, the liquid will not squirm along the esophagus to reach the stomach. Instead, a large amount of liquid will gather in the throat, making it very easy to reflux and accidentally inhale due to choking. In other words, these things will mistakenly enter the trachea and reach the lungs, resulting in aspiration pneumonia. In this case, a lung infection is often life-threatening. Therefore, in modern hospitals, as long as the patient's swallowing reflex is not good, such as the neurological department's medulla oblongata paralysis, the doctor will consider feeding the patient with a gastric tube and nasal feeding diet, as well as medicine and water. They will not risk the patient's life. Although Gong Sun Liang did not know the professional terms such as swallowing reflex and advanced nerves, nor did he know that there was such an alternative method of feeding drugs through a nasogastric tube, it did not mean that one's personal problem-solving ability would be limited, even if one's knowledge was limited by the age when one reached the peak of one's expertise in a certain field. When he first examined Dugu Xian's injuries, Gong Sun Liang had not only checked Dugu Xian's pulse, but also checked Dugu Xian's eyelids, mouth, and other parts of his body. He wanted to confirm whether Dugu Xian was still conscious and whether he could swallow medicine on his own. It was because he was certain that the unconscious Dugu Xian still had a certain level of consciousness that Gong Sun Liang gave him the prescription and dared to let the little medicine boy decoct and feed the medicine to Dugu Xian. "All right, little treasure, I won't feed him for now. Take the bowl of medicine and wait at the side." Under the care of the little medicine boy, Dugu Xian barely managed to drink half a bowl of medicine. If he was fed any more, the medicine would all flow out. Seeing this, Gong Sun Liang spoke up to stop him. In his opinion, half a bowl of medicinal soup was enough for the two poisons in Dugu Xian's body to take effect. "Yes, master." The little medicine boy did not hesitate. After wiping the medicine from the corner of Dugu Xian's mouth with a handkerchief, he decisively took the bowl of medicine and stood aside. Chapter 1864. Your Majesty, His Highness King of Wei has sent an urgent report. In the hall of Ganlu, Li Er, who had received spiritual comfort from Empress Xianxia, was reviewing memorials. A young eunuch from the imperial astronomer urgently requested an audience. After the young eunuch entered the hall, he held a slip of paper in his hands and bowed to Li Er to report. An urgent report from Azure Sparrow? Li Er raised an eyebrow, a bad premonition rising in his heart. He hurriedly said to the young eunuch, "What urgent report? Quickly bring it up for us to see." "Yes, Your Majesty." The young eunuch raised the slip of paper over his head. Zhao Song hurriedly walked over, took the slip of paper, and then quickly walked forward and handed it to Li Er. "What? Dugu Xian was assassinated in Taiyuan City?" After taking the slip of paper from Zhao Song and reading its contents, Li Er's face suddenly paled, and he cried out in alarm. His voice was thick with anger and disbelief. Just a few minutes ago, he had declared in front of Empress Xianxia how many guards Li Tai had in Taiyuan City and how safe he was. But in just a few minutes, the cruel reality had viciously slapped Li Er in the face. Li Tai's strongest fighting force, the commander of the Great Tang's Northern Yamen Imperial Army, had been assassinated in Taiyuan City. Although he didn't know Dugu Xian's current condition, whether he had been injured or whether his injuries were fatal, the assassination attempt on Dugu Xian meant that there was a faction in Taiyuan City that was resisting the Great Tang Imperial Court and plotting something. They had even dared to assassinate a general of the Imperial Court. This meant that Li Tai was not absolutely safe in Taiyuan City and might be the next target of the assassins. This also reflected the grim situation in Taiyuan City. Zhao Song, who was standing next to Li Er, also revealed a look of shock upon hearing Li Er's words. Zhao Song was well aware of Dugu Xian's strength. He was a Grandmaster-level martial arts expert before the age of 30. Apart from Li Zixuan, Dugu Xian's martial arts talent was probably the best among all the generals in the imperial court. Moreover, after Li Zixuan's guidance, Dugu Xian's swordsmanship had improved by leaps and bounds. If he used his full strength, even Zhao Song would have a headache. How could such a great expert encounter an assassination attempt in Sourcepeak City? Just how powerful and confident was the enemy? Send a telegram quickly. Tell Qin Ke to tell me the details of Dugu Xian's assassination. Also, order Bing Province's Governor Wang Liao Yuan to capture the assassin within 7 days. Otherwise, I will not let him off easily. Fang Gongting of Bingzhou's Zhicheng residence was temporarily given the title of commandant. He also had the authority to command the troops to assist Wang Liao Yuan in maintaining the security of Taiyuan and protect the safety of the King of Wei and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. The imperial edict of appointment will be sent to Taiyuan City by carrier pigeon. After reading the contents of the note, Li Er's face darkened. After thinking for a moment, he gave the order to the young eunuch from the imperial astronomer. It was a military taboo to change generals in battle, so Li Er did not directly remove Wang Liao Yuan from his position. Instead, he gave the latter a chance to make up for his mistakes. "Yes, Your Majesty," the young eunuch replied, then quickly left the hall. "Zhao Song, write what I just said into an imperial edict. Then, use the Wang family's carrier pigeon to send it to Taiyuan as quickly as possible." After the young eunuch left, Li Er instructed Zhao Song, who was beside him. This matter concerned the appointment of generals and the mobilization of troops. It was impossible to rely on telegrams alone. An official imperial edict was required. Chapter 1865. Fei Ying, have you caught Zhu Xiecheng and Kang Chang'an? Hurry, interrogate them as soon as possible. Long delays may cause trouble. In Taiyuan City, in the end, Dugu Xian, who had just woken up, felt weak and thirsty. After drinking 3 cups of water from Dugu Feiying, Dugu Xian felt a little better. He had recovered some of his strength, so he grabbed Dugu Feiying's arm and said, "Brother Dugu Feiying, let's go." The first thing on Dugu Xian's mind when he woke up was not his injuries, but the person behind the scenes. Obviously, this assassination had given him a strong sense of urgency. Since the hidden force dared to jump out and assassinate him directly, it meant that the other party's layout in Taiyuan City was basically complete. Their next target was probably Li Tai and the students and teachers of Yanhuang College. Therefore, he had to catch them before they made their next move. Otherwise, Li Tai would be in danger. Big brother, we did catch Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an, but on the way back, Kong Chang'an was killed. Dugu Xian was killed before he reached Schwanner Square, so he did not know that the Wang family shadow guard were also attacked on the way back. Therefore, Dugu Feng hurriedly explained. What? Kong Chang'an was killed? Cough cough. When Dugu Xian heard this, he almost jumped out of bed, if his body's condition allowed it. Perhaps because he was too agitated, his breathing became unstable, and he began to cough. Dugu Feng hurriedly stepped forward and patted Dugu Xian's back. He said anxiously, "Big brother, don't be so agitated. Although Kong Chang'an was killed, we still have Zhu Xiecheng. We can definitely get some information from him." Wang Yu, who was standing to the side, could not help but say, "Commander Dugu, you may not know this, but our Wang family shadow guards were attacked by 3 black-clothed masters on the way back from escorting Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an. The 3 men's martial arts were extremely high, and the leader of the Wang family shadow guards, Wang Chunwu, happened to be at Wenchang Square in the south of the city, so they succeeded in killing Kong Chang'an. After all, it was the Wang family's fault. The Wang family will definitely take good care of Zhu Xiecheng and won't let anything happen to him again. General Fei Ying is right. Right now, Commander Dugu should focus on recuperating. Zhu Xiecheng is under the care of the Wang family. It won't be too late to interrogate him after he recovers." Dugu Xian, who was lying on the bed, felt a jolt in his heart when he heard that. He struggled to wave his hand at Wang Yu and said, "Patriarch Wang, you're exaggerating. The Wang clan isn't at fault here. Furthermore, when I was ambushed in the southern alley, the one who came to my aid at the crucial moment should be the head of the Wang clan's guards, right? How could Dugu Xian dare to lightly blame him when he has yet to repay the favor of saving his life?" Wang Yu's words revealed a very important piece of information. When the Wang family was escorting Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an back, Wang Chunwu was not present. Instead, he went to the Wenchang workshop in the south of the city. Coincidentally, the location where Kong Chang'an was attacked was right outside the Wenchang workshop. Putting the two together, it wasn't hard to deduce that the peerless swordsman who suddenly descended from the sky when Dugu Xian was at the brink of death was the head of the Wang family's guards, Wang Chunwu. Although Dugu Xian was a little displeased that Kong Chang'an had been assassinated despite being heavily guarded by the Wang family, he had saved his life. If Wang Chunwu hadn't gone to save him, how could the 3 black-clothed experts have succeeded in killing Kong Chang'an? Dugu Xian was still clear about the cause and effect of this matter. Commander Dugu's guess is correct. The one who went to the Wenchang workshop to save you was the head of the Wang family's guards, Wang Chunwu. The Wang family has lived in Taiyuan for generations. Although they don't have the responsibility of guarding the city like the government, they still don't allow anyone to behave atrociously at their doorstep. Therefore, it is the Wang family's duty to save Commander Dugu. Commander Dugu, you don't have to be so polite. In the face of Dugu Xian's thanks, Wang Yu spoke with a righteous expression. Wang Liao Yuan, who was standing at the side, suddenly felt a little ashamed. Speaking of which, maintaining the law and order of Taiyuan City should be the responsibility of the provincial government or the county government. Dugu Xian had been assassinated in the city, and the person who had saved him wasn't someone from the government, but the head of the Wang family's guards. This made the government lose face. Fortunately, Constable Feng from the provincial government had brought people to the scene at the last moment and had more or less contributed some effort. Otherwise, Wang Liaoyuan's expression would have been even uglier. No matter whether it is the Wang family's duty or just following orders, to me, Dugu Xian, it is still a life-saving grace. How can this life-saving grace just be taken lightly? When I'm feeling better, I will personally visit Brother Chung Wu to thank him. Dugu Xian shook his head and insisted. Without waiting for Wang Yu to say anything, he changed the topic and said in a low voice, "But the most important thing right now is to interrogate Zhu Xiecheng as soon as possible." Among the assassins that appeared in the city today, the strongest one was a grandmaster. Their origins are probably not simple. We have to find out their identities and hiding places as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will always be in a passive position. Li Tai, who had been standing at the side for a long time, spoke up at this time. General Dugu, don't worry about your injuries. Leave the matter of tracking down the assassins to us. But Dugu Xian wanted to say something else, but Li Tai firmly cut him off. No buts. This is my order. Dr. Gongsun said earlier that General Dugu needs to rest more for the next few days, and you can't use force. I'm still waiting for General Dugu to recover as soon as possible so that you can lead the Imperial Army to protect me. General Dugu, please don't disappoint me. During this time, the Imperial Army will be led by General Fei Ying. It was rare for Li Tai to be so forceful. His resolute words left Dugu Xian with no room to refute. After that, Li Tai turned to look at Wang Yu, Wang Liao Yuan, and the others, and said solemnly, General Dugu still needs to recuperate. We won't disturb him. In addition, my father has just sent an imperial edict through the telegraph. Everyone, please follow me to receive the edict. When they heard that Li Er had sent an imperial edict, everyone in the room couldn't help but look solemn. Wang Yu's heart was as clear as a mirror. After all, Li Tai had suddenly left the room just now because the telegraph had rung. It must have been a telegram from the palace. Moreover, when Li Tai had replied to the telegram, he must have reported what had happened in Taiyuan City to Li Er. Therefore, Li Er's imperial edict must have had something to do with Dugu Xian's assassination. Yes, sir. Everyone in the room, except for Dugu Xian, who was lying on the bed, cupped their hands in acknowledgement and followed Li Tai out the door. After a while, the crowd arrived at a side hall. Li Tai stood in front of the crowd and took out a piece of paper from his bosom. He faced the crowd and read it aloud. Father has ordered Bing Province's provincial governor, Wang Liaoyan, to investigate Dugu Xian's assassination with all his might. The murderer must be caught within 7 days. Otherwise, he will be severely punished. Fang Gongting of Bing Province's Zhuchong residence will be temporarily promoted to the rank of commandant. He will also temporarily have the authority to command the army to assist Wang Liao Yuan in maintaining the security of Taiyuan City. He will also protect the safety of Yanwang College's teachers and students. The content of the imperial edict was very short. It was so short that it didn't seem like an imperial edict at all. There were no pleasantries or anything difficult to understand. It was more likely Air was giving orders in front of everyone. Although this was only an imperial edict in the form of a telegram, no one could tell if it was real or fake. Whatever Li Tai said was the truth. However, no one questioned the authenticity of the imperial edict. This was because the person who announced the imperial edict was Li Tai, Li Er's favorite son. It was impossible for Li Tai to lie about this matter. This was because lying about this kind of thing could be easily exposed. Moreover, once exposed, his political career was basically over. Moreover, Li Tai had no reason to lie about this. There was no benefit to lying to him. Your subject, Wang Liao Yuan, obeys the imperial edict. Listening to the imperial edict, Wang Liao Yuan couldn't help but feel relieved that Li Er didn't dismiss him directly. Instead, he wanted him to make up for his mistakes. However, the 7-day deadline made him nervous again. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep in the next 7 days. Li Tai nodded and said, although this imperial edict came from a telegraph, you don't have to doubt its authenticity. The imperial edict with the imperial seal has already been sent here by the Wang family's carrier pigeons in the capital. It will probably arrive at noon. At that time, Granduncle, please pay more attention. The cultivation of carrier pigeons couldn't be done overnight. The imperial court couldn't cultivate a batch of carrier pigeons to cover every province and county in the Tang Empire. Not only the imperial court couldn't do it, but even a 1,000-year-old clan like the Wang family couldn't do it. At present, the Wang family could only cultivate some carrier pigeons to send messages to the ancestral home in Taiyuan. Wang Yu nodded and said, Your Highness, don't worry. Once the Wang family receives the imperial edict, it will be sent here immediately. In addition, when Provincial Governor Wang needs any help in tracking down the assassin, please don't hesitate to ask me. The Wang family will do our best to help. Thank you. Wang Liaoyuan clasped his hands and thanked Wang Yu gratefully. He was a distant collateral descendant of the Wang family, so he didn't receive much help from the Wang family in his official career, especially after he became the provincial governor of a province. He took the initiative to reduce his contact with the Wang family to avoid suspicion. However, Wang Yu was willing to spare no effort to help him in this matter, which made him very touched. Li Tai said in a clear voice, "Good. In that case, I hope that all of you can work together to catch the assassin hiding in the city as soon as possible. The first thing is to interrogate Zhu Zeqing and see what we can get out of him." Wang Liaoyuan clasped his hands and said, "I will do as you command. I will send people to the Wang family to detain Zhu Zeqing in the prison of the government office and immediately interrogate him. We will set up a heavy guard and won't let anything happen to him." Li Tai shook his head and said, "There is no need to set up a heavy guard. I think that we shouldn't have too much hope for Zhu Zeqing. The reason why the assassin only killed Kong Chang'an and let Zhu Zeqing go means that they are not afraid of Zhu Zeqing falling into our hands. In other words, Zhu Zeqing probably doesn't have the information we want. So, for this person, we just need to interrogate him briefly. At the very least, he should know Kong Chang'an's identity. Let's not waste too much time and energy on this person." Calm and wise. While everyone was clamoring to interrogate Zhu Zeqing and try to get information about the assassin from him, Li Tai remained absolutely calm. It had to be said that Li Tai was much calmer than before. The people present were not stupid. After hearing Li Tai's words, they all reacted. Indeed, according to the description of the Wang family's secret guards, after the 3 black-clothed masters killed Kong Chang'an, they had the strength to kill Zhu Zeqing as well. But why didn't they do that? The only possibility was that Zhu Zeqing was just an abandoned pawn that they had pushed out. An abandoned pawn that was useless and didn't know anything about their identities. Your Highness is right. I am ashamed that I almost fell into their trap. Wang Liaoyuan clasped his hands and said, ashamed. After a pause, he continued, "After I transfer Zhu Zeqing to the prison, I will personally go to the Bing province camp and pass on the Emperor's decree to Fang Zicheng. Then, I will ask Fang Zicheng to immediately mobilize the troops to protect your Highness and the others, as well as to track down the assassin in the city." Although Li Tai hadn't stamped the imperial edict of appointment and mobilization of troops, Li Tai had just said that the imperial edict would soon be transported to Taiyuan City. Wang Liaoyuan and Wang Yu had no choice but to believe it. Fang Gongting wouldn't dare to doubt it either, because they had already learned from the mistakes of the past. When Li Zishuan mobilized troops from Taiyuan City to stop Wuxia, he also mobilized troops in the same way. Therefore, in Wang Liaoyuan's opinion, this imperial edict in the form of a telegram could definitely allow Fang Gongting to mobilize the troops in advance. Good. Let's move out immediately. This time, Li Tai didn't reject Wang Liaoyuan's request to have the provincial government's troops protect the academy, because by now, he also felt the seriousness of the situation. Your Highness, please excuse us. Wang Liaoyuan and Wang Yu cupped their hands and left. Suddenly, only Li Tai, Iron Egg, and Dugu Fang were left in the studio. Li Tai then turned to Iron Egg and said, "Iron Egg, you're good at martial arts. Go to Dragon Mountain for me. These men in black are so arrogant and vicious. I'm worried that they will harm Mr. Imo Chue and the others. Immediately lead a group of Imperial Guards to Dragon Mountain Boy Temple." Iron Egg hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, I have to stay by your side and protect your safety. This is the task my master gave me." Li Zishuan had asked Iron Egg to follow the Academy North not because he wanted Iron Egg to contribute to the construction of the telegram relay station, but because Iron Egg's martial arts were the best among the students of the Academy. In addition, he had a good relationship with Li Tai, so he was the most suitable person to protect Li Tai. Li Tai heard this and couldn't help but feel speechless. Dugu Fang cupped his fists and said, "Let me lead the troops to Dragon Mountain. Brother Iron Egg should stay by his Highness's side." Although Dugu Fang wanted to stay and look after Dugu Exen, He didn't forget the mission on his shoulders. Good. Then I'll have to trouble General Fei Ying. Chapter 1866. Guard Lord, we failed to assassinate Dugu Xian. He escaped. In the heavenly guest room of Tongfu Inn, a man in martial attire lowered his head and bowed slightly. He cupped his fists at the middle-aged man in white, standing by the window with a fan in his hand. The middle-aged man remained silent. He continued to look at the scenery by the window, as if he didn't hear the voice behind him. The man in martial attire tensed up. Thinking of the ruthless methods this man in front of him usually displayed, a trace of panic flashed through his eyes. He hurriedly said, because at the critical moment, the Wang family's secret guards and yamen runners rushed over. We had no choice but to retreat. However, Dugu Xn was poisoned by our weapons and hidden weapons. Even if he was saved by the Wang family and the yamen, he won't live long. Naturally, these words were meant to offend the group of people. Listening to his words, the leader of the group of assassins who tried to assassinate Dugu Xn in the South Alley was undoubtedly him. However, this fellow had kept his head lowered since he entered the room. No one could see his face clearly. They could only vaguely feel that this person was definitely not old. The middle-aged man by the window still didn't speak. He didn't turn around either. An invisible pressure slowly came from his body. The man in martial attire couldn't hold it in anymore. He hurriedly knelt on one knee and said, "This subordinate was incompetent and couldn't complete the mission. Please punish me, Guard Lord." "Oh, incompetent? What a good incompetent." The middle-aged man finally turned around. While waving his feather fan, he said in a cold voice, "I've given you 21 experts, and you've already reached the Grandmaster realm. So many people trying to assassinate Dugu Xian, but you still failed? Do you think this is a place to raise trash?" Although the middle-aged man's voice was calm, everyone could hear the anger hidden in his voice. However, he tried his best to control his volume. After all, this was an inn. If he was too loud, it would inevitably alarm the people in the next room. Hearing this, a layer of cold sweat appeared on the man in martial attire's forehead. He hurriedly said, "This subordinate was careless and couldn't kill Dugu Xian immediately. As a result, he was rescued. However, I am confident that no one can cure the poison on my weapons and hidden weapons. At the latest, before the sun sets tomorrow, you will definitely hear the news of Dugu Xian's death." The middle-aged man closed his folding fan and paced 2 steps in front of the window before he said, "All right, I'll believe you one more time. If Dugu Xian doesn't die before the sun sets tomorrow, I'll hold you responsible." "Yes, yes, yes." The man hurriedly agreed. At this time, the middle-aged man looked at him and said with deep meaning, "Xianyi, you should know that we, the Wolf Guards, never raise trash. Although you are a master of the Grandmaster realm, you always like to do things sloppily. In the long run, I'm afraid even I can't protect you. Take a look at Heavenly Eagle, Twilight WIRM, and Cloud Scorpion. Even though their strengths are slightly inferior to yours, they were able to kill their targets and escape unscathed from the Wang clan's secret guards. This is not the first time they have successfully completed a mission. I hope you remember that we, the Wolf Guard, do not lack experts. What we lack are people who know how to do things. If you want to live, if you want to stand out, then don't make any more mistakes. Do you understand?" Xianyi. So this assassin's name was Xianyi. Moreover, from what the middle-aged man had said, it seemed that they all came from an organization called the Wolf Guard. However, almost no one in the world knew what this organization did, who it served, when it was founded, or where it was located. However, the middle-aged man's words were biased. If not for this master assassin called Xianyi drawing the attention of the Wang clan's most powerful secret guard, Wang Chengwu, those 3-peak Qi transformation assassins would never have been able to successfully kill Kong Chang'an and escape unscathed. Yes, this subordinate understands. Xianyi's body trembled slightly, and then he cupped his fists and replied, "Who would have thought that a master martial artist would bow and scrape before a middle-aged scholar who didn't seem to know any martial arts and didn't even have the strength to trust a chicken? If this scene were to spread, who knew what the world would make of this middle-aged scholar's identity?" Did you reveal your identities during the assassination? The middle-aged man asked after a moment of silence. Xianxia didn't immediately answer. He paused for a moment before replying, "We did not. This subordinate and the others had our faces covered the entire time. Dugoxin, the Wang clan's secret guards, and the Yamen runners never saw our faces." In truth, during the assassination attempt, Xianxia and the other assassins had revealed a flaw. They had first spoken in Turkic, and then Xianxia had spoken in Han. This sort of abnormal behavior was certain to have attracted Dugu Xian's attention. However, Xianxia was certain that the poisoned Dugu Xian would die. Moreover, even if the other party grasped this point, they wouldn't be able to find anything, so he didn't mention it. "That's good." The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. "Lord Wei, according to this subordinate's investigation, King Wei and Dugu Xian went to Dragon Mountain earlier today, and then they returned to the city. However, after they returned, even more Yanhuang College's teachers and students went to Dragon Mountain. Dugu Xian is currently on the verge of death, and their defenses are at their weakest. Should this subordinate take some men to Dragon Mountain and capture the Yanhuang College's teachers and students?" Seeing that the middle-aged man didn't speak, Xianxia probed. The reason he was so proactive was that he wanted to find an opportunity to atone for his crimes. Although he had made a solemn vow to the middle-aged man that Dugu Xian would die, he wasn't very confident. Although everyone who had been poisoned by his weapon had died, what if a miracle happened to Dugu Xian? Then he would definitely be punished by the middle-aged man. Rather than that, he might as well make some contributions in advance so that he could atone for his crimes later. Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, "No. Those Yanhuang College's teachers and students have many of the Northern Yamen's Imperial Army by their side. The Wang clan's secret guards can't compare to the Northern Yamen's secret guards. Right now, our hidden forces in the city aren't enough to face the Imperial Army head-on. We must avoid them and find an opportunity in the shadows to act." "Yes," Xianxia replied in a muffled voice. Then he said, "Master Wei, after the 2 assassinations in the morning, Taiyuan City is now under full martial law. Moreover, the Bing Province Barracks has also sent out many troops to search for our whereabouts in the city. Should we move to another place?" The place they were in now was the heavenly guest room of Tongfu Inn. Not only was the decoration luxurious, but the interior space was also extremely large. There were a total of 4 to 5 rooms, including the inner and outer rooms. It was completely like an independent house. Of course, more importantly, Zhu Xiecheng, who was now detained in prison by the government, used to live in this guest room. Therefore, Xianxia suggested that they move to another place to stay. "Move to another place? Why do we have to move to another place?" The middle-aged man chuckled and shook his head. "Haven't you heard that the most dangerous place is the safest place? Next, the Wang family and the people from the provincial government will definitely focus on the big houses. Even if they search here, they won't be able to find anything." It had to be said that this guy was really brave. Speaking of which, if a normal person wanted to lurk in Taiyuan City and cause trouble, they would definitely rent a remote house to stay. After all, there were too many people in a place like an inn, not to mention that the guest room he was staying in now had just been occupied by a suspect from the government. Xianxia didn't try to persuade him again, but he was a little puzzled. "Master Wei, did we make such a big fuss today just to kill Kong Chang'an and Dugu Xian? Now that the whole city is under martial law, it will be very disadvantageous for our next operation. Only by stirring up the water will the fish come out and swim. Only then will I know where the fish are and where they are going." The middle-aged man waved his feather fan lightly and smiled confidently. "Aha! Kong Chang'an's identity is not as simple as it seems. Now that he died in Taiyuan City under the heavy protection of the Wang family shadow guards, the ones who will have a headache next are the Taiyuan government and the Wang family, not us. And this is just a test of the fish's purpose in coming to Taiyuan City. But there is no need to test them now. Someone has already come to tell us the answer. How interesting. It seems that there are some smart ones in this school of fish." These words were very vague, but Xianxia understood. He asked tentatively, "Master Wei, That Wang, that person, can we trust him? Will he betray us? The middle-aged man frowned slightly, but after a moment he smiled faintly. If he wanted to betray us, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. In the end, he and I are the same kind of people who don't want to be trapped in this small Taiyuan city. He is also a smart person, and with him secretly helping us, it will be easier for us to succeed. At this point, the middle-aged man turned to look at Xianxia and said with a serious face, "Go back now and watch over them. Tell them to bury their weapons properly. Be careful for the next 2 days. Don't cause any trouble. I will send a messenger pigeon later and inform the Great Khan of the situation here. I believe that the Great Khan will be interested in this matter. We will hide in the city first and wait for an opportunity to move." Messenger pigeon, the Great Khan. The amount of information hidden in the middle-aged man's words was not small. Just the 3 words Great Khan showed that his allegiance was not to the Central Plains, but to the Great Khan of the Turks, Xieli. Not only could this fellow speak fluent Chinese, but he also knew how to send a messenger pigeon. Obviously, he was a man from the Central Plains. Why would a man from the Central Plains work for the Great Khan of the Turks? And his status in the Turks was not low either. Who was this person? There were too many mysteries in this, waiting for Li Tai and the rest to solve. If they could not solve it, it would be difficult for them to complete their mission. Yes, this subordinate obeys. Xianxia bowed and was about to leave when the middle-aged man stopped him. "Wait." Xianxia paused, and the middle-aged man said lightly, "If there is nothing important in the next 2 days, try not to come here and bother me." "Yes, Master Wei," Xianxia replied and turned to leave. The door creaked open from the inside and then closed from the outside. The room regained its peace, and only the fragrance of tea lingered in the air. Creak. After some time, the door was pushed open from the outside again, and a tall man with eyes as bright and spirited as a nighthawk walked in and ran straight into the room. "Master Wei, we just received news that the post house has invited all the famous doctors in the city, including half-immortal Lu from Taiyuan City and Gong Sunliang from Huichun Hall in the north of the city. It is said that the 2 of them are famous miracle doctors around Taiyuan, and they're only slightly inferior to miracle Dr. Sun Simiao. Therefore, this subordinate estimates that Dugu Exin might not die." When he saw the middle-aged man sitting on the couch and sipping tea, the tall man quickly bowed and cupped his fists. "All right, I got it." The middle-aged man unhurriedly swallowed the tea in his mouth, then put down the teacup and said lightly, "Xianxia is an idiot. He has good skills, but he can't do anything right. He is far inferior to you 3 brothers." When the tall man heard that, a hint of joy flashed across his eyes. He quickly lowered his head and cupped his fists. "Master Wei, you flatter us. It is our honor to serve Master Wei and Khan. We will do our best to serve Master Wei." Good." The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction and said, "Sky Eagle, when this matter is over, I will promote you to be the deputy leader of the Wolf Guards. When I help Khan take over the Central Plains and become the state preceptor, the position of Master Wei will be yours. When that time comes, you will live a life of riches and honor and rest with the country." The tall man was immediately mesmerized by the beautiful future described by the man in front of him, but he came to his senses a moment later and quickly said, "Sky Eagle doesn't dare. There will always be only one Master Wei of the Wolf Guards. Sky Eagle doesn't dare to overstep." The middle-aged man's eyes showed a hint of admiration. He smiled and said, "All right, you can leave now. While you're at it, tell Xianxia this news and let him receive 30 lashes. Tell him that he failed this mission and couldn't kill Dugu Xian. I will let him live for now. If he fails again next time, he won't be so lucky." Actually, it didn't matter to him whether Dugu Xian died or not. What was important was to kill Kong Chang'an. However, it was a good choice for him to use this as a warning to his subordinates. "Yes, Master Wei." The tall man's lips curled slightly, then he cupped his fists and left. What? There was an assassin in Taiyuan City, and Dugu Xian was injured? In the west court of the Imperial Palace, Li Er was in a dilemma for a long time. He first let Empress Xianxia mentally prepare herself before telling her the information he had just received. When Empress Xianxia heard this, her heart jumped to her throat. She suddenly stood up and said with a face full of shock, "Doesn't that mean that Xianxia is now in great danger in Taiyuan City?" At this moment, Empress Xianxia almost fainted from fright. In her mind, she couldn't help but think of that dream again. That dream was so real that it made her want to suffocate. Although she tried her best to change it, the reality was developing step by step towards that dream. She could only watch from the side and was powerless to do anything. Chapter 1867. Maid Guanyin, don't panic. Lier helped Empress Xianxia back to her seat and softly said, Taiyuan isn't the border. Even if there are villains plotting in the city, they won't be able to do much. The gates of Taiyuan City are tightly shut, and the Imperial Army and provincial soldiers are protecting it. Xianxia will definitely be fine, unless the enemy leads an army to attack the city. But how could that be possible? If Taiyuan City is attacked, the soldiers of the surrounding provinces will immediately go to reinforce it. Moreover, yesterday, we sent Li Junxian to lead a group of 100 elite cavalry to Taiyuan. Based on the time, he shouldn't be far from Taiyuan. With him here, no one will be able to touch Xianxia. Maid Guanyin, don't worry. Yesterday, when Lier had sent a telegram to Li Tai, he had also summoned Li Junxian and had him lead a group of 100 elite cavalry to Taiyuan City to protect Li Tai. If they move quickly enough, they should be able to reach Taiyuan City before nightfall today. The 100 cavalry was Lier's most elite and secret force, and each of them was a 1 in 10,000 elite. The commander of the 100 cavalry, Li Junxian, was skilled in both martial and civil matters, and he was also resourceful. As a spy, Li Junxian had played a significant role in vanquishing the Heavenly Dragon sect. With him at Li Tai's side, Lier could not be worried about Li Tai's safety. 100 cavalry? Li Junxian? Empress Xianxia felt a little better after hearing Lier's gentle words of comfort, and her breathing gradually stabilized. She sat up straight and looked at Lier. Is your Majesty's words true? Is Li Junxian really about to reach Taiyuan with 100 cavalry? It was clear that Empress Xianxia had heard of Li Junxian and was very confident in his abilities. Lier patted Empress Xianxia on the back and chuckled. How could this be false? Besides, when have we ever lied to you? Just relax and don't let your imagination run wild. We promise you that nothing will happen to Xianxia. Empress Xianxia leaned her head against Lier's chest and said with a light. The resolute promise of the man in front of her gave her a great sense of security. Her heart, which had been in a mess, finally calmed down. If the Marquis of Yong and is by Qingque's side, then I will truly be at ease. Empress Xianxia nestled in Lier's arms, but this thought popped up in her mind for no reason. Although Li Zishuan was strong, he was still much weaker than Li Zishuan. After all, Li Zishuan had managed to escape from the hands of the world's #1 expert, Wuxia. Moreover, since Li Zishuan's debut, not only had he made many outstanding achievements, but he had also saved himself from many desperate situations. His life was like a cheat code. This was a man of destiny who had the attribute of avoiding danger. As a mother, Empress Xianxia naturally hoped that the strongest person would be at her son's side to protect him. But as the Empress Xianxia was not willing to use public resources for private use at this time. This was because Li Zishuan was currently training the Black Armored Army, and the Black Armored Army was his strongest trump card in the upcoming war between the Great Tang and the Turks. Empress Xianxia did not want her own matters to affect the training of the Black Armored Army, and thus the outcome of the war between the Great Tang and the Turks. Thus, although this was what she thought, Empress Xianxia did not speak to Lier. At the same time, to the north of Taiyuan City, in the Bingzhou barracks, Wang Liaoyuan carried the imperial decree in the form of a telegram to Fang Gongting's tent. He first told Fang Gongting about the 2 assassinations that had occurred in the city today, and then he proposed that the soldiers of the Bing province barracks be sent into the city to search for the assassins and maintain order. Adjunct Fang, this official knows that there are rules in the army. Without the personal order of the governor or an imperial decree, no one has the right to mobilize the soldiers of the Bing province barracks. But you should be able to sense that the situation in the city is extremely dangerous. If they even dare to assassinate General Dugu, who can guarantee that their next target won't be King Wei? If anything happens to King Wei in Taiyuan City, no one will be able to endure His Majesty's thunderous rage. Although this official's imperial decree does not have a seal and cannot compare to an imperial decree to mobilize soldiers, this official still hopes that Adjunct Fong can understand the severity of this matter. Do not put King Wei in danger because of a mere formality. Within the tent, Wang Liaoyuan handed the telegram to Wang Liaoyuan and spoke with a solemn expression. His words could be said to be sincere, and Fong Gongting was not an unreasonable person. However, the matter of mobilizing soldiers was of great importance. Moreover, even if he believed that the imperial decree in Wang Liaoyuan's hands was real and was willing to mobilize soldiers, the other generals in the army might not be willing to believe it. Governor Wang, it is not that this person is a mere formality or unreasonable person, but this imperial decree is, first, a promotion, and second, the mobilization of soldiers. This is truly too important. This general is only a member of the army. If I first promote myself and then mobilize soldiers into the city, I fear that it will be difficult to convince the masses. After a moment of thought, Fong Gongting awkwardly cupped his fists toward Wang Liaoyuan. In the end, Fong Gongting was only a member of the army. If he used the telegram in Wang Liaoyuan's hands to promote him to commandant, it was inevitable that there would be some discordant voices in the army. This was because ever since the Bing province barracks had stopped the Turkic army at Yinmen Pass, and the original commandant Su Tingda had died at Yinmen Pass, many generals in the Bing province barracks had covetously eyed the position of commandant. If Fong Gongting was promoted to commandant in such an unconventional manner, it would truly be difficult to convince the masses. Hearing this, Wang Liaoyuan's brows furrowed. After some thought, he said, Adjunct Fong, you might not know, but when the Marquis of Yong'an came to the Bing province barracks to mobilize soldiers, he did not have an imperial decree. Instead, he had the same telegram as this official right now. Fortunately, the imperial court sent the imperial decree to Taiyuan through the Wang clan's carrier pigeon. Otherwise, this official would probably be like you, refusing to mobilize soldiers. Now that the situation is urgent and His Majesty has sent another telegram and carrier pigeon, what reason do you and I have to refuse the imperial decree? Moreover, according to King Wei, the real imperial decree will be sent to Taiyuan through the Wang clan's carrier pigeon this afternoon. If you and I know that His Majesty has given an imperial decree, yet don't mobilize soldiers ahead of time, giving the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of, if His Majesty pursues this matter, neither of us will be able to bear the responsibility. Wang Liaoyuan's meaning was very simple. If the imperial decree sent by Li Er in the form of a telegram was sent to other places, the officials of other places would naturally have reason to not believe it because they had never seen it before. However, now that the imperial decree was sent to Taiyuan City, they had no reason to not believe it because the same situation had happened once before. Fong Gongting was silent for a moment. He gritted his teeth and cupped his fists. Since Marquis used this method to mobilize soldiers last time, this general naturally has no reason to refuse. How about this? This general will summon all the officers and soldiers. Governor Wang, you will read the imperial edict. But please, for the time being, you will only read the imperial edict regarding the mobilization of the troops. As for the temporary transfer of this general to the commandant, you will have to wait for the official imperial edict before announcing it to the officers and soldiers. In any case, Governor Wang's main goal is to mobilize soldiers into the city. Moreover, when we attacked the Turks in the north last time, most of the soldiers in our Bing province barracks personally participated in the battle. You only need to tell the soldiers how Marquis Yong and mobilized the soldiers last time. This general believes that the soldiers naturally won't dare to disobey. This was a compromise. Right now, the Bing province camp was like a group of dragons without a leader. Although Fang Gongteng was the one with the highest prestige, there were still other generals who were on par with him. If he was directly promoted to Bing Province Commandant in such an abnormal way, it would definitely cause some people to be dissatisfied. Rather than this, it was better to mobilize the soldiers first and wait for the official decree to come before announcing the promotion. This would minimize the variables to the greatest extent. With Wang Liaoyuan's authority and prestige in the Bing Province barracks, Fang Gongting believed that it would be easy to achieve his goal if he only used the imperial decree to mobilize the soldiers. Wang Liaoyuan's eyes flashed. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Good. Then I'll have to trouble Governor Fang. Fang Gongting was right. His purpose in coming to the barracks was to mobilize the soldiers. As for the power struggle in the army, he wasn't interested and didn't dare to be interested. This was because Bing Province was different from other places. The military power here was controlled by the governor and had nothing to do with the governor. Governor Wang is too polite. Then this general will go and gather the soldiers. Fang Gongting stood up and cupped his fist. Good. Fang Gongting left the tent and immediately ordered the soldiers to gather at the commander appointment platform. Just as he had expected, when Wang Liaoyuan took out the telegram and explained that Li Zixuan had used the same procedure to mobilize the soldiers in the Bing Province barracks, the soldiers were all convinced of the authenticity of the imperial decree. This was especially true for those soldiers who had accompanied Li Zixuan in stopping Wuxia and the Turkic Wolf Cavalry. In this way, the matter of mobilizing the troops would be completed without a hitch. At 9:15 in the morning, 10,000 soldiers filed out of the Bing Province barracks. Under Fang Gongting's lead, these 10,000 soldiers entered Sourcepeak City and began to search the streets for people with weapons and suspicious identities. The bailiffs of the provincial government, the Wang clan shadow guards, and the soldiers of the Bing Province barracks gathered in the city. For a moment, the atmosphere in the city was unprecedentedly tense. An invisible net was cast over Sourcepeak City, making it impossible for any hidden faction to hide. At the same time, in the prison of the Bing Province barracks, Wang Liaoan, Dugu Feng, Li Tai, and Wang Yu, these four representatives of the various factions, were interrogating Zhu Xiecheng. In truth, Li Tai's status as a prince was not suited to enter the prison. The ancient people were mostly superstitious and believed that the yin qi in the prison was heavy and inauspicious. Before entering, Wang Liaoyuan had tried to persuade Li Tai, but Li Tai was eager to understand the truth and insisted on following. No one could do anything about it. Chapter 1868. Zhu Hongsheng. Your real name is Zhu Xiecheng, right? Are you a Turk? In the prison of Taiyuan Prefecture, Wang Liaoyuan, Wang Yu, Dugu Feng, and Li Tai were sitting on the same bench. Wang Liaoyuan slapped the table in front of him and asked Zhu Xiecheng, who was kneeling on the ground in front of him. This was a prison, so the conditions here were naturally much simpler than in the court, but no one cared about that. The reason why they chose to interrogate Zhu Xiecheng in the prison instead of in the court was mainly, first, to keep it a secret, and second, to make it more convenient for the punishment. After all, the torture tools in the prison were much more abundant than those in the court. If Zhu Xiecheng refused to tell the truth, Wang Liaoyuan would immediately send someone to torture him. This was not a place where human rights were concerned. First, this was ancient times. Second, this was a prison. Most importantly, there was a huge crisis lurking in Taiyuan City. Li Tai's life was in great danger, and Zhu Xiecheng happened to be the only person Wang Liaoyuan had caught who might know the enemy's background. In this case, even if Wang Liaoyuan killed Zhu Xiecheng, the civil and military officials would not hold Wang Liaoyuan responsible for anything, let alone human rights. Zhu Xiecheng looked up at Wang Liaoyuan unhappily and said nothing. Then he lowered his head again. Wang Liaoyuan stopped breathing and then said angrily, "Humph, now that things have come to this, what else do you have to hide? Do you still think that someone can save you? Don't forget that when you were taken away from Schwanner Mill, you were attacked on the way. This means that the person behind you wants you to die, not to save you. If you still want to live, then tell me everything you know. Otherwise, Kong Chang'an will most likely end up like you. In fact, Wang Liaoyuan rarely used harsh punishments when dealing with criminals. When facing Zhu Xiecheng, he instinctively wanted to give him a chance to confess. That was why he said so much. Otherwise, if it was another official who saw this scene, it was very likely that the criminal would be punished severely. As soon as Wang Liaoyuan finished speaking, Zhu Xiecheng's body clearly trembled. He raised his head and looked at Wang Liaoyuan and the others. After hesitating for a moment, he stuttered, "If I tell you the truth, can I really live?" "Humph. How dare you talk about conditions? If you don't tell me, do you think I won't kill you right now?" Zhu Xiecheng's words angered Dugu Feiying, who had just returned from patrolling Dragon Mountain. Dugu was ordered by Li Tai to bring people to Dragon Mountain to protect Mo Chue and the other Yanhuang college teachers and students. However, when he arrived, he found that everything was normal. There was nothing out of the ordinary. The students had already started building and started testing the machines. Dugu Feiying and the Imperial Army. Of course, he returned. As soon as he returned, he saw Wang Liaoyuan interrogating Zhu Xiecheng, so he followed Li Tai. His most respected brother had just been assassinated in the morning and almost died. He was still angry, but Zhu Xiecheng was still stammering. Wasn't he trying to provoke him? How could Dugu Feiying tolerate this? As he spoke, Dugu Feiying had already stood up. He pulled out his sword and was about to teach Zhu Xiecheng a lesson. Zhu Xiecheng was scared out of his wits. He couldn't help but want to run away. At this time, Wang Yu grabbed Dugu Feiying and said, "General Dugu, please calm down. Why don't you give this guy a chance? If he doesn't tell the truth, then it won't be too late to beat or kill him." Wang Yu was the head of the Wang family, the provincial governor of Sui province, and the emperor's son-in-law. In addition, when Dugu Feiying went to the Wang family's ancestral home to ask for help, Wang Yu didn't hesitate to send out all of the Wang family's forces to help Dugu Feiying find Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an's whereabouts. Although they didn't find anything after a day of searching, Dugu Feiying had to accept this favor. Therefore, when he heard Wang Yu's words, Dugu Feiying immediately stopped and glared at Zhu Xiecheng fiercely. "Hurry up and tell me. If you don't tell the truth, I'll cut you into pieces." "Humph." Dugu Feiying snorted and returned to his seat. Wang Liaoyuan looked at Zhu Xiecheng and said, "I promise you that as long as you tell the truth, I'll do my best to save your life. Can you tell me now?" These two people were playing the good cop and bad cop. After a series of threats and promises of benefits, Zhu Xiecheng's psychological defense was finally broken. "I'm willing to tell you everything. I'm willing to tell you everything. I hope the provincial governor can show mercy and spare my lowly life." Zhu Xiecheng seemed to have found a life-saving straw. He knelt and bowed to Wang Liaoyuan. After a while, he calmed down a little and slowly said, I'm Kong Chang'an. I'm from the Wuxia tribe of the Turkic Khaganate. I've been doing business on the grasslands since I was young." Chapter 1869. Taiyuan City, in the prison of the government office. Under the interrogation of Wang Yu, Dugu Feiying, and the others, Zhu Xiecheng told him everything that had happened after he came to Taiyuan City, including why he had stayed in the same inn, why he and Kong Chang'an had suddenly disappeared from the Chu ironware shop, and how the two of them had escaped the Wang family's pursuit. After everyone heard this, they all frowned. According to Zhu Xiecheng's confession, it meant that there was an invisible black hand in the shadows of Taiyuan City that was manipulating and controlling everything. Moreover, this black hand could be said to be omnipotent. Who is the owner of the house you hid in Xuan'er Market? Why was there no one in the house other than the two of you when the Wang family's guards went there? After a long silence, Wang Yu couldn't help but ask. Since he had told them almost everything, Zhu Xiecheng was no longer afraid of the revenge of the mysterious person behind the scenes, so he simply confessed everything, replying to, "Sir, after Boss Kong and I arrived there according to the mysterious person's instructions yesterday, we found that there was no one living in the house. At that time, the two of us thought that the mysterious person in the E-Temple was lying to us, but at that time, the whole city was chasing us, and we had no other place to stay, so we could only go to the backyard suspiciously. We didn't expect that there really was a cellar in the backyard. After we hid in the cellar, we thought that no one would send us food. At night, Boss Kong and I were so hungry that we had no choice but to crawl out of the cellar to look for food. Unexpectedly, at the cellar's exit, we found a food box full of good wine and good food. Obviously, someone deliberately sent it here. Boss Kong and I both felt that the mysterious person didn't lie to us, so the two of us hid in the cellar with peace of mind. Anyway, that place was hidden, and the most important thing was that every meal was sent to the cellar's entrance. We planned to stay in the cellar until Taiyuan City returned to normal, then escape from Taiyuan City. In other words, you haven't seen the owner of this house? And you haven't seen the person who sent you food? Hearing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but frown. No, no. Xianxia quickly shook his head and said, we plan to climb out of the cellar today and wait for the people who brought us food so that we could thank them in person. However, instead of the people who brought us food, the people who caught us came. You know what happened after that? This guy spoke fluently, and his gaze was not evasive at all. Obviously, he was telling the truth. Wang Yu turned his gaze to Wang Liaoyuan. Wang Liaoyuan understood and explained, this official has already sent people to investigate. The original owner of this house was called Xianxia. He was a grain merchant. However, this person went south to buy grain a year ago. On the way, he encountered bandits and died. Xianxia has no children, nor does he have a wife. So, this house has been abandoned since last year. When Wang Yu heard this, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. With this lead was broken again. Speaking of which, he had planned to investigate the owner of this house and obtain some information about the mastermind behind the scenes. Looking at it now, his plan was definitely ruined again. Since this house has been abandoned for a long time, how were you two found by the Wang family's guards? It was rare for Dugu Feiying to be intelligent. He looked at Zhu Xiecheng and asked a very important question. Chapter 1870. I just went back and checked. The reason why Bai Qing was able to find Zhu Xiecheng hiding in Xuanren Square was not because of himself. Someone sent him a note through a feather arrow when he was patrolling in the south of the city this morning. The content of the note was the person the Wang family is chasing is hiding in the basement of the backyard of the fifth house in the east of Xuanren Square. Bai Qing followed the note and went to the backyard of the fifth house in the east of the Xuanren Square. As expected, he found Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an. But in order to take the credit for himself, he lied and said that he found Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an by himself. That's why I was fooled by him. After the interrogation of Zhu Xiecheng, Wang Liaoyuan, Dugu Feiying, and Li Tai were sitting in the back hall of the government office. They were all at a loss. At this time, Wang Yu came in with a sullen face. He cupped his hands and said to the three people in the room, judging from his tone, it was likely that after he returned to the Wang family alone, the Wang family must have been in a state of chaos. As for the instigator, Bai Qing, he would definitely not have a good ending. He would most likely suffer some physical pain. Is there such a thing? Wang Liaoyuan was slightly surprised, but then he felt that it was inappropriate to say that. It seemed like he was rubbing salt on Wang Yu's wound, so he quickly changed the topic and said, so, someone deliberately let us know about Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an's news. Who could it be? Everyone in the room was stumped by this question. Wang Yu, Dugu Feiying, and Li Tai all frowned and thought about the connection between these clues. At this moment, a person quickly walked in. He bowed to Wang Liaoyuan and said, My lord, I've brought people to the Chu family ironware shop. We've searched the entire place. Other than the weapons that are usually displayed for sale, we didn't find a large number of weapons in the warehouse. The person was Constable Feng from the provincial government office. After the interrogation of Zhu Xiecheng, Wang Liaoyuan ordered Constable Feng to go to the Chuji ironware shop to do a more detailed search. Now that this case was related to the smuggling of weapons to the Turks, he had to find out the whereabouts of these weapons no matter what. This way, he could give the imperial court an explanation. No weapons? Okay, this official understands. You may leave first. Wang Liaoyuan frowned slightly and asked Constable Feng to leave. He stroked his beard and said, It seems that Kong Chang'an has already handed over the weapons to the mysterious person behind the scenes. But how is that possible? In Wang Liaoyuan's subconscious mind, Since the mysterious person was so cautious, he must have controlled Zhu Xiecheng, Kong Chang'an, and the others to do things for him from afar. Therefore, he naturally thought that Kong Chang'an couldn't have given the weapons to the mysterious person in such a short time. Li Tai said, "What's impossible about that? Perhaps the mysterious person behind the scenes is also in Sourcepeak City right now." Li Tai said something that no one dared to think about. Everyone was shocked. Wang Liaoyuan's hand shook and almost pulled his beard off. He couldn't believe it and said, "What? The mysterious man behind the scenes is in Taiyuan now? How is this possible?" Wang Yu had always been calm. After thinking for a while, he said, "Your Highness' guess seems impossible, but it is the most reasonable explanation for the sudden disappearance of the weapons from the Chu ironware shop. If I were the person behind the scenes, I would probably choose to stay in Sourcepeak City right now. Not only would it be easier for him to command his subordinates to do things here, but the most dangerous place is also the safest place. In Sourcepeak City, Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an are covering for him on the surface, while he himself is watching from the shadows. It will only be safer. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an are only covering for the person behind the scenes on the surface." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Wang Yu's words. Li Tai couldn't help but say, "If that's really the case, then many things can be explained. When Zhu Xiecheng first stepped into the Tang Empire, he was already used as a chess piece to distract us. Although this person seems to have many clues, none of them are directly related to the mysterious person behind the scenes. We can't find any information about the mysterious person through him. Therefore, there is no risk to the mysterious person behind the scenes by using this kind of person to distract himself. 2 days ago, General Fei Ying brought people to Sourcepeak City to investigate the hidden dangers in the city in advance. He quickly noticed the suspicious Zhu Xiecheng, which means that the mysterious person's plan was successful. At that time, because of Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an, Sourcepeak City was in turmoil. However, after Duguxen and I entered the city, General Duguxen ordered the Imperial Army to focus on protecting the people from the academy and ignore the whereabouts of Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an. As a result, the plan of the mysterious person behind the scenes was completely ruined. The mysterious person was unwilling to give up, so he used a special method to inform the guards of the Wang family about Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an. He wanted to use this to draw our attention back to the two of them. At that time, the two of them had already become the abandoned pawns of the mysterious person behind the scenes. However, it was possible that Kong Chang'an knew the identity of the mysterious person behind the scenes, so he was intercepted and killed on the way back to the Wang family. Zhu Xiecheng is just an abandoned pawn who knows everything but knows nothing at the same time. The other party probably gave this guy to us for free just to attract our attention and waste our time. Li Tai relied on the clues he possessed to his heart's content and let his imagination run wild. Needless to say, these thoughts of his seemed to be unconstrained, but when one thought about it carefully, it was actually completely reasonable. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines when they heard this. Because if the matter was really as Li Tai guessed, then the scheming of this mysterious person behind the scenes was so deep, his methods were so secretive, and he was so cunning that it simply caused one to shudder with fear. They had fallen into the trap set by the mysterious person from the very beginning. "Your Highness, what you said is reasonable, but also creepy. If this is the case, then haven't we all fallen into the mysterious person's trap?" Wang Yu frowned and said worriedly. Wang Liaoyuan said in a low voice, "The mysterious person behind the scenes is so cunning. We must catch him as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." Dugu Feng said with a troubled look, "But now that Kong Chang'an is dead, our only clue is gone. How can we find the mysterious person behind the scenes?" Chapter 1871. The 9 families of Zhaowu refer to the Sweets and their descendants who came to the Central Plains from China during the Northern and Southern dynasties, the Sui dynasty, and the Tang dynasty. Their kings all had the surname Zhaowu. The 9 families of Zhaowu were originally from the Yu family. At the beginning of the Han Dynasty, the Xiongnu destroyed the Yuezhi and forced them to move west. The Yuezhi tribe, which used to live in Jiawu, Gansu, as their old home, fled west and entered the Sut region of Central Asia. They conquered the local natives and formed a number of city-states. Later on, under the rule of Kuta, they were forced to change their surname to one Wenasha. After the decline of Dada, the various city-states regained their independence. Their surname was Zhaowu, forming the Zhaota city-states headed by the Kong Kingdom. Among them were in Chao, Shi, Mi, He, Shi, Mu, Bai, and so on. They were collectively known as the 9 surnames of Zhaowu. In the Tang Dynasty, they were also known as the 9 surnames of Hu, or simply Hu. In the West, they were known as Sogdians. Later on, some of the 9 families of Zhaowu accepted the rule of the Turks and the Tang Dynasty. In the 8th century, the country fell to the Arabian Empire. After that, most of the people gradually became Turks and Muslims, becoming one of the modern Uzbeks of Central Asia. A small portion of them scattered among the Tajiks. Although the 9 families of Zhaowu were far weaker than the Turks in terms of fighting ability, their business attribute was much higher than that of any nomadic people in the north. As the Sweet region was the throat of the Silk Road, the 9 families of Zhaowu naturally became a people with a business tradition. To put it bluntly, they became hereditary middlemen, selling China's silk to the West and Western gems and wine to the Tang Dynasty. After all, they started as nomads but couldn't beat the Tang Dynasty. They could only rely on their mobility to become merchants. Even the technology of making paper was passed to Central Asia by the Kong Kingdom. In fact, since the Han and Wei dynasties, this group of Swedes had entered the Central Plains to do business along the Silk Road. However, because the West Jin dynasty was short-lived, the Central Plains was in chaos and they couldn't even take care of themselves. During the Sui and Tang dynasty, the Silk Road gained a new lease of life thanks to the Tang dynasty's open and inclusive policies. This attracted a large number of people from the 9 surnames of Zhaowu to come to the east. According to the Old Book of Tang, the journey of Xinghu, the years follow. After the founding of the Great Tang, many of the 9 families of Zhaowu came to China. Many of them had become wealthy through business. They envied the splendid culture of the Tang Empire and married and had children in the interior. Gradually, they became Chinese, and some of them even formed considerable political forces. For example, the Yin brothers. At the end of the Sui dynasty, the world was in chaos, and Li Gui occupied Liangzhou. In order to recover Liangzhou, and Xingui submitted a memorial to Li Yuan, hoping to persuade Li Gui to surrender and submit to the Tang dynasty. Li Yuan did not agree, so the two of them once again offered a plan and ultimately helped the Tang army to flatten Prince Liang, Li Gui, who occupied Heshi. Because of the outstanding contributions of the Yin brothers, and Xingui was conferred the title of Right Marquis Great General, the title of Liang Gui Duke of Shangzhou State, the title of Liang Gui Duke, the title of 600 households, and 10,000 pieces of silk. And Xiuren was also conferred the title of Great General of the Left Martial Marquis, conferred the title of Duke Shun, bestowed upon the Tian residents, and conferred upon 600 households. However, this peace had nothing to do with Lushan's peace. Although they were all Socrates and had the surname, and this one was like our Lu, Wang, and Li's surnames. There were many Socrates with this surname. Not only that, the descendant of the Yin family, and Bao Yu, was later placed in an important position by the famous General Li Guangbi. He contributed a lot in the fight against the Yin Lushan rebellion, and the imperial court gave him the surname of Li. Li Baoyu's cousin, Li Baozhen, became the Zei Road Jidushi. In the fight against the rebellion of the Hsua towns, he contributed a lot and was promoted to the position of inspector of the prefectures. The Yin family could be considered a family of martyrs. In truth, during the Yin Lushan rebellion, there were many who sacrificed their lives for the sake of bringing sugar. For example, Li Guangbi was a Khitan, a standard Hu. Due to the Tang dynasty's policy of opening up, Many foreigners became officials in the imperial court, forming the unique foreign soldiers and generals in the history of the Tang dynasty. The 9 families of Zhaowu were a power that could not be ignored. In general, the biggest characteristic of the 9 families of Zhaowu was that they were rich, very rich. Once a person had money, they would think of ways to obtain a certain political position. The 9 families of Zhaowu were no exception. Other than those who entered the imperial court as officials by chance, a large number of the 9 families of Zhaowu were doing business in the Tang dynasty while using money to attach themselves to some powerful local forces. Moreover, the 9 families of Zhaowu were like branches of the same tree. The 9 families of Zhaowu who were doing business outside the Tang dynasty were surprisingly united. It was not an exaggeration to say that when one side is in trouble, all sides will help. Therefore, the influence of the 9 families of Zhaowu in the Tang dynasty could not be underestimated. Not to mention that Kong Chang'an was from the Kong Kingdom, the sovereign country of the 9 families of Zhaowu. Coincidentally, this guy had connections with the royal family of the Kong Kingdom. In this way, Kong Chang'an's death was not just a murder case. It could very well turn into a diplomatic dispute. If the authorities of Taiyuan City could not give a reasonable explanation for Kong Chang'an's death, not only would the Kong Kingdom not leave the matter at that, the Kong Kingdom or the 9 families of Zhaowu in the Tang dynasty would probably not rest. They might cause endless trouble for the authorities of Taiyuan City. After all, whether it was modern society or feudal society, although money was not omnipotent, it could solve most problems such as hiring assassins, monopolizing the market, disrupting the prices of goods in the city, and so on. No matter what methods they used, Wang Liaoyuan and the others would not have it easy. When a group of people was extremely wealthy, even if they didn't have any official position, the influence they had was incomparable to that of ordinary people. Kong Chang'an and Kong Chu were the same. But was the Tang dynasty afraid of the 9 families of Zhaowu? Obviously not. In terms of overall national strength, even if the 9 families of Zhaowu were multiplied by 10, they might not be able to defeat the Tang dynasty at its peak. The strength of the 9 families of Zhaowu did not lie in national strength, but in the soft power of the economy. Not only did they monopolize the trade between the Tang dynasty and the Western countries, but they also controlled the commercial and economic lifelines of many provinces and counties in the Tang dynasty. As the saying goes, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. If the Tang dynasty made a move against the 9 families of Zhaowu, although it could win, it would also suffer great losses. This one was shocked to hear that Brother Kang's ironware shop was suddenly closed down and that Brother Kong himself had met with an accident. Therefore, I came to the provincial governor's office to ask the provincial governor to uphold justice for Brother Kong and find out who killed Brother Kong. In the back hall of the government office in Taiyuan, Kong Chu naturally saw the shock of Wang Liaoyuan, Wang Yu, and Li Tai, but he did not make a fuss about it. Instead, he calmly cupped his hands and said to Wang Liaoyuan, Chapter 1872, asking him to leave. Facing Kong Chu, who was being unreasonable, Wang Liaoyuan decisively asked him to leave. After all, he was an official and represented the Taiyuan government. Kong Chu was just a small merchant from another country in Taiyuan City. Why did he have to question him again and again? Provincial governor, please wait. Wang Liaoyuan asked Kong Chu to leave, but Kong Chu didn't know what was good for him. He said loudly, Provincial governor, Brother Kong died in Taiyuan City under unknown circumstances. I sincerely hope that provincial governor can allow me to participate in the investigation. On one hand, I can answer to my king. On the other hand, I have many capable people under my command that can help provincial governor solve the case and catch the murderer. Good heavens, this bastard actually wants to participate in the government's investigation. Wang Liaoyuan's face darkened. He said in a low voice, Thank you for your kindness, but you don't have to participate in the investigation. Finding the truth and catching the murderer is the responsibility of the Taiyuan government and me. You don't have to worry about it. If you don't have anything else to say, please leave. Don't interfere with the investigation. Wang Liaoyuan did not care that Kong Chu was using the king of the Kong kingdom to threaten him. It was impossible for Kong Chu to meet the king of the Kong kingdom. Even if he could meet the king of the Kong kingdom and speak to him, Wang Liaoyuan would not be afraid. That was because the most important thing for the entire Taiyuan officialdom was to eliminate all hidden dangers in the city that were harmful to Li Tai, so as to ensure his safety. Apart from that, there was nothing more important than this. Kong Chu was very dissatisfied. He said, "Provincial governor, you don't want me to participate in this case. Is there something else? Or are you confident that you can solve the case in a short time?" "How dare you?" Wang Liaoyuan could not hold it in anymore. He shouted angrily, "Why should the provincial governor report to you about the investigation? I am paid by the imperial court. I should share the burden of the Tang emperor. Are you questioning the fairness of the imperial court? Even if the king of the Kong kingdom was here, he wouldn't dare to say such nonsense. If you continue to cause trouble here, this official will definitely charge you with the crime of disrupting the investigation." There is a saying that a weak country had no diplomacy, and Wang Liaoyuan's words were a perfect example. The Tang Empire and the Turkic Empire were both extremely powerful countries in Asia. Although the Kong Empire was good at economics and had strong, soft power, its comprehensive national strength was still less than 1/10 of the Tang Empire's. Therefore, Wang Liaoyuan's words were quite forceful. Kong Chu was embarrassed by Wang Liaoyuan's scolding. He bowed and said, "Then I request to leave the city. I want to return to Kong country and tell Brother Kang's family about this bad news. Please allow me." Currently, the 4 city gates of Taiyuan were already sealed, which was why he had made such a request. Otherwise, he would have already left the city. Wang Liaoyuan frowned and refused. "No, right now. This official has ordered the city guards to seal the city gates and search for the whereabouts of the assassin who tried to assassinate Kong Chang'an. Before the assassin is caught, no one is allowed to leave the city. If you want to leave Taiyuan, you'd better wait patiently in the city for a few days." Kong Chu said with an ugly face, "Brother Kong and I